Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Goeiemorgen, Molweni. Welcome to the 7th day of the Madibaland World Literary Festival. It's been a beautiful festival thus far. I think everyone has been surprised at how smoothly everything has run, and all credit to the team in the background, Graham, Sean, Chadwin, Umesh, and Melody, and all the others who I may not have met actually behind the scenes. Hope to meet up with everyone after the festival. I also want to thank Hendrik Mentz, who before all of this got the website up and going, which was a mammoth task. And I also want to thank Irene Fisher, who was a participant, a speaker at the festival, who's handling the Facebook pages while we are enjoying the festival and keeping everyone up to date. Without further ado, I'm going to move into our first session. And our first session is a change from the original program. And it gives us great pleasure to welcome, although at a second remove, Shaggy Bain is the name of his book. And if you haven't heard that name, this is the 2020 Booker Prize winner by Douglas Stewart. And I just want to thank Wigtown, or Wigton as they know, which is the national book town of Scotland, for agreeing to allow us to use their magical interview with Douglas Stewart about a month before he won the Booker Prize. And even if I could get Douglas Stewart myself, I would not do it, because when you see this interview, I rate it as probably one of the greatest interviews I have seen this year. So thank you to Adrian Turpin, director of Wigtown, Kenny Barr, who works behind the scenes, and Anne Barkley. Thank you for so generously agreeing to allow us to use your video and your recording of your interview with the Booker Prize winner for this year, Douglas Stewart. So Graham, over to you, and let's enjoy the following hour. It's a marvelous interview. Graham, I think just move it a bit forward, yeah. I think they have a 5-minute countdown, so just till you get to that.
Hello and welcome to the Wigtown Book Festival. I'm Lee Randall and I'm delighted to be talking to Douglas Stewart today, coming to us from New York. Before we get started, let me do the housekeeping. As you know, if you want to ask a question, you can put your questions in the chat box on YouTube or on Facebook or possibly even on Twitter, and they'll come fired through to me, and we'll get to as many as we can by the end of the event. There are also buttons where you can buy the novel and all the festival books from the Wigtown Festival Bookshop. And there is a very important button for making donations. If it's within your economic power to help support the festival, you'll be able to help keep events like this coming. So, on with the show. Glasgow native Douglas Stewart attended the Royal College of Art in London before moving to New York to forge a career in design, where he worked with people like Calvin Klein and Banana Republic and Jack Spade. Shuggie Bain is his debut novel, and my goodness, what a novel it is. Along with glowing reviews on both sides of the Atlantic, it's been shortlisted for the 2020 Booker Prize. The judges said, "We were bowled over by this first novel, which creates an amazingly intimate, compassionate, gripping portrait of addiction, courage, and love. It is a desperately sad, almost hopeful examination of family and the destructive powers of desire." The novel is also a finalist for the Kirkus Prize for Fiction, and I believe it's been shortlisted for the Center for Fiction's debut novel prize. And Douglas has published some stories in The New Yorker and with LitHub. So Shuggie Bain is the story of a wee boy who's coming of age in 1980s Glasgow, living in rundown housing estates with his older brother and sister and their beautiful, troubled mother, Agnes. Unemployment is rampant in the city, and the drug epidemic is about to kick off. Now, Shuggie adores his mom, but her alcoholism is a constant source of stress for a family that is already struggling. And at the same time comes the dawning realization that he's not quite like other boys who bully him for being effeminate. I'm going to tell you, this is a novel about love, about sacrifice, about survival, and although it's set in the recent past, I believe it speaks very much to the present day when we can see that the gulf between the haves and the have-nots is just as big and just as unfair as it ever was. So welcome, Douglas. It is such just a joy to be here talking to you.
Thank you, Lee. It's so good to see you.
This is an immersive book. It's filled with vivid characters. It's a very vivid portrait of a city at a very particular time in its history. And the heart and soul of it rests in this mother-son relationship. Now, I know that this is not a memoir, but I also know that it is based on lived experience. So can you just tell us a little bit about your childhood and about the remarkable women who brought you up?
Absolutely. Well, like you say, it is not a memoir, it is a work of fiction, and it's a book that I actually started about 12 years ago. I started to sit down and write it about 12 years ago. I grew up in Glasgow. I grew up in the early 80s, and I was the son of a single mother who raised me on government benefits. We got what the city calls a Monday book and a Tuesday book to sort of like raise me and sort of see me through my entire childhood. My mother, unfortunately, suffered with alcoholism her entire life, my own mother, from some of my earliest memories, and eventually she succumbed to an addiction when I was still in high school. And so my entire life, my entire formative years was sort of spent in the world of both women and both sort of addiction. And so I never knew my father, and so my own mother was sort of the center of my universe, and the women that she came to be friends with and bond with, and oftentimes the women that she also suffered and struggled with through her addiction, whether that was people who identified as alcoholics through the AA program, or whether it was just people suffering and struggling. As you'll know, Glasgow is sometimes quite a hard city to tell where the break line is with a good time and a bad time, or with a hard drink and actual addiction. And so this was just sort of the universe that I grew up in. And as I was sitting down and thinking about a book I wanted to write, I knew I wanted it to be fiction. I knew I wanted to sort of like celebrate the people that I knew and the city that I knew. But I also knew that I wanted to sort of frame it in a mother's point of view and also her son's point of view. And so really it's a portrait of these two souls sort of moving through the world.
And it's also, isn't it a way for you to give that wee boy a voice? Because you've said in other interviews that under Thatcher you did not feel that you had a voice.
Yeah, and actually, probably what I should say is we were never voiceless, because I never felt like, certainly me as a boy, felt like I didn't have a voice, but my mother and the women like my mother were never voiceless. It was just people couldn't didn't like to listen. Poverty is a really difficult thing for society to look at. And certainly when it's women who are suffering with addiction as well, there's a harsher judgment that falls on them. When a mother fails, when a woman fails, we are really quick to condemn them. And actually also, especially in literature, I think we find it easier to look at a man who is drinking and sort of going through a difficult time. We see him sometimes as a little bit of a lovable rogue or a scoundrel. I'm thinking, of course, about the work of James Kelman or even Agnes Owens as a female writer. But there's something taboo to writing a woman and a mother and someone who is also a beautiful, brilliant, promising woman and a mother, and sort of watching her disintegrate. But the truth is I knew women like this. I love and respect and grew up around women like this. And I never saw them reflected in anything culturally, whether it was television or whether it was, the closest you come to, and I talk about it in the book, is almost Sue Ellen Ewing in Dallas. But of course, she's an incredibly wealthy woman and living a very glamorous life. And actually, her addiction doesn't look anything like addiction really looked. And so I just knew when I started to write Shuggie that I wanted to frame it there and just talk about it as sort of clearly as I could.
Well, this seems like the perfect time to bring Agnes into the room. Could you give us a little bit of a reading from the book so that we can meet her properly?
It would be my pleasure. This is actually from the beginning of the book. This is the first time we meet our heroine. And as you said, Agnes is definitely the heart of the book. She is the center that all of her children sort of revolve around. And we meet her here and she's already sort of chafing at the smallness of her life. She's a woman that has a lot of very small but very realistic wants. She wants to be adored by her husband. She wants a council house with its own front door. She wants to be able to buy clothes for her children without buying them from a catalogue or buying them on tick. But she's already sort of starting to feel chafed by what's around her. This takes place in the Sight Hill Flats, which are no longer with us, but they used to be, and I grew up there, they used to be in the centre of Glasgow. Chapter 2. Agnes Bain pushed her toes into the carpet and leaned out as far as she could into the night air. The damp wind kissed her flushed neck and pushed down inside her dress. It felt like a stranger's hand, a sign of living, a reminder of life. With a flick, she watched her cigarette doubt fall, the glowing embers dancing 16 floors down onto the dark forecourt. She wanted to show the city this claret velvet dress. She wanted to feel a little envy from strangers, to dance with men who held her proud and close. Mostly, she wanted to take a good drink, to live a little. With a stretch of her calves, she leaned her hip bone on the window frame and let go of the ballast of her toes. Her body tipped down towards the amber city lights, and her cheeks flushed with blood. She reached her arms out to the lights, and for a brief moment she was flying. No one noticed the flying woman. She thought about tilting further then, dared herself to do it. How easy it would be to kid herself that she was flying until it became only falling, and she broke herself on the concrete below. The high-rise flat she still shared with her mother and father pressed in against her. Everything in the room behind her felt so small, so low-ceilinged and stifling. Payday to mass day, a life bought on tick, with nothing that ever felt owned outright. To be 39 and have her husband and her 3 children, 2 of them nearly grown, all crammed together in her mammy's flat, gave her a feeling of failure. Him, her man, who when he shared her bed now seemed to lie on the very edge, made her feel angry with the littered promises of better things. Agnes wanted to put her foot through it all, or to scrape it back like it was spoilt wallpaper, to get her nail under it and rip it all away. With a bored slouch, Agnes fell back into the stuffy room and felt the safety of her mammy's carpet below her feet again. The other women hadn't looked up. Peevishly, she scraped the needle across the record player. She clawed at her hairline and turned the volume up too loud. Come on, please. Just the one wee dance. No yet, spat Nan Flanagan. She was feverish and arranging silver and copper coins into neat piles. I'm about to pimp out the lot of you. Reenie Sweeney rolled her eyes and held her cards close. You have one filthy mind. Well, don't say I didn't warn you. Nan bit the end off a slab of fried fish and sucked the grease from her lips. When I'm done taking all your menage money at these cards, you're going to have to go home and fuck that bag of soup bones you call a husband for mayor. No chance. Reenie made a lazy sign of the cross. I've been sitting on it since Lent, and I've no intention of letting him get at it until next Christmas. She pushed a fat golden chip into her mouth. I once held off so long, I got a new colour telly in the bedroom.
Brilliant.
That's always a funny line to end on, but I like that line.
Brilliant. We're so very in that room.
Yeah.
As you said, Agnes's dreams are not mad, ostentatious dreams. She's not dreaming of winning an Academy Award. She's dreaming of very small things. And I've been thinking so much about her and what she wants, which is, I think, what we all want, and the kind of love and sense of safety and a place of our own. But there's one scene that I kept coming back to when I was thinking about talking to you, which is when she was a wee girl. Every night, her mother would scrub her up. Mm-hmm. She'd rush out the front door to greet her father. And it struck me that what Agnes was always, you tell me if I'm reading too much into this, it struck me that what she was always spending the rest of her life looking for was seeing someone's face light up. To be able to make someone's face light up at the sight of you. That's what we're all after, isn't it?
Yes, I think especially when things around you are quite grey, anything you can do to shine or bring a little brightness to yourself or into the world is quite a natural thing. And I think Agnes, as the absolute darling of her mother and father's life, and quite a beautiful child in the book, and turns into be a very beautiful, almost vain woman, is used to having that reaction. She's used to turning the heads of men. She's used to other women feeling a little bit anxious around her, a little bit sort of unsettled. But it is a very natural feeling. And I think also another thing that's a very natural thing that I've always known in my life is that sort of working class pride you have even when you don't have something, or maybe you're worried about bills, or you're worried about food, or you're worried about whatever it is, you present to the world the best face that you possibly can, because you don't want them to know the concerns that you have or the poverty that you're living in. And that was a really powerful tool that the women I grew up around had. And these were women that took such pride in their appearance and such pride in how they sort of presented the world, because underneath that sort of veneer of it, they were hurting and they felt often quite inferior in some ways.
And in fact, later in the book, what Shuggie comes to admire about his mother is that no matter how horrible the humiliation, she has the gumption to put her lipstick back on, comb her hair, and go back out the front door, even though she knows people are talking about her. And it seems to me he's looking to find that same gumption within himself.
Yeah, absolutely. And Shuggie, as I should explain, is the youngest of Agnes's three children. And as Agnes descends into her addiction, it's her three children who sort of try to save their mother from herself and also from the misogyny and the world around her. But Shuggie is her youngest child, and he's actually too young to understand sexuality, but it's the other men and boys and women around him that just identify him as being no right, as being too effeminate, too fussy, too precocious. And so he is sort of also dealing in a funny way with his own secret shame. Mm-hmm. And he looks at his mother, as you say, and Agnes is quite defiant in how she rejects shame. Mm-hmm. She doesn't do it very vocally or stridently, but she just does it in a very sort of quiet way. And she refuses to be seen as this sort of character of pity or character of poverty. And she always has her hair done. She always presents to the world. She colours in the heels on her shoes. And Shuggie learns that there's a strength in that, that, if you are going to sort of be ostracized by people, then at least he's sort of trying to learn how to dance through it in a way. And he actually does dance through it in a few scenes.
Yeah, he does. And the other very poignant thing is that Shuggie himself wants to make Agnes light up with joy at the sight of him, and it's devastating to him at points in the book when he recognizes that, in fact, her illness is sometimes stronger than her love for him. And there are some very painful scenes where he just is like, why don't you love me more than you love drinking?
Yeah, and I think that's a very truthful thing. I think a lot of children of addicts feel that. There's something about children and their resiliency that I wanted to capture in the book, and also their sort of intuition and the way that children internalize the things that are wrong with their parents that actually have nothing to do with the child as something that can be lacking in them. So we see throughout the book that Shuggie tries to be quieter, brighter. He tries to sort of have the sort of the foresight to see what his mother might need and to steer her almost. And alcoholism, I know, is a very exhausting thing because it's incredibly unpredictable. No, I've known sort of alcoholism. I think sometimes with drug addiction, you often get one of two outcomes when you take the drugs. There's almost a controlled sort of reaction to it. But I've known, having loved many alcoholics in my life, you can have a very gregarious day. Someone can have a light drink. They can have a drink that makes them so embittered and full of rage and self-harm, or it can be a day where they weep for 3 days, or it can be a huge colossal party and everyone's having a great time and actually drink isn't a problem. And for a child like Shuggy, that's the sort of the exhausting thing. You're always sort of on your guard. And all three of Agnes's children turn out to be incredibly watchful beings. And Leek, the middle child, the eldest son, sort of almost recedes back into the background, but he's always there and always just sort of scanning the room and keeping his eye on it. And that can be what it is like to love someone who's suffering with alcoholism. You never know if it's a party or if it's a funeral or whatever it's going to turn out to be. You take it as it comes.
Well,
you live in fear of it.
They become detectives, don't they? Are the curtains open or shut? Is the tone of her voice happy or sad? Where's tonight going to go? And as you say, they're ever watchful. There are also scenes, not just Shuggy and his brother, but later on in the book, there's a girl called Leanne, whose story is really poignant and moving. And she befriends Shuggy, and her mother has problems as well. And these children act as carers for their parents in the most intimate ways, and they see things that just destroy their child. Children shouldn't have to deal with these things. And I presume, again, these are things that you've seen happening in the world. These are not made-up stories.
Yeah, I mean, fiction allows you to sort of, wish fulfillment's not the right term because nobody wishes any of this, but it allows you to sort of to mold the things as you saw them or as you wish they would be. And so writing fiction's an incredibly healing thing when you grow up with this kind of trauma. There's an enormous amount of trauma in the pages of this book. I'm often asked about sort of like the working class writers and working class stories, and I think it's incredibly important, but not necessarily just because of the who, the where, or the when we're writing about, but also sometimes the how we write it is important to add to sort of voices into literature. Because Leanne and Annie, as well as another kid, is a really important sort of device for me. I never really knew, although I felt incredibly isolated as a kid, and that growing up in a working class community where everyone had the same thing, many people were suffering through the same things. You couldn't leave your front door and get in a car and go to an office and be by yourself all day. You went out, you get in an elevator and you met 32 people by the time you made the ground floor from the 16th floor to the down. So I've always known the sense of a collective, and Shuggy, in a way, the writing of Shuggy is about that. It's not just about sort of like looking at this. I could have written a very sort of tight book that was about Agnes and Shuggy and just this relationship. But really, it was a lot of people suffering and a lot of people going through the same thing. And Leanne and Annie are our way of sort of like pulling back and saying, hey, wait a minute, there's a community in crisis here. And there are children. This is a thing that affects a lot of children. And I've always known that to be true.
Yeah, I mean, that when poverty means a lack of education and a lack of opportunity, and that place where addiction meets poverty is really, really unforgiving. Another thing that struck me in the book, because, Agnes is raising the family on benefits when the money doesn't go to the off license. And what really struck me is that for this vulnerable community, how quickly sex becomes currency. Whether it's the women or even the children, they learn to trade their physical selves to get to the next day. I wondered if you could talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, I think you've sort of hit the nail on the head. It's not only just sort of that sex is a currency, it's that the physical is sometimes all you have. And something that I wanted to show in the book, we actually owe. It's a bit like the Nina Simone song, I have my hands, I have my feet and my body. And we start out in the book where we see Shuggy at 16, and we don't know why he's living alone. And I don't want it to be a spoiler, but he is surviving any means by any way he can. And then we sort of go through the book and we see Agnes also do the same. And for a woman like Agnes that would have sort of come into her youth in the 50s and 60s, you know, she would have been happy to sort of raise herself as a future wife and as a mother, and that would have been fine for her. You know, she wouldn't have finished high school. She wouldn't have necessarily thought about hobbies. She would have liked a party. She would have liked a good time. She would have liked a close circle of friends. But having a lovely home, having a husband that adored her, and you know, and sort of building a life like that would have been enough. But when your husband doesn't adore you, when the government sweeps the legs out from under all the men, and you can no longer sort of count on that tentpole moment of the week when a wage packet comes home, then poverty for sure leaves women like Agnes with no options, because it's, you know, it's too late to like go to law school and even finish high school and do all these things. These are things that didn't occur to the women I grew up around. They didn't see that as an option, and that's sad, but it's also true. But I sort of show Agnes then sort of being a victim of what she has and what she can offer. But then we also go back. Her mother, through the first half of the book, Lizzie, has been incredibly harsh on Agnes. She sees her addiction and her sort of wanting things as just a weakness in her nature, almost like a spoiled thing. And she thinks if Agnes could just sort herself out, she should go to the chapel more often. She should just give herself a shake. And of course, we know now it's a mental health issue. It's a escapism issue. It's a poverty issue. But she sort of says, just sort of almost slap yourself, give yourself a slap and sort it out. And in fact, I wanted to have a scene, and I had a lot of conversations with my editor to sort of go back to Lizzie's youth and also show Lizzie in a place where she had to do whatever it is she needed to survive. Because that's how life is when you have to get by. You almost don't think about it, Lee. And it's funny, it's like it changes lenses depending on who's looking at that thing. But I think if ever you've been in that situation, the only thing that matters is getting through it and sort of surviving. And so you find yourself in those situations. And it's only when we're not there and we look back and we're like, oh, I can't believe someone would do that. But of course you would do that. You know, of course most of us would do that.
Yeah. Lizzie's backstory, which I will not spoil for readers, was quite, I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
Who knew? Who knew this had happened? And as you said, the impermanence of their lives, they're buying things on tick. They buy clothes that actually wear out or get ruined before they finish paying for them. They don't have anything. You know, as you say, they just have themselves. There's so little to cling to, and they're at the government's mercy.
Yeah, and that's really true. And I mean, I didn't set out to write a political book, or actually to write a book about poverty, Lee, believe it or not. I set out to write a love story and to attribute, just to show what this sort of thing was like, and the power of like unconditional love, because that love is tested many times in the book. And I think that's always the strongest kind of love, when you really sort of test it. But of course, growing up poor in Glasgow in the 80s is an incredibly political statement. It really is sort of says a lot about poverty. And there's a trap to poverty. Even as the women are happy and having a party in the beginning of the book, when they buy school uniforms for their kids or buy bikinis, something that should cost £20 costs £25 from the catalogue. And then by the time you pay it off, it costs £45. And so it is a trap, and it's making everything worse for them. And it's also an economy. You know, Darren McGarvey writes about it really well. Lots of people make money off of people being in poverty. It's an important part of our economy, believe it or not. But I just wanted to sort of show that. And, you know, even when Agnes sort of finds herself in the mining town in the middle of the book, and she's in this council house that she thought would house all of her dreams, and it turns out to be a place of like physical and emotional sort of isolation. She's more or less marooned, right? And the tide goes away and leaves her. She had no power to just be like, I don't want to live here. You know, let me go rent a van and move a van and go get another house, because you go into council waiting lists, you need all kinds of things. And so I just wanted to show what that was like.
Although you have seen, I didn't know that there was a sort of an underground network of people swapping accommodation. And there is a moment in the book when she and Shuggy are going to move out of the pit town and into town, into Glasgow, and they're filled with hope, and there are scenes, this idea of reinvention. And funnily enough, you and I have both swapped. We're not in our native countries. We've literally swapped countries. And so I think we both know that feeling of, well, maybe in this new place, all the bad things will go away. And, there's a wonderful scene where Shuggy's they're deciding what to pack, and he picks up a skirt, and Agnes says, no, I'm not her anymore. I'm not the woman that wears that skirt. But wherever you go, there you are, and they learn this the hard way. But the thing is, I was wondering as I was reading that, do you think that not having hope is worse than having hope and being disappointed?
No, I think you always have to have hope. And I think part of the problem and part of the reason why people turn to addiction is because they lose that hope, or they they are living in a world where the government changes. I think most of us can bear an awful lot of things if we think tomorrow or the next year will be a little better. We will work as hard as we can. But when you have 26% of men, working class men, put out of work and it stays there for a decade, and then Agnes is in a council house which she doesn't like, she can't see even these small things that she wants Lee coming to her. And the book spans about 20 years of her life and it doesn't come to her. And so, I think that's when when you lose hope is when the other things sort of creep in. And we know that's important with addiction. So I think it's better to have hope and be disappointed. It's sadder, but it's better. But you're right, everyone has that sort of feeling that, we all like a fresh start in life, especially when things don't seem to have been going right. Yeah. And Agnes and Shuggy deserve that fresh start.
It struck home, it struck a chord with me. And as you say, there's this massive sense of isolation. And for Shuggy, it's not simply, for one thing, whenever you grow up in a house with secrets, one learns to play a game. You're somebody else out in public because you can't tell the truth, and that's isolating. And the fact that he's very well spoken, because he's not quite an only child, but there's such a significant age gap, and his emerging sexuality, and all these isolating factors over and over and over again. He almost has to invent himself, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. And actually, that's the thing, that Agnes has this pride that we spoke about at the beginning, that is the thing about council living or benefits living is actually your situation is identical to the people on the left and the right of you. There is no sort of like capitalist movement there. You can't make more, bring more in. Your house is a council house and your wages or your benefits are the same. And so Agnes yet sort of affects these airs and graces that sort of isolate her from people that actually might be her friends ultimately. And Shuggy is infected by that. She raises her adoring son to have that same sort of pretension. And oftentimes in the book, he speaks like a woman, and they turn to him, they say, even his brother says, you sound like an old woman. And it's true, it's in that way. But I wanted their own natures to be part of their isolation. But I also wanted the two characters to be isolated. I didn't think there was anything. I didn't really want to write just a book about Agnes's sort of situation where they all sort of witnessed it and played a part in it. Mm-hmm. I felt like these were two people, the isolation, I hoped their love for each other was stronger because they were both sort of clean together in their own sort of ways. And I thought that for me is the kernel of the book. It's not a book about poverty or addiction or about Glasgow even. It's a book about love. It's a book about these two people trying to survive. Yeah.
Now you have another reading for us, don't you? Could we do that now, and then we'll move on to some more questions? I have loads more questions. There's some audience questions, but I'd love to hear the second reading.
Absolutely.
Please.
I would love to. I chose this. This is actually also from the beginning of the book. Agnes, as we spoke about, is in a position and a generation where men have a huge effect on the fates of women. And she has married across sectarian lines a Protestant taxi driver. She's a Catholic woman, and she's married a Protestant taxi driver, essentially because he's very gallus. He is charming. He has a way to seduce. He's not especially handsome, but he has a way to seduce and charm women off their feet. We're seeing Shug really for the first time here. That's Shuggy's father, and he is a taxi driver. He drives a black Hackney around Glasgow. This is just an introduction to Glasgow, really. Chapter 3. That summer, when it finally came, was close and damp. For a nocturnal man, the days had felt too long. The long daylight was like an inconsiderate guest, the northern gloam reluctant to leave. Big Shug always found the summer days hardest to sleep through. The sun brightened the thick curtains till they were a vibrating violet, and the children were always noisiest when they were happiest. The door constantly going, with mouthy teenagers from other flats, and women in strappy sandals traipsing the hall carpet, clacking pink feet and pink gums at all hours. As night finally fell, Big Shuck pulled his black hackney round in a small tight circle. It spun like a fat dog chasing its tail and headed out of the Sighthill estate. Seeing the lights of Glasgow, he relaxed back into the seat, and for the first time that day his shoulders fell from around his ears. For the next 8 hours, the city was his, and he had plans for it. He wiped the window and got a good look in the wing mirror. Smiling to himself, he thought how smashing he looked. White shirt, black suit, black tie. It was a bit much for work, Agnes had said, but then she said altogether too much these days. As the smile travelled through his body, he wondered whether taxi driving was in his blood. Between him and his brother Rascal, it was practically a family business. His father would have enjoyed it too, had the shipbuilding not killed him first. Shug pulled up at the lights under the shadow of the Royal Infirmary and watched a gaggle of nurses smoke a crafty fag. He watched them rub their pink arms in the cold night air and shelf their tits over tight folded arms. They smoked without using their hands, feared of losing body heat. He smiled slowly and watched himself react in the mirror. Yeah, night shift definitely suited him best. He liked to roam alone in the darkness, getting a good look at the underbelly. Out came the characters shellacked by the grey city, years of drink and rain and hope holding them in place. His living was made by moving people, but his favourite pastime was watching them. The thin driver's window made a sharp slicing sound as he slid it down and lit a cigarette. When he came rushing in, his long strands of thin hair danced like beach grass in the breeze. He hated going bald. He pulled everything hard. He adjusted the mirror lower so that he couldn't see the reflection of his bare head. He found his long, thick moustache and sat absent-mindedly stroking it like a favourite pet. Under it, his spare chin wobbled. He tilted the mirror back up. The Glasgow streets were shiny with rain and streetlights. The infirmary nurses didn't linger, flicking half-smoked fags into the puddles and tottering back inside. Shug sighed and turned the taxi past Town Head and pointed down towards the city centre. He liked the drive from Sighthill. It was like a descent into the heart of the Victorian darkness. The closer you got to the river, the lowest part of the city, the more the real Glasgow opened up to you. There were hidden nightclubs tucked under shadowy railway arches and blacked-out windowless pubs where old men and women sat on sunny days in sweaty, pungent purgatory. It was down near the river that the skinny, nervous-faced women sold themselves to men in polished estate cars, and sometimes it was here that the police would later find chopped-up bits of them in black bin bags. The north bank of the Clyde housed the city mortuary, and it seemed fitting that all the lost souls were floating in that direction, so as to be no trouble when their time blessedly came.
Beautiful. It's beautiful. What a beautiful book.
Thank you.
I have a belief that we continue to have relationships with our loved ones and with our past, even though they're gone, they're done. And I'm wondering, did writing this book, has it altered your relationship to your late mother, to your past self, to Glasgow?
That's a wonderful question. I think so. I think, first of all, the desire to sit down and write the book was because the boy I was and the man I am living in New York City felt like two different people, and I didn't want them to be. I want to be one whole person. And so bringing those two parts together was a way to reconcile my childhood with who I am as an adult. My own mother died when I was in school, like I said, so she's been gone for 30 years now. And it's true, I grieve for her all the time. I think there's something especially tragic when a person very young and when they're snatched away without. And so in a way, Shuggy Bain, I think, even though the characters are fictional, is a way of sort of saying goodbye to my mother. But also, it's a way sort of bringing myself home. Glasgow, as a young gay boy, Glasgow's a super cosmopolitan city. It is a hothouse for art and creativity. And I think even now I know it to be somewhere where sort of gay life flourishes. But in the 80s, poor living on a housing scheme, it was not a great place for me. So Glasgow, I've always loved Glasgow, but Glasgow had a tough time with me as a kid. It didn't let me fit in, and it didn't let me find my place there. I couldn't live in peace and or be myself. And so I think also writing this book is a way for me to find a way home, in a way, and sort of keep the city near me.
Yeah.
I hope.
So here you are, officially an overnight success, and a proper overnight success, because like every other overnight success, you've been working your socks off at this for over a decade. I heard that one version of this novel was like, it's a long book anyway, but I heard there was a single space version that went to many, many, many hundreds of pages. How did you wrestle the book into submission? How did you take control of it?
Well, thanks for acknowledging that I've had a lot of success this year, but it's been about 12 years of work. You know, before I wrestled the book into submission, I actually didn't want it to submit. I wrote the book and it became 900 pages, single space, just for the love of writing the book. You know, I didn't even know it would be published. I was a kid that always wanted to be a writer as a kid, but growing up where I grew up, it was just not seen as something boys like me do. You know, it seems very academic. There's something a little bit feminine about it. And so, you know, my brothers, my uncles, the men I grew up around, it just wasn't something that kids like me did. And so, in fact, I went into textile manufacturing, which then broadened into fashion, which then broadened to New York. Sort of writing the book for me was a secret pleasure. It was the best part of my week. It was the best part of my life. And I would go to work. Right before I went to work, I would go to work, and then I would come home at night. And all day long, I was talking to my characters, and I was thinking about them, and I was longing to be with them. And so, writing the book for me and allowing it to be 900 pages I loved it because that's all I wanted to do. And then spending 12 years with it, part of that was because I couldn't let it go. And so it was only it was reluctantly that I wrestled it into submission because, you know, I was just enjoying the writing of it.
Yeah. I'm curious, and in fact, one of our audience questions asked a similar question. I'm wondering how your art background and training feeds your writing, because I'm guessing that you have developed over the years a brilliant eye for pattern, for structure, for design. How do the two disciplines feed each other? Was it useful?
I mean, I wasn't consciously aware of it being useful until I talked to yourself and talked to other people. And so it wasn't like I sat there and thought about that. But I knew when I first started writing, I was sort of aping all my favorite authors, as all writers do, and none of it felt right to me. And so it took a moment for me to sort of like find that sort of where the work starts to come and it feels only like my work. And part of doing that was leaning into my visual skills, I think. And, you know, visual arts is all about communication also, but it's communicating in a different medium. And so it did set me up to sort of create these scenes and to think about things very thoroughly. You know, I'm very detail orientated, and I can see and I can sense and I can create things visually. And so translating that to the page was important. But then it also sort of supported what I wanted to do with the book, because I didn't want to, as the term goes, as Darren McGarvey uses, I didn't want to create a poverty safari where people could sort of skim and just sort of look at this thing. And so using my visual skills or my ability to create worlds, I wanted everyone to be in the room with Shuggy and Agnes or Eugene or Leanne and physically be there. And doing that, the best way to do that is to create the world for them and then to invite the reader in. Yeah.
You wrote a piece for the New Yorker, a short story called Found Wanting, which again, I think has a basis in the pre-internet world of trying to find like-minded people that one might go out with. And it talks about writing epic, long letters to prospective suitors, which the character does, but I think you did as well, if I understand your biography correctly. But what happens in these letters is one builds a character. And I'm just wondering, do you think that also fed into your desire to be a writer, and what you learned about how to create a character?
Well, that's the time anyone's asked me that. Thank you. I love that question. I think so. I think I've been writing those letters. You're right. When I came up as a gay man, it wasn't even that I was looking to date people. I was just looking for people like me. And how I did that was actually by answering personal ads in the back pages of a newspaper. So this is like 1991, 1992. They weren't CD, they weren't sexual, they were just pen pal ads. And so I spent an awful lot of my youth in this sort of correspondence. And of course, like considering dating apps now, where you make up your mind in like a second and you can see everything you want to see, these are incredibly innocent spaces to be. And you can lie, you can create, and you can embroider, and you can, you can sort of, you also have to seduce in a way, you have to sound interesting, and you have to invite the person to want to keep corresponding with you. And it was a wonderful, it wasn't at the time always wonderful, it's wonderful in hindsight because it's incredibly innocent, but that was why I wanted to write that story, because I have a lot of young gay friends now who, first of all, don't know the meaning of isolation, because we can see everyone on social media and you can see people like yourself anywhere in the world, but they also didn't really sort of understand that long protracted courtship, or the idea that you would write 20 letters to someone before you would buy a train ticket and go to their town and meet them, and so that for me was the reason for writing Fun Wanting.
Yeah, it's tremendous. Hang on, I'm just checking what it is I want to ask next. What I'll do is I'll go to a quick audience question while I recalibrate my own brain. Somebody would like to know, how did you chance on the name Shuggie Bain, because it has such a poetic ring to it?
Yeah, that's a great question. Actually, Shuggie was a name that always stuck with me as a kid. There was a kid on my housing scheme, the long story is, there was a kid on my housing scheme, and I heard the name Shuggie before I met the kid, and Shuggie was such a sweet word to me. It sounds like hug, it sounds like sugar. And then I met this kid who was about the ages of my big brother, and he was a small-time criminal. He was a very small man. He was about 5 foot tall, but he was incredibly hard. And those two sort of things together just seared the name Shuggie into my mind. And so I knew that Shuggie was always going to be called Shuggie. And then when I was thinking about Bain, or thinking about the family name, I was thinking about burden, I was thinking about hardship and sort of what to call them. And so Shuggie Bain just sort of came out of that. But funnily enough, I didn't know what Agnes was called until about 8 years into the book. And she had many names. She had many sort of every woman Catholic names. She was Kathleen, she was, Eileen, she was all of these different things. For a period, she was actually called Lady, and we were never going to know her real name, because I was thinking about how my grandmother would even say to my mother, "Who do you think you are, lady?" And like, you always heard that in Glasgow. Yeah. What are you up to, lady? Who do you think you are? And it was a way of sort of knocking people down that had grand ideas. So we were just going to know her as Lady. And actually, it was much, much later that sort of Agnes came to me, and it just felt right, obviously being the Lamb of God. And then I was inspired by the martyrdom of St. Agnes in Rome, and that features in the book.
Wow. Now, here's another one. I've reached that age. I have to zoom in.
Me too.
Did you feel different when you'd finished the book? Did writing the book change you?
The writing the book has changed me enormously. Writing the book was healing, and even when I wrote some very sort of traumatic things or very heartbreaking things, even to me, it was still healing. Like, ultimately, overall, it let me sort of cleanse and pull some feelings out and look at some things closely. And when publishing the book becomes a slightly more of a sort of traumatic event, because to share, especially for a West Coast of Scotland man, to share so many feelings and emotions and sort of a bit of yourself, it's just not something we're raised to do, I think. And also, it's just traumatic. It's traumatic for any debut novelist to suddenly put their book out into the world, especially when it's such a personal book. But the greatest thing, I think, that's been for me is the feeling that Shuggie and Agnes now don't belong to me. Although they're my creation, the best thing I ever feel is when someone sort of says they've taken them, almost. Taken is not quite the right word, but when a reader says the characters feel like they belong to them and they feel like a responsibility, and people say to me, what is Shuggie doing now? Or what is Agnes doing now? And how are they? And that for me is all I ever wanted to achieve.
Yeah. Or when somebody like me gets mad at one of the characters, that means they're really, it's like, why did they do, oh, I could slap them. And then you think, I am really totally invested in this novel.
Yeah.
But let me ask you, what's been, apart from the fact that you published it at all, what's been the most surprising aspect of the Shuggie experience for you so far?
I thought I had written an incredibly sort of specific, intimate book about time and place and people. And the most surprising thing is actually it's a universal story. And so I actually need to start talking about it a little bit more like that. The amount of people from California, from Detroit, you being American, so many people grow up in these circumstances and we never see ourselves reflected in fiction, or rarely see ourselves reflected in fiction. And like you said earlier, there's so much shame to having addiction and poverty at home that we tend to not want to share those stories, or the world tells us it's a dirty thing and don't mention it. And so the most surprising, the greatest thing has been learning how sort of many of us, there's more of us than we think there are, and how much of a sort of a universal story it is.
Yeah. I'm going to read this audience question. I don't know who it's from. As someone who was born in the 1950s, not that far from where you have set this book, I can remember many women like Agnes and their dysfunctional families. At that time, they were in filthy tenements with outside toilets, if any, and living in extreme poverty. But they were moved to these high-rise flats like Sight Hill for a better life. Where did it all go wrong?
Well, I don't know. That's you're absolutely correct. Exactly. That might be a question for Nicholas Sturgeon, maybe, rather than myself. But I don't know. I can only tell you a personal anecdote and say that absolutely my own family were a proud working class, honest family. Everyone worked, everyone went out for jobs. We didn't have much, but everybody brought a wage packet home, the men and the women. And we came out of Germiston before I was born, and we ended up in Sight Hill. And everyone was excited. The legend is it was before I was born, but everyone was excited to be in Sight Hill. It seemed futuristic. We had an indoor toilet, we had heating in the house, and then, of course, we now know that high-rise flats are a rough place for people to be, especially when there's also poverty or addiction starts to seep in, or crime. And by the time I'm born, Sight Hill was already on its way sort of down, and people were trying to move out. All families were trying to move out. You didn't have to be honest. And so I don't quite know what it went wrong. But the amazing thing about Glasgow is there's almost like there was a failing of like government policy to keep men in work, and then also well-intentioned but failing sort of like housing policies. And how those two things sort of collided have had huge sort of health effects, mental health effects, and also addiction effects on the city.
Was it, because I was born in New York, was it confusing? How long did it take you to adjust to the fact that in Manhattan, where you're living, high-rise buildings are quite often the most luxurious dwellings there are, rather than the marginal housing? How long did you have to adjust to that?
It's hard to sort of see, but the one thing that sort of keeps me sort of balanced, that I see more commonality maybe, is that actually I live in a tenement flat. I live in the East Village, and so I have neighbours across the way. We have 4 stories, and I live in like a very narrow East Village tenement. But at the end of the road is housing projects, Americans call them, which would be Sight Hill, which would be a housing scheme. And so I think I'm just I'm comfortable there, and so I actually see more similarities than sort of than the extreme wealth of the city. And
are you aware of the oft denied actual class differences in America? I mean, they're very blatant to me here as an American living in Britain. I'm wondering about the reverse dynamic.
Yeah, I think part of why I was drawn to America is because I felt like I couldn't ever escape the class system in the UK. I think no matter how hard I studied or I worked, I was always sort of perceived as this sort of poor kid from Glasgow. And so there was something, even in writing a book, the way critics in America have approached it is they see it as a book, whereas critics in the UK sort of can't help but sort of look at the book through the filter of class. And so even then, it's just these sort of different ways to do it. And so New York is just such an amazing place for people of all backgrounds to congregate and bring cultural work. And I like the freedom of nobody really knowing where I came from.
Yeah, it's very different from the rest of the United States.
Yeah.
Here's another audience question. Shuggie Bain is an absolutely super novel, I agree. But non-Glasgow, non-Scottish words like snuck and gotten feature briefly in the narrative. Were there difficulties writing an authentic 1980s Scottish novel in an era of international language? That's interesting because we have sort of melded, haven't we?
Totally. And I still find Broad Scots words, and especially Glaswegian words, are some of the lesser known words sort of internationally. Sometimes they sneak in, but they don't. Because I've wanted to write an authentic book with as much dignity as I could put into a hard situation, I had to be true to it. And so I wouldn't ever imagine wanting to write a book in Glasgow about working class Glasgow without using the beautiful language. And I find Glaswegians are really inventive and quite poetic with how they express themselves. Sometimes it's incredibly blunt. Sometimes it's really, you sort of step back and it paints this like really wonderful picture for you. What was really interesting is, I think as we are, like you say, as we're exploring all these other words in the world, is like, I like the curiosity of readers when they sort of want to know what gallus means, or glaike, or smur, or that kind of thing. And I think that's like awesome. But there was a couple of times through the editing process, where I would clean up a sentence to try and make it a wee bit more accessible. And my editor, an American editor, would say, don't do it, just don't do it. Because actually the strength of the book is the specificity of the book, I think, the authenticity of it. And so I was glad to have someone like that in my corner.
Yeah. Okay, let me ask you this. For many years, you wrote Shuggie for yourself, by yourself. Nobody knew you. You didn't even show it to your partner. It was your private thing. It's published. We all are madly in love with it. It's on lists for awards. I know you're working on your second novel. How different is the experience of writing, knowing now that people know you're writing, knowing that people can't wait to read the next thing? Do you feel differently about the process? Is it more nerve-wracking? What's going on with you now?
That's a good question. I was fortunate that in a way that my second novel I was almost complete with by the time Shuggie published. And so the second novel I think I hope you find has that sort of, I don't know how to explain it, but it feels like I was only, again, pleasing myself or doing it for myself. Pleasing myself, such a funny word. I was only doing it for my own sort of gratification. Mm-hmm. It is hard now, sort of like in writing, and so I just like to return to that place and not to rush the work. I'm still wrestling with it. I don't know. I have a very intelligent answer for you, Lee. But
I guess what I'm asking is, do you feel more pressure on you? Or not?
No, I don't, because the truth is all you can ever do as a writer is write the book. I was talking to my agent about this, control, whether it is looking for a product, whether it finds its way in the world. The writer doesn't have much control on how you can do it to write the thing. So the thing I'm trying to do just now is sort of like a retreat into that private space and focus just on the writing.
So is it finished, or are you still fine-tuning it?
I might get in trouble, but I think the second book will be with you shortly.
Brilliant.
That's the best.
Oh, well,
I don't think it'll be too long.
That's a great answer. That's a great answer. So this is normally, as we conclude, this is normally when I ask the audience to give you a rousing round of applause. So I like myself. I also want to remind everybody watching that you can purchase the book through the Wigtown Festival bookshop. Click of a button, nothing could be simpler. And it just really leaves me to say thank you so much, not only for being with us, but for your novel. It was a pleasure to read.
Thank you, Lee. Thank you for having me. I wish I could actually be in Wigtown with you, but thank you to you and to all the amazing readers that are taking Shuggie and Agnes to their hearts. It means the world to me. It really does.
Super.
Well, I hope that you enjoyed that as much as I did. just to say, you know, even though we don't know people, when you hear Douglas Stewart speak, you can just see what a wonderful man he is. You know, to be a real honor. Maybe if his next book comes out, maybe we'll try and get him for the next book. But it's a magnificent novel, and I just want to ask people, if you are planning to buy the novel Shaggy Bane, if you can maybe let me know, because as a way to support Wigtown, who so graciously allowed us to use their video, if we can try and get the novel through them to give them a bit of support. I'm sure their postage doesn't cost as much as ours. So to everyone, thank you, and I hope you enjoyed that first session. We will be back at 11:30 for Jackie Kelly, and there's a change on the program. Alka Pandey, who missed her session because of she got confused with the time on day 3, I think it was. She will be speaking on her book. So we'll see you all again in a few minutes.
Years ago in 1986, South Africa was in a state of emergency, and there was a very intense cultural struggle that was being waged. And we were part of that, and this is a song that we wrote for truly one of the greatest South Africans in history, Nelson Mandela, and we'd like to open the show tonight with a tribute to him. La betleli kuna hasimbonanga hasimbonanga Mandela la bekuna la betleli kuna. We cross the burning water. Thank you. God bless you. Thank you. You want to say anything? You want to say anything?
Well, it is music and dancing that makes me at peace with the world. and at peace with myself. But I don't see much movement at the back there, you know? I would like us to join. Let's just repeat. Let's just repeat it.
Okay.
Let's just repeat it. Let's all join.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Next up, we have Jackie Kelly, but I'm going to leave you now in the capable hands of Rochelle, who will chair the session for us. And Rochelle has kindly volunteered to help out with a few sessions going forward. So Rochelle, over to you. Rochelle, do you know how to unblock your camera and unmute your mic? Rochelle, I can see your mic is still muted. So you need to just click on the bottom left-hand side of your screen. You'll see there's a red line going through it. If you can just try unmuting. Okay, I think we have some problems. So I'm going to carry on. If Rochelle manages, she can take over hereafter. Okay, so let's go on with our next session, and that is Jackie Kelly. And Jackie, I see that you are on the list, so I would like to introduce you before you introduce your PowerPoint or your video. But Jackie Kelly has been on our program before. She is the lady who put that wonderful video together of the gardens of KwaZulu-Natal. And Jackie is a lady who has worked at universities, in libraries, I think it was, but nowadays a publisher, and a publisher of note who publishes the most exquisite coffee table books that you can find. And today she's going to be talking about her own book, Farmhouses of Old Natal. So Jackie, welcome to the 7th day of the Madibaland World Literary Festival, and we look forward to the next half an hour in your company.
Hello, Daryl.
Hi, Jackie. I take it you are going to say a few words before we go into the video.
I'll just say a few words and thank you for a wonderful festival. It's really the most marvelous conception that you've come across. You've come and done. Today I'm talking about farmhouses of Old Natal. Farmhouses and gardens are my passion. And when I lived in the Transvaal, Gauteng now, for many years, and when I came home, I was struck afresh by the plight and the beauty of these farmhouses. And so I decided to do a book on it. And to date, it has been our bestseller. And I'm just so excited to be able to share the video with you. I thought it was better so that you would see exactly without me fumbling with technology. I love doing it so much that I'm actually going to do one on houses of Old Maritzburg, because there's some wonderful old houses there too. So Daryl, thank you. And maybe we can just go on with the video.
Okay, Graham, if you can go with it.
Much has been written about the influx of about 5,000 immigrants to South Africa in the early to mid-19th century. Information has been researched, analysed and documented. The movement has been labelled colonial, settler intrusive, and generally now seen in a very negative light. It's not the intention of this presentation to provide an architectural treatise or a revisionist perspective on a way of life that is now past, but to understand that the recession in Great Britain was of such magnitude that it led people to leave their homes, some desperate, some with a sense of adventure, and the need for all to make a new beginning. This book concentrates mainly on the social aspects of starting life in a new country, how the immigrants often landed up in lonely, isolated places where the need to build a home in whatever way possible was a prime imperative. Although the main focus is on the houses they built, this inevitably involves recounting family sagas, for the two are connected. Many of their descendants still live in these homes, and it has become an urgent priority to record their stories whilst still possible. The other aim of this book was to bring the plight of these houses back into the public consciousness, despite the fact that they do not reflect the heritage of the entire population. Many of the houses are decaying, derelict, or even demolished. Some are lucky enough to be used for other purposes, while the really fortunate ones have been cherished, but they all form an important link to the past. A white circle was drawn around Pietermaritzburg as a pivotal point, and farmhouses were selected for inclusion throughout the Midlands and its perimeter. This was a difficult task, as any could have been included among the 38 that make up the corpus of this book. It was purely coincidental that the original owners of 3 of the properties featured came to South Africa on the ill-fated Minerva in 1850, so I thought it would be interesting to talk about these 3 families and the fate of their houses, as they had a common and challenging start to their South African life. And as one couple, John and Mary Anderson, were my great-great-grandparents. The stage was set as their ship with 287 passengers sank as they reached their destination, and many people were left destitute. The Minerva was a stately converted frigate made of teak and had formerly been in the service of the East India Company. The voyage to Natal had been more pleasant than most, despite raging winds as they rounded the Cape of Good Hope, only to lie becalmed for a day until a fair wind sprang up and they reached Durban on the 3rd of July 1850. Captain Moy was a good sailor, but inexperienced in the ways of the southern seas. He dropped 1 anchor, not the required 2. The wind freshened, as it so often does at the coast in the evening, and the Minerva was dashed onto the rocks. Fortunately, nobody died, but the boat eventually sank, and many valuables went down. The beach was littered with debris. A racehorse swam ashore, and my ancestor was very lucky, as his toolbox was washed up, later enabling him to carry out his work. An engineer by training, he'd possibly been made redundant and decided to emigrate. He desperately needed a wife, as his fiancée flatly refused to leave home, and as luck would have it, met his future wife through a chance introduction. Mary had an adventurous spirit and did not even have time to bid her widowed mother adieu, as they married and 3 weeks later set sail. Little did they know what was in store for them, which was probably a good thing, but Mary was a prudent lady and had sewn 100 gold sovereigns into the hem of her petticoat, something they desperately needed. A month after the wreck, they made the 120-kilometer journey to their allocated land on the banks of the Alovo River to burn near the present-day Richmond, where John built a house and a little yellow wood church, but the unsuitability of the land and the fact that he was not a farmer prompted him to go to Durban, where he could use his engineering skills. He built the machinery for the first windmill in Durban, and from being a millwright, progressed to making wagons and became quite prosperous, eventually moving his family to Pinetown. John and Mary's daughter, Elizabeth, but always known as Lizzie, was the first child to be born in Bern, and she became the connection to the Donnybrook area where the Andersons later largely congregated. Lizzie married Arthur William Mallandane in 1872, and he had a farm called Lilydale, named after the acres of arum lilies in the Vlei near the river. Their first house was an unpretentious cottage comprising 4 basic rooms. It still stands, some 148 years later. Fragments of wallpaper line the thick shale walls in what must have been the living room, and the royal oak corrugated iron roof is still intact, although somewhat patched. They farmed sheep for a living. Today, chickens and cows wander through the deserted cottage, and the wind blows through the windows, the glass long gone. Lilydale had a somewhat better fate. It was sold by the Mallandanes to Lizzie's brothers, Tom and Johnny, and in 1902 they built a large rambling farmhouse, also of burnt bricks, and the corrugated iron roof, sent from England and despite being rusted at sea, remains in place. Lilydale still belongs to the Anderson family. It passed from Johnny to his son Francis, then to his nephew Clive, and so to his son Harvey, and then to his nephew Struan Anderson. The big house had a new incarnation as a home to Alzheimer's sufferers, a tribute to Clive's wife, Belle, who suffered from the illness. Lizzie's brothers were wagon builders and transport riders, but as the railway neared Johannesburg, the need for wagons diminished. They decided to join their sister in the Donnybrook area. W.K., that was Willie Anderson, bought the farm next door to Lilydale for 15 shillings an acre and named it Maxwell. He built his house of baked bricks, and to buy the timber to fuel the fires to bake the bricks, had to ride about 70 miles on a round trip to Thornville Junction railhead, where he also bought furniture. Always a perfectionist, the house and outbuildings formed a perfect square in which to turn a span of oxen. He can be regarded as one of the first organic farmers. The soil on Maxwell was extremely poor, so he started a series of huge compost heaps, and soon the neighborhood followed suit. He became a household name in Natal and built up a huge farming empire. Alas, he had no heirs, and the farm was sold, first to the Collar family and then to the Crooks brothers. The farm was put to timber, and the house is now a travesty of its former self. The decorative woodwork is broken, the gutters have fallen off, and the staff who work there have blankets up as curtains to further contribute to an air of general dereliction. The area became Anderson country, with Tom's sons, Max and Alfred, farming Emerald Dale and Madibaland respectively. Emerald Dale is still farmed by Andersons, and Charles Anderson now runs it as a very successful timber concern. Their homes are the legacy of a pioneering family whose land once stretched as far as the eye could see and beyond. Also aboard the Minerva was the family MacLeod, first mentioned when their 2 small sons ran up from the beach after the wreck, clutching their christening mugs. The 4th son of George and Ellen MacLeod, She, who had made a name for herself by writing letters to her sister, which were later edited by Ruth Gordon and published as Dear Louisa, was Frederick, known as Fred. He eventually married a girl of Irish parentage, and so they called their new home Blarney Cottage. Fred was busy sawing timber for his house even before he married in 1878, but they only moved in by January 1880. Blarney Cottage is one of the few remaining Natal settler cottages, if not the only one. It is a proclaimed national monument, yet there's no plaque. The yellowwood floors show signs of the pit saws. The green bricks bear the date of building and also family names. The original mortar was mud, which has now weathered over 140 years. To enter the now empty cottage with its handle half chewed off by cattle requires willpower, great willpower. Tattered wallpaper is the only evidence of restoration in 1985 by Barclays Bank, the Natal Provincial Administration, and the National Monuments Council. This cottage belongs to the Provincial Museum Service by virtue of a gift by one of the descendants, Donald MacLeod. Yet its fate seems to hang between the various heritage agencies and perhaps the local municipality. One wonders what will become of it. In contrast, Hevertree has fared very well, although its original owners, despite travelling above deck, suffered the same fate as all the passengers of the Minerva, having to scramble ashore in their nightshirts. All that the Wraiths recovered from the wreck was a hogshead of beer with the family name on it. They appeared to be comfortably off, so what brought them to this colonial outpost? A spirit of adventure, perhaps? Family tradition is that having once been landed gentry, they were trying to reassert themselves. Like the other settlers, Robert and Sarah Rafe and their 6 children made their way to Bern, but had no intention of staying there, as they had come to South Africa with a business plan: to farm merino sheep. A search began for suitable land for merino rearing, and on coming down from Moy River, they found the right conditions in the Bushman's River Valley, close to the present-day Escourt. The earliest picture of Hevertree dates from about 1880. It shows a modest green brick pioneer house under a thatched roof. The thatched roof appears to account for there being no lean-to veranda to counteract the heat. The family settled on 5 farms, but in due course the Crown Commissioner arrived and claimed 2 shillings and 6pence per acre for what was termed Crown land. Luckily, at the same time, a rich aunt who lived in the Devon village of Hevertree died, leaving a large legacy to Robert Rafe, who could then settle his debts and called one of the farms Hevertree after the village. It is the only farm which is still in the Rafe family possession.
Have the Rafe connected to my farm?
It was Sarah Roberts' grandson, Douglas, who became the legendary judge president of the Transvaal. He married the 19-year-old Monica Maritz, daughter of Gert Maritz, and she brought a sense of beauty and domestic refinement to Hevertree. She was chatelaine of the property for over 70 years, until her death at 92.
Lovely word, that, chatelaine.
It was at a family gathering in May 1972, when celebrations were afoot to celebrate Douglas Rafe's birthday, that a fire broke out in the loft. It was an electric fault that caused the thatch to catch fire. It was tinder dry, as for decades had served as insulation to the corrugated iron laid above it. The result was a conflagration of such intensity that the plaster peeled off the walls, revealing the green mud bricks beneath. By common consent, the family decided to restore their heritage home. A concrete collar was constructed above the old walls to hold them together, while yellow wood, rather than the original deal wood, was sourced from nearby demolished houses. The Hevertree dwelling before the fire was a typical Natal farmhouse with its wraparound verandas. which had no less than 13 doors opening onto them. In the restoration, the bedroom wing acquired an internal passage, and only the front lean-to veranda was rebuilt. When Monica died, her son Gary and his wife, Marie France, had the house redone, with Nick Grice as the architect. Hevertree now boasts covered verandas on all four sides of the house, reflecting that enduring feature of Natal farmhouses. Two of my all-time favourites, amongst many, simply have to feature in this presentation. One is Cotswold and the other is Tweedy Hall. Cotswold, lyrically beautiful with its roots deep in the history of Natal, lies forever dreaming, facing it as it does the foothills of the Drak. 1850. He too had a traumatic start to his Natal life, as the seas were so rough they could not cross the bar, and their luggage was transferred to other ships, but much of it was lost. Like many other Burn settlers, Duncan rejected his allocated plot, and in order to make a living, he rose from roadmaker to the superintendent of roads. He saved 300 sovereigns and bought the farm Leerbosch from the Voortrekker leader Gert Maritz. An astute man, he retired at 40, having accumulated vast tracts of land, including Cotswold, on which he ran his cattle herds and horses. Cotswold was originally a Voortrekker stopping point when they moved their cattle to the Sweetveld. Duncan and Margaret's third son was also named Duncan, and his name became synonymous with matters military, ending up as Brigadier Sir Duncan Mackenzie. He had married Catherine Agnes MacArthur, and their early life together was somewhat peripatetic, but eventually he bought Cotswold from his father at a very reasonable price. The house took 5 years to build. The date, 1889, was carved for posterity on the gateposts. Much of the ironstone used in the construction was brought from Leerbush. There are wide, quarry-tiled verandas to the north, south, and east. The veranda overlooking the garden has parallel timber posts, brackets, and cross brackets which attractively counterbalance the two pointed gables and chimneys. The wide hall runs from back to the front veranda in typical Natal style of the period. It is in turn bisected by a passage connecting the living areas to the bedroom. The high ceilings, doors, and sash windows are all made of Oregon pine. This enormous house was well suited to Duncan Mackenzie and his wife, as they had 7 children. The farm remained in the family until 1973, when it was sold to Chris and Penny Worrell. The barn and stables were built of sandstone, with arched entrances wide enough for a loaded wagon to pass through. A vicious tornado swept through the valley in 2014, which completely dislodged the 3 high-pitched corrugated iron rooftops. But the old barn stood firm. Since being repaired, it served as a reception venue for marriage celebrations of the present incumbent, Matthew Worrell, who wed Nicola Colvin in 2016. The family line continues, as they have since had a child. Another house that has been cherished over the years is Tweedy Hall. Situated in the Petrovstrom area near the Dargle Valley, it has remained the property of the Morton and then Marshall families until very recently. It has always been a family home. The Mortons married in 1868. Eliza and James married at Eliza's family home, Tweedy Hall, where her father was the laird. Immediately after the ceremony, the couple left Scotland for London to join the movement to the colonies on the Prince Alfred. They travelled first class and had to furnish their own cabin for the 2.5-month voyage. They too had drama at sea, and the ship nearly overturned during a ferocious storm. On reaching Port Natal, Durban, they travelled to Pietermaritzburg as the train went no further, and during their 6-week sojourn there, they rode around the surrounding area to find their ideal property. This they found. "It reminds me of Scotland," said Eliza. Bounded in the south and the west by the Umgeni River, now in the Midmark Dam area, they bought the land and they lived in their little cottage until moving up the hill to a stone house, which served them well until their permanent home was built 23 years later. In the interim, James played a busy role in the life of the colony. He eventually owned 12,000 acres and put up the first fencing in 1875, much to the ire of his neighbours. He was an entrepreneur by nature and imported the first mowing machine into Natal before taking on an agency from London, selling these machines and agricultural equipment to local farmers. Another first was the building of the first silo in Natal. Such was its importance that the governor, Sir Charles Mitchell, arrived by train for the opening. James built up his livestock herd and eventually became chairman of the Natal Land Board. James was now ready to build his final home, appointing William Street Wilson as architect. He was one of the busiest architects in Natal and was responsible for the Pietermaritzburg City Hall. Tweedy Hall took 5 years to build, using 230,000 bricks and yellow wood locally sourced from the Carkloof area for the doors, windows and ceilings. All the windows are sash-styled. A veranda wraps around 3 sides of the house, whilst the upper veranda, supported by timber posts, brackets and freezers, all painted white, contrasts beautifully with the red brickwork. A pedimented portico leads to the handsome front door, which, in English style, is complemented by yet another door as protection against the weather. The house faces south, English style, as was the fashion. There was no knowledge of the differences in climate at that time. The house was furnished in 1891 too, with furniture custom made by John Finch & Co. of London. The family moved into their new home with their 4 children in 1892, complete with its circular drive to allow for horse-drawn carriages and wagons. An extraordinary sequence of events meant that the house was owned and run by spinster members of the family for 2 generations, covering some 75 years. Consequently, the house remained almost unchanged until it was left to the eldest of the 4th generation family, David Marshall and his wife Mary. The Marshalls devoted much time and money to ensure the maintenance of the house and garden. Originally painted in dark, somber colors, the interior was reworked in lighter colors that all add to its spacious feeling. On a practical level, they added 2 bathrooms using the Swedish system of hot pumps to avoid changes to the exterior. Times changed. The Marshalls leased Tweedy Hall to a consortium, mainly of ladies who brought new life to the old house as they ran it as a wedding and function venue. Alas, COVID-19 put paid to this. But it has now changed hands again, this time to a family, which means new life for this old house. Where Forest Cliff once stood evokes a curious sense of loss. There were families that lived and loved here. Children played in the garden, their laughter and tears forgotten. Where the chickens and the cows, the dogs and the cats, They had a pet monkey too. All have disappeared into the mists of time, with old photographs the only legacy, and a garden laden with memories, now the home of bush pigs and the occasional leopard. Wonderful old houses like those I have mentioned dot the landscape. One flashes by in a car or spots one on a hill, and then they're gone from sight and probably from mind, but they reflect a part of Natal's history. The loss of each building, whether humble or grand, reflects on us all. How many of these examples of Natal's unique architecture will survive?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jackie, for putting that together. If I may ask if there's any questions, I'm just looking on the chat to see if there's any questions for you. Jackie, if you can unmute, I just wanted to find out from you. You say that this book is now your best-selling book. Can you give listeners an idea of the other books that you have done?
Hello. Most
We can hear you.
And can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes.
Okay, the other most recent book was on Dick King. I seem to be in a colonial phase at the moment. And he, on my maternal side, was my great-great-grandfather, and a figure who's always fascinated me. And what I tried to do was, in that book, was to put it in context of Durban at the time, because of course there was the Battle of Congela, and I managed to get a first-hand account of the battle from the great-great-granddaughter of Karl Behrens, who actually witnessed the battle. He was neutral. He came from Germany, and that book was very interesting to do, and I learned quite a lot about my great-great-grandfather. In fact, it really meant putting everything that was known about him into one book, because he was very modest. He never told anybody about the ride and the details of the ride, and not even his own son. All he said to his son was it was a tough job. So that ride was summarized in 3 or so words. What other books we've done a book on Alex Laguma. I was in touch with his widow, Blanche, and she gave permission for 3 of his short stories to be reproduced by Ottilie Press, because for many years nobody even knew about Alex Laguma, because he was banned, his books weren't here, and although they were bestsellers elsewhere in the world, we didn't even know about Alex Laguma. So that was a great privilege to be able to publish Alex Laguma. We did a book on Sani Pass, and also in keeping with the mountain theme, we published The Spirit of the Drakensberg. Beautifully photographed book, very special book for all those who love the Drakensberg. Unfortunately, it's now out of print. I'm just looking to see the rose theme. My other passion, old roses, was covered in a book that I did on old roses, survival and revival in South Africa. And that was also a lovely book to do.
Yeah, that was a beautiful book, absolutely beautiful book. Yes. I remember it well.
Yeah, okay. We've done, yes. Another little one that was great fun was the book done actually by my cousin, also in Anderson, on the turkey, the donkey and me. It's actually the most hilarious account of a child growing up in the then Rhodesia. And it's not actually a children's book, it's a child looking at adult life, and it's very amusing. So we try and balance the coffee table with a few novels as well.
Okay, there's a question from Rochelle here, and Rochelle wants to know, she says, your keen enthusiasm for these heritage buildings shines through. In your opinion, what can be done to educate the public about preserving this architectural heritage?
That's a very difficult question to answer, because the public is so diverse, and for lots of people, they're symbols of the past and they don't really care about them. That was one of the reasons I did this book, to try and bring their plight back into people's consciousness. And I think that there perhaps should be more articles and works on these old houses. And their saving grace is that many of them have been turned into commercial buildings and for commercial use. And the people have, the owners have looked after them beautifully. And that comes across very vividly in the new book that I'm going to do on Maritzburg.
Okay, okay. Jackie, thank you so much.
Pleasure, Daryl.
And one day I'm going to take you up on your offer and combine all three of my church books into one book.
I'm
Yes, we
waiting.
will do
It'll be
that.
very cool.
Yeah.
And we still have to do our other book on South African authors' homes.
Yes, yes.
That will be very special.
Yeah, yeah.
So I'm waiting for you. I'm at
Okay.
the ready.
Okay. No, thank you so much, Jackie.
Thank
Graham,
you for inviting me.
okay, Graham, I don't know. Okay, you've done it. Okay. People, we're just waiting for our next speaker to arrive. So just give us a bit of time. She's having problems connecting. So just sit back and relax, and we'll be with her shortly. As soon as her name flashes on the screen, we shall start. Okay, Alka, I see that you are here. Okay, so it's good to have you here with us, and maybe if you could unmute your mic and unblock your screen, and okay. Alka, I hope you're not using an Apple computer, because we've been having lots of problems with Apple computers. But let's hope that we can see everything on your screen. If you go to the bottom of your screen, does it not say anything to unblock the mic and to unblock the camera? Let me just look if I can see you.
Yeah, is that fine?
That is fine. Okay, okay, we can see you.
1 second, I'll have to go back. Just give me a moment.
Okay, while you are finding your way, maybe I'm going to ask Rochelle, if you are here, if you can please introduce. Sorry, before that, Alka, Graham, our IT guy, says you must first unshare.
Just give me 5 minutes.
Okay, Rochelle, if you can please introduce Alka, and then we'll take it from there.
Thank you, Daryl.
Okay, Rochelle, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm pleased to introduce Dr. Alka Pandey, who is an award-winning art historian, having taught at Punjab University, curated several exhibitions, and even set up museums in India, and has spent almost 30 years in the art world. So she's truly passionate about her subject. She's written and edited numerous books on Indian arts, aesthetics, culture, and photography. And today she's going to talk to us about Masterpieces of Indian Art, which was published by Rowley Press in 2014. Alka?
Yes, can you hear me? Can you see me now?
Yeah. We can hear you, and I'm sure we'll be able to see you just now. You were online.
Let me
but we can
start my video. Now just see
yeah.
that. Is that better?
Yes, we can see you now. Okay.
Okay.
Welcome,
Good.
Alka.
And thank you for having me here on your panel, Daryl. It's a wonderful festival that you've done, and I'm sorry about the mix-up last time. I'm just wondering, I'll just show my book, Masterpieces of Indian Art. This is the book, which was done by Rowley. And I did send a PPT. I wonder if you have it and we could see it. Is it possible? I've sent the PPT. Is it possible to see the PPT?
Okay, let me just find it, but you start talking and I'll find it, and then I'll share it.
Wonderful. So what do you want me to, where do I begin? I mean, that's what I want to say. There are so many things about India which I can talk about. So I'll just stick to Masterpieces of Indian Art. Now, just to say that I was trained as an art historian, and about 15 years ago, Rowley commissioned me to do a book called Masterpieces of Indian Art. Now that became really, really quite difficult because, you know, India is full of masterpieces. And what masterpieces should I talk about? So what I thought was that I would kind of look at art which was acceptable and easily engaging with everybody. And I looked at painting, I looked at sculpture, I looked at textiles, and I looked at jewelry. Because in India, jewelry is also something which is part of Shringar. And when I talk of Shringar, I talk of embellishment. And for many of us who live across the world, can in fact think that India can be very OTT, completely over the top, because we just love to decorate ourselves. We love to decorate our environment. And what you see is that there is a reverence for beauty everywhere. And Masterpieces of Indian Art actually celebrates the timeless beauty of the wonder that was India, that is India, and that will be perennially India. And you know, from the way I'm speaking, I'm sure you think I'm a born-again Indian. Perhaps I am, because when we were growing up in a very early post-independent India, everything about the West was so seductive. But when globalization happened and we all traveled a lot, I in particular realized that the beauty of my country, somewhere I took it for granted. And I came back to relook at classical art. And today, after having done a long journey moving from classical arts to modern to contemporary, and as you know, I did my postdoctoral work in Goldsmiths College, University of London at the turn of the millennium, I realized that for me as an Indian, the best way to understand myself would be to look back into my culture. And for the last 20 years, I have been going on this journey of Indian arts and aesthetics, and I'm terribly enriched by it. So for the Masterpieces of Indian Art, I just want to give a little way of how do we look, thank you, Daryl, that's wonderful. How do we look at the masterpieces of Indian art? Because India is about celebrating beauty. India is about joyousness. When we look at a work of art, what are we trying to, what is our ultimate aim? That is Ananda, or Paramananda or ultimate bliss. So we look at sublime bliss when we look at a piece of art. So I'm going to really take about 5 to 7 minutes just showing you my little pick of what for me, in a very subjective manner, are the masterpieces of Indian art. So I'll begin with the dancing girl, which you see here in the first image. Daryl, will you just run the PPT for me? This is the first image, is the dancing girl on the left-hand side. You see this. This is from the Indus Valley civilization. And what you see in this, yeah, on top, yeah. What you see with this little figurine, which is not even about, it's about 2.5 inches, perfectly modeled body, but very, very, it's not like what you will see in the classical period, the ideal beauty of India with, voluptuous breasts, a knit-in waist and childbearing hips. Here you see a woman who's completely unclothed. She has a very elaborate hairdo and she's wearing jewelry right up to her forearms, but she's completely naked. And here we can come into this whole idea of the naked and the nude, which was said by Kenneth Clark. But what you see in India, nudity was never a problem in pre-modern India. And you see this figurine, which with her hand on her waist and her pelvic almost provocatively thrust out. I call her the first Indian ramp model. And what you see is an object which is so beautifully sculpted. Next, the next image. Yeah, now the next image is a beautiful image. This is from the Shunga period, the 1st century before the Common Era. And this is from Bharut. And because India is extremely plural, and in pre-modern India, there were 3 religions which were very, very popular. One, of course, was Hinduism, the other was Buddhism, and the third was Jainism. Here you see a beautiful kind of images from the Bharut pillars. This is a very, very beautiful period of Indian history. And in this is where you see the first narrative panels and the representation of Buddhist thought in these panels. So what you see is really what the sculptor saw around him at that period. And you see the elaborate hairdos, you see the animals which are depicted, you see the clothing of the period, and you see, if we could just, let me see if I can roll it down. No, I don't think I can. Yeah, if we could just roll it and go to the 3rd slide. Yeah, we could just take it up. Yeah. Yeah. Now, this, of course, the third image I'm showing you is from the Common Era, 2nd century of the Common Era. And what you see is the fasting Buddha. Daryl, if you could just take it up, the fasting Buddha, the 3rd image. And the fasting Buddha is a brilliant, we go down. This is Bharut, yeah, this is the fasting Buddha. This is from Gandhar. And this is today some of the best works we shared with Lahore, with Pakistan, and this is in the Lahore Museum. But what you see here is a realistic, beautiful image of Buddha, where you see him in an emaciated form, which is capturing the rigorous 7-year penance which Buddha did before he attained enlightenment after eating a bowl of kheer. So this is what you see in the image of Buddha. And this is a lovely image, which is in, as I said, at the Lahore Museum. Now, next image is that from Ajanta. This is, again, a beautiful period of Indian pre-modern India. This is around the 5th century of the Common Era. These are these wonderful caves which are in the western district of India, in the state of Maharashtra and Aurangabad. And here you see beautiful images which have been painted actually. And the whole thematics here is again about Buddhist iconography, life and times of the Buddha. And this panel shows the adoration of the Buddha by the celestial beings. Next is a beautiful image. This is which epitomizes the beauty of an Indian woman. This is a Didar Ganjakshi. This is in the Bihar Museum right now, the newly done Bihar Museum in Patna. And this Yakshi is a voluptuous Yakshi. It was found, in fact, by some washer people who were actually washing clothes, and this came out of the river. And this actually shows the kind of body which was associated with the woman. You have large pendulous breast, this nipped in waist, the three kind of folds in her lower stomach. And again, here you see the woman is completely unconscious of the state of no clothing. So this is what the beauty of femininity in India meant. Next slide. Yeah. In the beginning, I have a lot of Buddhist images, but we'll go into a more different kind of appearance. But this is again from Gandhara, beautiful image from Sarnath, which is which represents the high point of Gupta classicism. What you see here are the ideals of Indian beauty, the almond-shaped eyes, which are half closed, which give you a sense of Shantarasa. There is a beautiful delicacy that you see in which the sculpting has been done. Next image. This is, yeah. Now this is, now we go into more of Hinduism, which becomes more and more apparent. This is a Harihar image. Now, who is Harihara? It is a composite image of Vishnu and Shiva. Now, these are beautiful sandstone images at the high point of Indian classicism. You see this image comes from central India, and what you see in India is it's actually like a continent. As you keep moving through different states, the morphology of features changes, and even the way the sculpting is done or the body is represented, it changes according to the people who inhabit that place. Next image is a beautiful image from Tamil Nadu. This is Somaskanda. Somaskanda is normally shown Shiva sitting with his wife Parvati and their son Skandha, who is also known as Murugan in South India or Kartike in North India. This is the Somaskand image is one of the manifestations of Shiva. It is a unique concept which shows Shiva as a supreme god and as a father by the side of his family, Parvati, the great gracious mother full of tenderness, and Skanda, their son. But this is, in this picture, Skanda is missing, but the bronze seat in the middle of the two figures shows that that was where Skanda was seated. That is why this image is known as the Somaskanda. Next image, yeah. Now this is another beautiful image of the great god Vishnu, one of the greatest, one of the three gods, the holy trinity, Vishnu, Mahesh, and Brahma. So here is a seated Vishnu. This comes from the 10th century of the Common Era from Tamil Nadu. This is also, which was famous at this point for their bronzes. And this was done during the Chola period. So they are known as the Chola bronzes. Next, I will start now with painting, some of the masterpieces of Indian painting. Now, this is from the Padshah Nama. I'm sorry, the caption is being repeated, so do apologies for that. which says bronze, but the main caption is fine. This is from the Pachahnama of the Lodi period, and what this shows is the coming in of a Central Asian style of painting in India. Next image is that of Varuni. Sorry. Next image is that of Varuni. If we could just have it up. Darrell, if we could just have it up, please. Yeah. This is the image of a Devi. No, the one below. Sorry, the one below. Okay, we leave that. Yeah, this is it. Now, female counterparts of all the gods is an important part of Hinduism. Every god has a consort. Now, the god of the ocean, like Poseidon in Greek mythology, we have the god of the oceans who's known as Varuna. And here, this is his wife, Varuni, who is shown riding on a makara, which is a crocodile. So what is very important within Indian sculpture is the icons that you see, and that is how you recognize them and give them their context. Can we have the next, please? Next image. Now, this is a beautiful image. Beautiful image from Khajuraho. One of the most beautiful, the female form is beautifully celebrated in India. This image is based on the imagery from Khajuraho. It's not really from Khajuraho, it's from actually Rajasthan. And what you see, look at the curvature of the body. Look at the way the girl is lifting her leg, the S-curve of the body. So these are, next image, I'll just show you how the gods and goddesses. Can we have the next image, Darren? Yeah. Now, this is the goddess Saraswati, one of the few goddesses who's shown, who's actually white, because many Parvati is dark, Radha is, of course, white. But normally, a lot of our goddesses also are not fair in color. So this is a beautiful Saraswati, which is from the 12th century of the Common Era, from Rajasthan. Why I'm showing you these images are for you to see how the feminine or the female form was celebrated in India. Next, we see the most common image of Shiva as Nataraj. As Shiva as Nataraj, this is a very, very popular image, and this actually shows Shiva doing the cosmic dance and standing and actually killing the dwarf of ignorance, Aparama, which is shown on whom he's dancing. Next, this is the Parvati, Shiva's consort Parvati, a beautiful Chola bronze again, which is from the 13th and 14th century of the Common Era. This is today in the Victoria and Albert Museum. And what just shows is the beauty and grace and how she balances her weight beautifully on one leg in that kind of a contrapposto, and the jewelry and the drapes which accentuate her limbs. Next. The painting from the Akbarnama. Now, every Mughal ruler in India got his lives and times painted, and this is from the life and times of Akbar, where it shows how one of his great generals, Adam Khan, is falling down. Next, I'm coming to textiles now. This is a beautiful prayer mat, a kalamkari prayer mat. Kalamkari is a kind of, kalam means a pen, and you kind of paint with a pen. This art is from Andhra Pradesh. So what you see here is a very, very kind of stylized style of painting with a pen on fabric, and here it shows you a prayer mat, which is really quite stunning. Next image. Yeah. Now this is actually from the a beautiful style from South India, which is known as a Dakkani style, because the Deccan Plateau, this whole area, there was a lot of painting which was being done there, very different to the Kangra and Mughal paintings or Rajasthani paintings which were done in North India. In some ways, there is quite a divide in India geographically between the North and South in the aesthetics and the visual representations, but the Ramayana is one of the most beloved epics of India. And after Tulsidas wrote the Ramcharitmanas, it became almost all Hindu homes had a copy of the Ramayana at home, and the Ramayana was one of the most illustrated texts in India. Next, please. Now, pitchwise, for example, these are sacred cloths which are put behind deities. This was particularly so in the worship of Krishna, which is one of the manifestations of Vishnu. So lotuses, colorful cloths, beautiful cloths were always put as canopies behind the image. And this was really the sacred fabric. Next. Yeah, now this is a beautiful image from Rajasthan, the Ragamala. The Ragamala in India, classical music is also part of the sacred tradition because music was one of the offerings made to the gods. And here, a lot of artists, particularly in Rajasthan and in the hills of North India, which was known as the Kangra Kalam, one of the popular themes was painting the Ragamala series. So they would paint the different rags. Here is the rag Asavari, which shows the depiction of the time and mood of the Ragini. So what you see here is the deep indigo sky, the expression of the snake charmer, and the maiden swaying to the beat with a dancing snake is kind of shown by the artist. So these are very, very interesting manifestations of the rags as done by the artist's own personal representations. Next. This is again another depiction of the Ragini, Asavari. You'll just see how differently the different artists evoke that. Next. This is a beautiful representation of the Gita Govind. The Gita Govind was a poem written by Jaydev. Apparently, he wrote only one poem in his life on the story of the love of Radha for Krishna, 12th century. He was an Uriya poet. And the Gita Govind became, again, one of the most popular themes taken up by artists. This was done by a very, very well-known artist of the Pahadi hills, and the name of the state was Guler. So what you see here is a representation of Radha who's going to meet Krishna. Next. This is, of course, from the Bhagavad Gita. This is from Kashmir. It is presently in the Museum of Berlin. And what you see here is Ganesh, who is the god to whom everybody prays to remove obstacles. He's the remover of obstacles. That's why he's known as Vighna Vinaya. Next, I think I'm taking too much time. I'll quickly go through the next one. This is again from the Bhagavad Puran. This is the Chir Haran. Krishna with his gopis. Krishna was a god who was known to have lots of amorous dalliances with the gopis. It was like a metaphor for the union of the Atma for Paramatma, which was part of the Advaita philosophy. The Bhagavad Puran really tells you the story of Narayan and Vishnu. And here you see this famous episode where the gopis are bathing and Krishna takes away their clothes and they come running to him with absolutely no clothes and begging him to give their clothes back. Next. These are some beautiful kinds of jewelry. Rajasthan is known for it. Meenakari, which came in with the Central Asians, and you see the kind of haslis. This is necklaces. Next. This is a kalgi and a sarpej, because all the rulers wore some kind of a headgear, and this was a symbol of royalty. And in that headgear, they always placed some kind, it was like a plume, and it was a jeweled brooch with lots of studded gems, and you can see the kind of beautiful craftsmanship in this sarpej. It's called a sarpej. Next. Yeah. Now, this is a beautiful painting from Rajasthan, and Indian philosophy is always based over the battle of good over evil, and here Vishnu, the great preserver, kills two demons, Kaitaba, and in a section of the Devi Mahamartya, which is a 5th century text on the fight of Devi against the Asuras. So here the artist shows Vishnu killing the two demons. And with this last image, I end the presentation. This is again a head and hair ornament, but for women, but also the men wore it, because many times in pre-modern India, clothing and jewelry could be quite androgynous. They wore scarves, they wore jewels, which both men and women could wear. So the upper clothing was quite androgynous. So these are some of the masterpieces which I handpicked to show you. I hope you've enjoyed the presentation. I think I'm taking too much time, and with this, I'd like to end my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alka. That really was fascinating. Some of that artwork is so exquisite. Sharing it. We just have one question from attendee. We wanted to know, can the rich art traditions of India unite the religions of India? And could I add to that, also, could it unite the Indian diaspora across the world? Because you have received awards from Australia and France as well. So could it do that? Could it unite the religions and the Indian diaspora?
You know, I lost you in the beginning. What exactly is the question? I heard you very clearly at the end, but in the beginning I missed. What did you want to ask me, Rochelle?
Can art traditions of India, the religions and the Indian diaspora?
You want to know about the religions of India?
Can I just say it? Can you hear me, Alka?
Yes, I can hear you better.
It's how can the rich art traditions of India unite the different religions in India?
So, you know, I'll give you a small example. In the court of Akbar, he was very, he was a Muslim ruler, but in his karkhanas or in his ateliers, there were some of the best representations of the Mahabharata and the Ramayana which were done. In fact, with many enlightened rulers in India, and that's where the patronage came from, the arts, it was beyond religion. It was about beauty. It was about the artistic practice. And I think it is only now, in very modern times, with all this upsurgence of religion coming in, the right wings coming in, not just in India, but anywhere in the world. I think India, right up till late medieval times, it was all about ideas, respect for other religions as well. And it was within the arts, it was more about the practice of art rather than about religion. So you will see that some of the greatest custodians of music in India are Muslims. Some of the best craftspeople are Muslims. Some of the best artists are that. So religion, I think, is really not part and parcel in the art making.
Thank you very much, Alka. We appreciate your perspective and contribution to it as well.
And thank you, Darren, for running the presentation for me. Thank you very much.
And Alka, thank you so much. thank you for coming back, and because we really looked forward to your talk, and it was every bit as good as we had hoped it would be. So thank you so much. Okay. Okay, thank you, everyone. We go into our session for a small break, and then we come back at 1 o'clock, everyone. So thank you so much, Alka. Have a nice day.
Years ago in 1986, South Africa was in a state of emergency, and there was a very intense cultural struggle that was being waged. And we were part of that, and this is a song that we wrote for truly one of the greatest South Africans in history, Nelson Mandela, and we'd like to open the show tonight with a tribute to him.
La peteli kuna Hasimbonanga Hasimbonangu Mandela La pekuna La peteli kuna the burning water.
Thank you. God bless you. Thank you.
You want to say anything? You want to say anything?
Well, it is music and dancing that makes me at peace with the world. and at peace with myself. but I don't see much movement at the back there, you know. I would like us to join. Let's just repeat. Let's just repeat it.
Okay.
Let's just repeat it. Let's all join.
Asimbonanga, asimbonanga uMandela, lapho lapho asimbonanga, asimbonanga uMandela, lapho
Goedemiddag allemaal. Goedemiddag Marita, goedemiddag Edna en goedemiddag Jonathan. Welkom aan ons volgende sessie. En ik neem aan dus Afrikaanse sessie. Ik weet niet of jullie tweetalig gaan praten, Jonathan. Maar
Afrikaans en Engels nou.
Oké. Dus in jouw handen. En baie dankie Marita, baie dankie Irna vir julle deelname en ons sien uit na die volgende uur saam in julle geselskap. Jonathan, oor na jou.
Dankie Daryl. Marita en Irna, kan julle my hoor?
Ja. Ja, ek kan jou nou hoor. Sorry, ek kon nie vir Daryl hoor nie. Ek was iets verkeerd met my komputer, maar is nou uitgesorteer.
En kan julle my hoor? Ek kan julle hoor.
Is julle reg? Ons kan jou hoor. Dankie Marita.
En kan jy my hoor?
Okay.
Ja.
Yes, ons weet jou. Okay, kom ons Let's start in English. And I read yesterday that the two of you have known each other for about 40 years. Is that true?
More than 40 years.
More than 40 years. Who wants to go first in saying something about that relationship and that friendship before we get into some questions?
Sal ek okay. Ek het vir Erna ontmoet toe ek dink 18 was aan die einde van my eerste jaar op universiteit en sy 19. Ons het baie stout dinge saam gedoen waaroor ons nou nie vandag sal gesels nie. En sy was op my 21ste verjaardag partytjie in 'n skuur op Stellenbosch gewees en sy was by my 60ste verjaardag partytjie in Frankryk gewees. So dit is 'n vriendskap. Sy het 'n toespraak gehou. So dis 'n lang en vriendskap wat baie dinge weerstaan het.
En Erna, van jou kant af?
Ons sal 'n ander dag vir jou vertel wat ons alles aangevang het, Janne, maar wil jy ons by die gesprek in Engels doen of in Afrikaans?
Weet jy, dit maak glad nie vir my saak nie waarmee jy gemaklik is.
Okay. Wel, ek was net terwyl van die gehoor, maar ek dink ons kan Afrikaans doen, is lekker. Ja.
Ja, ons albei Afrikaans.
Ja, ek en Marita kom 'n lang pad saam en dis wonderlik om iemand so wat mens so lank al ken, nog steeds nou kontak mee te hê.
Dis vir my wonderlik toe ek nou voorberei vir die gesprek om te sien, Marita het natuurlik soveel boeke, maar dat jy ook nou 'n oeuvre het waarvan 'n mens kan praat. Jy is nie meer 'n nuwelingsskrywer nie. En jy het jy daarom nou drie boeke agter jou naam en al drie wat natuurlik vertaal is. Ons sal sommer met jou wegspring, Erna. Gou vinnig, vir diegene wat nie noodwendig jou boeke al gelees het nie, maar wat dalk wel nou belangstel. Al drie van jou boeke wentel baie sterk om die hoofkarakter van Storm van der Merwe, baie interessante figuur. Sy kom van 'n baie interessante agtergrond. Daar's baie verskillende konflikte in haar wêreld en die boeke speel grootendeels in 'n baie interessante deel van die land af. Wil jy 'n bietjie vir ons vertel van jou agtergrond en hoe jy die karakter van Storm geskep het en daai intrige staan?
Ja, Storm van der Merwe is van gemengde afkoms. So sy is pas goed in Suid-Afrika soos ons dit ken, met al die konflikte wat daarmee gepaard gaan. In die eerste boek was een van haar groot issues geweest dat sy nie geweet het wie haar pa is nie, haar ma wat wit is, het dit vir haar wou nie vir haar vertel nie, om verskillende redes. Die eerste boek se naam is Moordvis en dit speel af in die kus naby Hermanus. Daarna het Gifbeker gevolg wat spesifiek meer gaan oor sampioene en 'n moordenaar wat sampioene gebruik om die moorde te pleeg. Dit speel af, jy weet, in Hermanus en so ook grootendeels Bloedsteen, wat daarom ook, ek het ook 'n bietjie gaan reis, soos wat Marita gaan reis het in Grensgeval, om die storie op verskillende wêrelddele te laat afspeel.
En drie baie lekker boeke en ek sal jou nou solank die pleintjie gee en ek het dit ook al vir jou gesê dat jou derde boek Bloedsteen, die nuwe een, ook vir my definitief die lekkerste lees. Jy weet, het jy gevoel met hierdie boek dat jy 'n goeie greep het op wat jy doen en dat dit vir jou 'n lekker boek was om te skryf?
Ek dink elke boek het sy eie uitdagings, jy weet, en 'n mens skryf probeer om die beste boek te skryf wat binne jou vermoëns is terwyl jy daaraan werk. Ek kan nie eintlik vir jou sê, jy weet, hoekom ek dink of hoekom jy sou dink dat Bloedsteen lekkerder lees nie. Vir my gaan dit in 'n groot mate daaroor dat ek moes leer om fiksie te skryf. Jy weet, ek kom uit die journalistiek uit, maar ek het vir 'n lang tyd aan die bestuurskant van journalistiek gesit. So ek het nie so noodwendig eintlik geskryf nie. En wat ek op die oomblik doen is om te probeer om my ure op te maak met skryf. Jy weet, soos die bekende 10.000 uur. So ek weet nie of dit is van plein meer oefening, jy weet, skryfoefening, dat jy 'n verskil kon oplet nie. Ek hoop so, jy weet, ek hoop dat daar 'n verbetering is van boek tot boek en dat die volgende boek weer 'n verbetering sal toon op die voriges. Ja, want ek voel dat ek is, hoewel dit my derde boek is ek nog steeds absoluut besig om te leer. Ek woon nog steeds skryfskole by, ek doen nog steeds jy weet, aanlyn seminare, lees teoretiese boeke en probeer, jy weet, wanneer ek fiksie lees om soveel as moontlik daaruit te leer. So vir my is dit 'n proses wat aangaan. Dit is iets wat ek laat in my lewe begin te doen het en ja, en ek geniet dit baie. Dit is 'n kreatiewe uitlaatklep wat vir my baie beteken as mens.
Nee, ek dink dis veilig om te sê dat jou identiteit as 'n skrywer nou baie nou gekoppel is aan jou identiteit as 'n mens. Jy weet, mens kan nie nou meer sê dis Erna van Zyl media persoonlikheid of wat ook al nie. Jy's nou beslis 'n skrywer in murg en been. En mens lees baie lekker aan jou boeke. Marita, ek wil gou oorskakel na jou toe. Dis nou seker 'n jaar of wat van dat grensgeval vrygestel was en ek het die resepsie van die boek baie fyn dopgehou en gekyk hoe resensies uitspeel, die soort gesprekke wat in die breë diskurs gevoer was, briewe wat mense geskryf het en ek sal begin deur te sê dat hoewel dit vir een van jou belangrikste boeke is, dat jy 'n redelike teenkanting van 'n sekere groep mense gehad het. So ek wil wegval met die idee dat dit nie noodwendig die maklikste boek was vir jou om te skryf nie. Hoekom het jy besluit om grensgeval aan te pak?
Wel, vir my, na baie boeke, is dit nooit maklik om 'n boek te skryf nie. Ek stem saam met wat Erna sê dat daar 'n lekkerte is om te kan weet jy kan sit en so wêreld uitdink en so, maar dit word nie makliker as mense ouer word nie of so meer die boeke jy geskryf het nie. Dit word eintlik op 'n manier moeiliker want die eise wat jy aan jouself stel word al hoe hoër. En die verwagtinge wat mense van jou het is ook hoër. Maar ek leer nog steeds van boek tot boek. Erna, wees verseker. Dit hou nie op, dit is 'n lewenslange proses. So ek leer nog steeds deur my foute. Ek het nooit skryfkursusse bygewoon of soos ek het net, jy weet, I rushed in, fools rush in where angels fear to tread. Ek was 23 toe ek my eerste boek geskryf het, en ek was bang ek gaan dood voor ek 'n boek kan skryf. So en toe het ek maar so geleer van boek tot boek. Maar elke boek en omdat ek in verskillende genres skryf, is dit jy weet nie eintlik jy het 'n storie wat vertel moet word. En as ek dit begin skryf dan word dit vir my duidelik, gaan dit 'n jeugverhaal wees, gaan dit 'n radiodrama wees, gaan dit 'n wat gaan nie uitkom. So die storie self, die idee van om oor die grens te skryf en spesifiek daai oorlog en wat dit aan die jong mense gedoen het en die jong mans gedoen het, kom al baie lank saam met my. Van my tweede volwasse boek, Die dinge van 'n kind, wat afspeel oor 'n groep tieners in die jare 70 in die Laagveld waar daar een is op die grens doodgeskiet word en een wat selfmoord pleeg en die hele ding van tieners en so. So ek het nog altyd en ek het gedink toe ek dit geskryf het dis iets wat gaan verbygaan. Dit is nou mens skryf dit uit, jy's iets uit jou uit. Ek is 'n tiener van die 70's gewees. Die seuns wat in my klas was wat opgeroep is grens toe, dis baie mense wat ek ken wat skade gekry het. Maar dit gaan nie verby nie. Dan 40 jaar later kom jy agter as ek met mans van my ouderdom praat en ek praat met hulle kinders en ek praat met hulle vroue en dan kom jy agter daai posttraumatiese stres wat uitspeel in alkoholmisbruik en geweld in die gesin en so aan. So dit is eintlik maar tot ek net vir 'n klompie jare nou al gevoel ek moet weer teruggaan na daai ding toe, maar ek moet dit vat baie jare later.
Dis eintlik in baie opsigte soos 'n wond wat nie eintlik wil genees nie, jy weet, en jy sien die letsels, maar dis nog altyd iets baie seer en sodra jy dan in die roof begin krap, dan kom daar 'n klomp goed uit, beide wat 'n mens sou verwag en baie wat 'n mens nie sou verwag nie. Ek wil spesifiek vra oor die twee interessante goed wat jy vir my met hierdie boek doen. Eerstens is om die vroulike kant van oorlog te belig. Jy weet nie noodwendig vrouens wat gaan veg nie, maar vrouens wat by die huis bly en wat dan die war at home, wat dit dan moet aanspreek, en die feit dat jy ook die ander kant van die oorlog met die Kubaanse kant gaan belig. Hoekom was dit vir jou belangrik om met Grensgeval die vrou en die ander kant van die oorlog vir die leser oop te skryf?
Jy weet, weer eens, sulke idees kom verskriklik lank. In my roman Wegkomkans wat in 1999 gepubliseer is daar 'n paragraaf wat ek nou die dag toevallig ontdek het, waar die een karakter is 'n skrywer en sy haar eerste boek skryf en sy sê sy wil oor die grens skryf, maar die uitgewer sê vir haar, maar jy weet, dis 'n macho ding. Dit is jy kan nie, dis 'n macho. En dan spot een van haar vriende en sê, jy weet, as julle vroue nou ook oor die grens gaan begin skryf, dan sit soos julle wil nou in die bars inkom, jy wil kantgordyntjies ophang, daar waar die manne sit en drink. En so ek het dit half spottend gesê, want dit was karakters om 'n tafel wat gesit in skerts het. Maar dit wys vir jou ook hoe lank daai idee eintlik al kom, want dis iets wat ek gemis het in die grensgenre, die grensverhaal genre in Suid-Afrika. Dit was verskriklik macho en manlik. So ek het gevoel ek sal graag van die ander kant af ook wil inkom. En dan natuurlik, ja, wat nog dan miskien omdat ek nie self daar beklei het nie, en ek weet nie of dit enige te doen met 'n vrou of maar net met empatie nie, maar ek het altyd gewonder oor die ander kant. En vir my het ek al van baie lank af glo ek nie meer regtig in die regverdigheid van die oorlog of so nie. Ek meen daai skille het al vroeg vir my oë afgeval. So ek het begin besef dat die ander kant, die sogenaamde vyande van ons, die soldate, die swart soldate wat nou saam met ons in die land is, en die Kubane wat daar op hulle eiland gesit het en gestuur is om in 'n ander land te gaan veg, is maar net so, ook vir een of ander ideologie gaan veg en lewens verloor en posttraumatiese stres opgedoen. So dit is eintlik die ander ding, ek dink dit sal interessant wees en ek dink nie, dit is al voorheen gedoen nie om bietjie daarna te kyk oor die grensoorlog.
Spesifiek hierdie brief wat jy gaan skep het vir jou verhaal. Dit was vir my so mooi en so deernisvol geskryf en dit het vir my iets baie rou vasgevang en iets baie mooi en daar was vir my verskriklik baie deernis en ek kon sien net regtig gaan dink oor die bewoording en die aanslag van hierdie brief wat so sentraal staan tot die verhaal. Hoekom het jy spesifiek daai brief so gaan skep dat die leser net nie kan help maar om empatie en deernis met die ander kant te voel nie. Want dis my 'n baie belangrike deel van die boek.
Kyk, in 'n storie het ek gewonder, die hele storie gaan oor 'n brief net. Dit word amper so al 'n speurverhaal. Erna, ek is nou nie 'n speurverhaal skrywer nie, maar dis die naaste wat ek nog ooit gekom het aan is so van 'n quest. Want die vrou ontdek hierdie brief van haar ex-man wat hy geskryf het, ten minste wat hy vind wat 'n Kubaanse soldaat geskryf het en is weggesteek in 'n trommeltjie van hom. En dan besef sy dat sy dit vertaal, want dit is in Spaans geskryf, en sy besef dit geskryf is 'n Kubaanse soldaat wat aan 'n jong kind geskryf het, en die kind het nooit die brief gekry nie, en is nou 40 jaar later, en sy dink sy gaan soek, sy wil die brief gaan aflewe. Haar manier om miskien op te maak vir wat haar ex-man deurgegaan het, of wat ook al om te probeer verstaan. So ja, so dis 'n quest, maar een of ander tyd, toe ek gedink, hoe kan ek moet dan, een of ander tyd moet die leser weet wat in hierdie brief staan, want het is ook duidelik dat hy op 'n manier, die Kubaanse soldaat is bang dat as die Kubaanse owerhede dit in hande gaan kry, gaan hulle dit vernietig. Hulle sal dit nie noodwendig vir sy mense gee nie, want dit is nie, hy prys nie die oorlog daarin nie. So, dit was my toe, goed, dis die challenge geweest. Ek moet die brief skryf, en ek moet baie versigtig wees, om dit nie oorsentimenteel te maak nie, om nie, not to deliver a message. Verstaan jy?
Ja, dis nie 'n preek nie, nee. Dis 'n mensewoorde daar.
Dis die bangste wat ek voor was, want jy kan nie, weet, om die boodskap nou oor te probeer dra aan die leser nie. Ek dink altyd is Hemingway wat gesê het, if you want to send a message, you go to the post office. Dis daar dat jy gaan op Facebook. Maar jy probeer nie in 'n boek skryf nie. So alhoewel, vir my is daar wel, my gevoel is, dit bring iets oor van die skade van oorlog, maar ek wou dit nie as 'n boodskap vir die lesers gee nie.
Ja, dis vir my 'n baie lekker skakel wat ek nou vir Erna gaan inbring. Erna, jy's nou op die 3de boek. Jy werk met die skep van spanning en atmosfeer met bloedsteen. Vertel vir ons 'n bietjie meer oor jou sentrale intrige, en ek wil jou vra oor die invloed van die dokumentêr wat ek op Netflix gesien het, Wild Wild World, wat ook werk met obsessie en karakters wat totaal meegevoer word deur of wil ons dit nou 'n despotiese karakter noem, maar iemand wat 'n baie hebsugtige, magsugtige figuur is en ons sien hoe dit uitspeel reg oor die wêreld. So, wat was vir jou die intrige daar en daai raaisel wat die leser moet uitpleis in Bloedsteen?
Ja, ek dink, jy weet, soos wat Marita ook gesê het, goeders kom van verskillende plekke af. So, ergens in my kop, jy weet, was daar grootheidswaan, jy weet, en magsbeheptheid as 'n tema. Dit was soort van die agtergrond. Toe ek begin werk het aan die boek, het ek vir iemand gesê, die boek gaan oor megalomania. Jy weet, dit gaan oor grootheidswaan. Maar daai idee het met die tyd verdwyn en ek dink dit het weer teruggekom toe in die rol van een van die karakters van die priester spesifiek wat verskyn het. En in daai tyd het ek inderdaad daai dokumentêr gesien en daar was elemente daarvan wat aantreklik was om te gebruik. Dis nie 'n copycat, jy weet, soort van karakter.
Nee, glad nie.
Maar soos wat 'n mens maar idees en goeders vat, jy weet, uit die wêreld om jou, jy weet, verskyn daar, jy weet, goed terwyl jy skryf en dan steel jy idees van karakters of mense en dit word 'n eienskap in 'n karakter. So dis waar dit was aan die een kant wat gebeur het, aan die ander kant het ek 'n gesprek met 'n Uber-bestuurder gehad wat 'n sekuriteitswag was op die diamantmyne by Alexander Bay in Port Nolloth. En hy het vertel hoe baie daar met diamante gesmokkel word. En ek dink as jy daar woon in die port, soos hulle Port Nolloth noem, dan weet jy dit is 'n alledaagse ding waarmee mense saamleef. Vir ons wat hier in die Kaap woon is 'n bietjie verder verwyder daarvan. Maar in elk geval, een van die goed wat hy genoem het was dat diamante in vrugtelorries gesmokkel word af kus toe. En dit was vir my net 'n interessante ding wat in my kop bly vassteek het en ek het gedink, maar hoe kan ek dit gebruik in 'n boek? En toe wat ook gebeur het was dat my partner Bridget het in haar jeug, in haar 20er jare onder 'n trein beland op Paddington Stasie in Londen. En ek het altyd gedink dit is so 'n en sy het dit obviously oorleef, maar ek het altyd gedink dit is so 'n gegewe, jy weet dat dit moet eintlik in 'n boek verskyn in een of ander stadium. So dit is dan ook wat tot aanleiding gegee tot die openingstoneel van die boek waar Rowena, Storm van 'n Merwe se ma, onder 'n trein beland in Paddington Stasie en Storm moet dan inderdaad Londen toe gaan. Maar toe moes ek daai gegewe knoop aan die diamant gegewe en op die oomblik weer terugkom ook by die karakter wat die aan grootheidswaan lei en wat se soort karakter gaan dit wees. So 'n leuke pastoor priester tipe van figuur was 'n interessante figuur om met 'n twist in die verhaal in te bring. Jy weet, dit is nie heeltemal wat mense dink dit is nie.
Dit was vir my verskriklik interessant om, terwyl ek nou gelees het, om dop te hou hoe jy die verskillende intriges gebalanseer het. Want daar's baie wat in die boek gebeur en dis 'n besige boek en jy verskuif ook in tyd en verskillende ruimtes. Ek wil jou spesifiek vra oor daai skuwe en hoe mense dit maak werk, jy weet. Die diagramme gehad, dat jy letterlik dinge gaan uitplot op die rekenaar. Hoe hou 'n mens kop met so magdom informasie, want jy wil natuurlik nie die leser vervreem deur te veel te probeer doen in die boek nie, maar jy wil ook die karakters behoorlik ontwikkel. So hoe sou jy sê kry mense lekker balans tussen jou navorsing en jou verskillende plot points en die karakters se ontwikkeling?
Ja, so daar's 'n paar goed wat gespeel het daar. Die een is dat ek wou dinge gelyktydig laat gebeur, jy weet, amper in parallelle tyd. So 'n bietjie soos wat die mense baie keer in TV-reekse sien wanneer hulle sê 3 days before, jy weet, of a month before of daai. En ek het gewonder in watter mate kan mense dit in prosa laat werk. Want is eintlik 'n filmiese soort van ding wat jy nie so baie sien dat mense soort van op daai manier teruggaan nie. Maar dit was vir my belangrik dat wanneer Storm in Londen is in die hede, dat daar parallel daarmee ook 'n saak is in in Hermanus waaraan sy werk. Jy weet, die enigste manier om dit te doen was om terug te gaan na 7 dae tevore of ek kan nou nie presies 10 dae tevore of wat dit ook al was en ook om die priester se storie te laat afspeel in parallelle tyd. So hoe ek kop gehou het was dis iets wat ek doen, is 'n gewoonte wat ek doen met al my boeke. Ek maak 'n opsomming van elke hoofstuk en ek hou 'n tydlyn langs die hoofstuk. So ek sal weet, al is dit nie in die boek nie, sal ek weet of iets afspeel op 'n maandag of op 'n Saterdag of wat ook al, en dit klop, jy weet, met die tydsverloop in die boek. So uit die aard van die saak het dit natuurlik baie belangriker geword om dit by te hou. Maar dit is maar 'n kwessie van, jy weet, jy skryf oor en oor, jy werk oor en oor, jy maak seker dat die goeters opvolg op mekaar, en dat jy nie iets vergeet of jy gaan in die verkeerde tyd geleef in nie, jy weet, of goeders gebeur voor die tyd wat nog nie kon gebeur het nie, of nou 'n klas van goed, jy weet, sulke klassieke soort van foute wat 'n mens kan maak. En jy probeer dit maar uitstryk, en dit is eintlik, jy weet, daai opsomming te hou, jy weet, kan jy gaan kortliks vinnig gaan check, jy weet, dat jy nog op koers is.
Hierdie is 'n vraag vir albei van julle. Marita, jy kan dalk eers antwoord. In die konteks van oorlog doen jy baie interessante goed met jou manlike karakters, veral in verhouding tot die trauma wat hulle beleef. Indirek deur jou Cubaanse karakters, maar dan meer direk met die karakter van Theo spesifiek. Wil jy vir ons bietjie iets vertel van hoe jy die manlike karakters in die roman aangepak het en hoe jy hulle emosionele, daai geestestoestand en hulle weerloosheid vasgevang het vir die leser. En dis natuurlik iets wat baie manlike lesers van Grensgeval nogal ontstel het. Ek gesien het in die briewe en die terugvoer wat daar was, dat baie mans nogal ontsteld was op 'n manier met die weerloosheid en die feit dat 'n vrou nog gaan skryf het oor oorlog. Jy weet, watter komplikasies is daar of was daar met hierdie proses van die manlike karakters en hierdie trauma oopskryf van soldate, spesifiek nou van Theo?
Weet jy, die mees sal ek maar sê, ontstellendste, ontstigtendste reaksie was gewees van mans wat wit Afrikaanse mans wat nog steeds glo dat dit reg was, dat dit 'n regverdige oorlog was, en dat dit net, dit is een of my gesê het, dit is net moffies wat dit nie kon vat nie. Jy weet wat gekraak het. Met ander woorde, as jy aan posttraumatiese stres ly, dan is jy 'n lafaard of 'n moffie of daar's daar een of ander iets met jou manlikheid verkeerd. Ja. En so dit is die reaksie wat ek gekry het, maar ek het deur die jare met so baie mansvriende gepraat, en my ex-man, aan wie ek die boek opgedra het, hy het skade gekry wat begin het in Angola. So, jy weet, die storie, dis nie sy storie, dis nie Dave Bishop se storie nie, maar dit was een van die dinge wat my, ek het nagelewe in my eie lewe, aan iemand wat 'n posttraumatiese stres ly, en dis op die ou en die beste soort navorsing, seker as 'n mens dit uit jou eie, in jou eie lyf gevoel het. Ja. Ek het ook, toe ek nou begin skryf hieraan, toe ek die navorsing doen daarvoor, jy weet, het ek gedink, okay, ek moet met soveel as moontlik van my ander mans vriende praat, met wie ek nog nooit regtig oor hierdie issue gepraat het, want jy weet, hulle praat hieroor, ons vra nie uit nie, en so, byvoorbeeld, my studente Karel was ook was 'n valskermsoldaat gewees. En hy was uit 'n jaar in 'n militêre hospitaal deurgebring, en ons het 7 jaar uitgegaan, maar ons het nooit oor die detail gepraat van wat presies daar gebeur het nie. Ek het geweet hy sy bene stukkend geskiet, maar was skrapnel in sy rug en so, want jy praat nie daaroor nie. Dit is te moeilik gewees vir hom om daaroor te praat, en ek was seker nie reg om te luister nie. So toe ek in die boek gewerk het, het ek hom gekontak, en ek het hom gesê, Johan, kan ons daaroor praat? En ons het 'n lang gesprek gehad, wat hy vir my minuut vir minuut verduidelik het, wat gebeur het, sy aanval, hoe dit voel, hoe jy wag vir die helikopter om jou te kom uitvat, jy weet nie of jy gaan doodgaan nie, al daai spesifieke minuut vir minuut emosies. En ek dink, dit was hopelik vir hom ook terapeuties gewees, want ek weet nie met hoeveel mense hy al kon praat daaroor nie, want dit is die ding wat jy nie met jou naaste mense oor wil praat nie, want jy wil hulle nie ontstig nie. Maar ek is nie meer 'n naaste vir hom nie, ons is net vriende. So, en dit ek het met 'n hele paar ander mans dan ook, wat nie noodwendig enige fisieke skade opgedoen het nie, en wat op die oog af fyn is, na hulle dienspligjare, maar as jy dan vir hulle eerlik begin vra, en dan kom jy agter, al daai goed wat onderdruk is, wat jy nie vir jou kinders kan wys nie, wat jy nie vir jou vrou kan wys nie. So dis maar hoe ek het gedoen het.
En dis natuurlik ongelooflik hartseer. Jy weet, en dis nie wonde wat sommer ooit gaan genees nie. Dis iets wat die mans natuurlik saam met hulle dra, en wat die generasies, jy weet, my generasie en jonger mense wat nie noodwendig daar was nie, wat nou begin nuuskierig word. So ek dink 'n baie belangrike deel van die werk wat jy met Grensgeval doen, is om die oorlog oop te skryf vir 'n jonger generasie, wat juis nou nuuskierig is en wat noodwendig nie daai konteks het, en wat baie leer oor baie dinge met hierdie oorlog. Erna, voordat ek na jou toe terugkeer, Marita, ek wil jou spesifiek vra oor daai laaste deel in die boek waar die karakters die monument besoek. Wil jy vir ons 'n klein bietjie daaroor sê, want dit was vir my 'n baie belangrike deel van die boek. Ek dink dit sou gebrekkig gewees het as ek nie in die boek was nie. Hoekom is dit vir jou belangrik, daai deel?
Weet jy, ja, goed, so mens kan dit seker maar sonder om nou weg te gee vir die mense wat nie die boek gelees het nie. Ja, die laaste toneel speel af. Ek sal nie sê wie almal betrokke is daar nie, maar dit is 'n ontmoeting by in die Vredesmonument, Freedom Park, daarna by die Voortrekker Monument in Pretoria. En dit was, ek het die hele tyd gevoel, daar moet, ja, dit gaan tog daar, ek het geweet al die Kubane se name is daar. Al die Kubane wat dood is in die oorlog, almal wat in al die oorloë van Suid-Afrika dood, die Tweede Wêreldoorlog, van die Boereoorlog se name is daarop. Maar toe ek die monument natuurlik self gaan besoek, maar ek kon nie verstaan hoekom die grenssoldate, die grensoorlog, die dienspligtiges se name nie daarop is nie. En jy weet, en ek sê dit nou opset as iemand wat self nie gedink het dit was 'n regverdige oorlog of enigiets, dit gaan nie daaroor nie. Dis net as enige oorlog kan so regverdig of so onregverdig wees, afhangende van hoe jy daarna kyk. Maar daar's 'n klomp mense wat saamgesleep word, wat ingesleep word as soldate van alle kante, van die Kubaanse kant, van Kontewe van die dienspligtiges. En hoekom kan al die ander mense se name daar wees, maar nie die mense se name nie. So, jy weet, dit was vir my op 'n manier waar ek dit uitwys. Ek dink miskien is dit omdat dit nog te naby is aan ons, maar dit raak nou, wat ook miskien wys dat daai wond nog glad nie genees is nie. Ons het net 'n verband daarop toegedraai en gehoop dit gaan self genees, en dit gaan nie genees nie. So, dit is op die ouend ook, dink ek, wat sommige van die oud soldate, wat baie kwaad was vir my, toe ek die boek geskryf het, wat die enkeles van hulle wel so ver gekom het om die boek te lees, en hulle kom by die laaste hoofstuk uit, dan besef hulle, maar dit is nie sy is nie besig om te sê, ons is almal duiwels gewees, omdat ons gaan in die oorlog beklei het nie. Wat ek eintlik sê is, almal is ingesleep op verskillende maniere, en jy moes verskriklik dapper wees as jy 'n jong Suid-Afrikaanse wit man in daai dae was, en jy het nee gesê vir die oorlog. Jy is tronk toe gestuur, of jy moes die land uit, jy moes vir die land verlaat. En ek is gelukkig dat ek nie opgeroep is nie, omdat ek 'n vrou is, maar ek sou nie dapper genoeg gewees het om die land te verlaat op daai ouderdom, of om tronk toe te gaan nie. So ek sou seker ook maar na die grensoorlog geveg het. So, ja, en daarom was daai toneel vir my belangrik. Dit is 'n saamtrek van al die name daar, maar ook die missing name. Daar is 'n deel van ons geskiedenis, is ook miskien nog 'n rede hoekom ek hierdie boek moes skryf. Daar's 'n deel van ons geskiedenis wat nog nie vertel is nie, wat nog nie, there's no closure. Jy kan nie, as die mense se name nie daar's nie. Jy weet, in Europa waar ek woon, is daar nou monumente wat Duitse soldate en Franse soldate se name saam is, en die Duitse president, kanselier, en die Franse president gaan saam hulde betoon aan die oorledenes, want hulle het mekaar doodgemaak, maar dis nou baie jare later, en dis dooies. So ek voel, nogal sterk daaroor dat ja, in een of ander stadium moet die Suid-Afrikaanse dienspligtiges en soldate se name ook daarop kom, want dit is 'n oorlog geweest waarin almal deel geneem het.
En op 'n politieke vlak is hulle eintlik slagoffers van politieke besluite. Jy weet, van regerings wat mense wat om wat se redes ook al weer daar besluite geneem het en almal is slagoffers geweest, né?
Presies.
En ek wil jou vra oor jou baie interessante manlike karakter, spesifiek Moerdijk. Hy is vir my ongelooflik lekker ontwikkel in hierdie boek.
Ek is mal oor Moerdijk.
Hy's 'n heerlike karakter en jy steek 'n bietjie draak met hom in hierdie boek, né? Jy vat hom op 'n paar interessante avonture en jy speel 'n bietjie met hom, maar tog is hy's 'n ou wat die regte ding wil doen. En dan wil ek jou spesifiek vra oor Storm se pa. Want hy is vir my baie goed geteken in hierdie boek. So vertel ons bietjie meer van daai twee ouens.
Ja, so Moerdijk, so ek dink dat, ek weet nie waar Moerdijk vandaan kom, jy weet, en hoe hy ontwikkel het nie. Ek dink dit is gewoon mense, ek weet, mans wat in my lewe is. En as ek dink aan my eie pa, dan onthou ek die staaltjie van hoe hy, weet, baie selde het hy in die tuin gewerk. Hy kon ook nie byvoorbeeld nie 'n kragprop regmaak en sulke soort van goeders nie. Hy het regtig sagte kantoorhandjies gehad, maar die eendag wat hy in die tuin gewerk het en die gras gesny het 'n baie omgesteek en hy het so groot geskrik dat hy dadelik op die bed gaan lê het en vir my ma gesê dat hy dink hy gaan nou dood. En toe hy nou na 'n ruk nie dood is nie, toe gaan hy terug om verder te sny en toe steek nog 'n by hom. Weet, so daai amper karakteragtigheid van my pa het ergens in my kop vasgesit met Moerdijk, jy weet, en ek het dit geniet in hierdie boek spesifiek om vir Moerdijk in situasies te plaas waar hy, jy weet, 'n bietjie van 'n gek van homself maak, sonder om hy is 'n bietjie van 'n loser, jy weet, en hy is verlief op Storm en hy struggle regtig daarmee. Maar jy weet, hy is daarom ook nog 'n goeie speurder gewees en hy het daai soort van agtergrond en sy lojaliteit teenoor Storm is absoluut, jy weet, nie onder verdenking nie. So dis 'n bietjie waar Moerdijk vandaan kom. Storm se pa is interessant omdat dit gaan in 'n groot mate oor die afwesige pa, jy weet, in haar lewe en in al drie die boeke is dit ter sprake, maar ek dink dit is dalk die meeste beklemtoon in Bloedsteen, jy weet, spesifiek en die stramheid van hulle verhouding, en dan, jy weet, wat met hom gebeur, waaroor ons nou nie eintlik kan praat en sonder die storie weggee nie, maar Witvoet se naam is vir my interessant. Ons het 'n kliënt gehad wat 'n Belg was, sy was 'n Franse Belg, maar sy van was Witvoet. En ek het niks van die kliënt gehou nie. Ek het nie 'n goeie verhouding met hom gehad nie. Maar toe ek nou 'n karakter moet skep, het ek gedog Witvoet is 'n baie lekker naam, jy weet, vir 'n karakter, veral dit kom veral nogal uit in hierdie boek waar mense nie seker is aan watter kant van die draad Witvoet sit, jy weet, in terme van korrupsie en is hy 'n goodie of is hy 'n baddie? En dan ook Storm se worsteling spesifiek met haar pa, jy weet, oor is hy 'n good guy of is hy weet een van die slegte ouens en dan en dan wat dan verder met hom gebeur.
Hierdie idee van die karakter se name in jou boeke is altyd vir my interessant. En die idee van 'n karakter met naam Witvoet, jy weet, ek wil nie te veel weggee van die boek nie, maar in al drie boeke is daar tog 'n element van identiteit en identiteitsvorm en 'n tipe kommentaar wat jy wel op ras lewer in die land, sonder om te eksplisiet of om 'n preek te lewer. Ek wil jou vra oor die politiek van 'n misdaadskrywer. Jy weet, baie mense, hulle lees die koerante en mense kyk dokumentêre en daar's Netflix en misdaad is baie op die voorgrond in ons manier van dink en ons alledaagse is vol misdaad. Wat gebeur dan wanneer jy 'n boek gaan skryf? Dis 'n lang gesprek wat al vir jare woed oor die feit dat mense vra hoekom in 'n land waar daar 60 moorde 'n dag is en mense is obsessief met moord, hoekom hou ons so baie van misdaadfiksie? Wat is jou antwoord daar?
Ja, ek dink wanneer ek 'n boek skryf, dink ek aan die storie, jy weet, en uit die aard van die saak speel daar realiteit in op daai stories. Soos ek het Bloedsteen hoofsaak, ek het groot dele van die skryf van Bloedsteen in Hermanus deurgebring en dit was spesifiek 2 jaar, 3 jaar gelede, ek kan nou dan 2 jaar gelede dink ek toe die onluste baie erg daar was en die dorp letterlik amper, jy weet, beset is deur marseerders wat met absoluut geldige issues rondom behuising, jy weet, kapsie gemaak het daarteen en ek sien nie hulle dit altyd op die regte manier gedoen nie, weet hoe hulle kapsie gemaak het nie, maar dit was belangrik dat daai kwessie uitgelig word. Ja, en so as jy daar is en jy stap dorp toe, vir ons huis in Hermanus is naby genoeg aan die middedorp dat mense kan stap en daar's nie 'n enkele ander kar in die dorp nie, jy weet, wat almal is te bang om dorp toe te gaan, dan jy weet, dan kry jy daai gevoel van die atmosfeer van wat aangaan op die dorp en dit is amper onmoontlik om oor Hermanus te skryf en wat in daai tyd afspeel en jy verwys nie byvoorbeeld na die kwessies, jy weet, van behuising en arme mense en jy weet maar soos jy sê, dit is sonder om te preek, dit word gewoon agtergrond wat hier in die boek afspeel. En oor die kwessie van misdaad, jy weet, hoe die vraag andersom is, jy weet, in Noorwe en Skandinawiese lande is daar so min misdaad en so min moorde, in IJsland is daar omtrent geen moorde nie. En tog het hulle weet geweldige suksesvolle misdaadskrywers en dis die mense net so mal oor misdaad daar en wonderlike TV-reekse, né? Maar ek dink dat dit gaan eintlik oor die storie. Jy weet, so en die uitdaging vir misdaadskrywers dink ek in Suid-Afrika op die oomblik is om nuwe stories te skep. Jy weet dat ons nie by dieselfde stories vashak nie. En ook omdat daar so oorvloed aan misdaadverhale is, dink ek 'n mens met 'n nuwe manier kry om daaroor te skryf, om dit boeiend te hou. En vir my is iemand soos Belinda Bauer, wat 'n Britse skrywer is in Suid-Afrika gebore, is 'n uitstekende voorbeeld van iemand wat nuut skryf oor, jy weet, in die spanningsfiksie genre. Jy weet, dit is nie altyd misdaad per se nie. En daai twists wat sy insit is wonderlik, jy weet, so en dit is die uitdaging en dit is die lekkerte daarvan. So op die ou end, jy weet, skryf jy ontspanningsfiksie, en jy skryf spanningsfiksie vir ontspanning. En die idee is dat jy jou lesers meesleer met die storie. En daarom, jy weet, gaan jy nou nie vir hulle preek of wat ook al nie, maar as daar 'n bietjie sosiale kommentaar op 'n of ander manier insluit, dan, jy weet, dis onvermydelik in 'n Suid-Afrikaanse konteks amper, dink ek.
Kan ek iets byvoeg daarso? Wat by Irna gesê het, ek stem absoluut saam met haar. Ek voel al baie lank dat dit is amper onmoontlik al vir die afgelope 20, 30 jaar wat ek skryf om 'n Suid-Afrikaanse realistiese storie te skryf. As jy nou nie uit en uit 'n sprokiesagtige liefdesverhaal skryf nie, maar as jy 'n storie skryf wat min of meer met regte mense te doen het, in 'n regte plek afspeel, dan kan jy nie anders as om op 'n manier iets van politiek by te bring nie. Want dit is so deel van ons die afgelope 30, 40 jaar. Jy kan nie anders as om dit so, ek is ook al baie gevra, maar hoekom is daar, selfs in my jeugboeke is daar blijkbaar so al vir politieke sosiale kommentaar, maar dit kan nie vir my anders nie. Ek stem net saam met, as jy skryf, is 'n boek afspeel in 'n spesifieke tydperk, op 'n spesifieke plek, en daar is issues daar rondom, kan jou karakters mos nou nie blind wees daarvoor, en nie dit sien nie.
Nee, ek wil absoluut met albei van julle saamstem. Irna, jy het so lekker gepraat oor die rol van plek, jy nou praat van Hermanus, ek wil nou vir Marita spesifiek oor die rol van plek vra. Jy het in Grensgeval so heerlik oor Cuba geskryf, en ek kom myself so inleef, jy weet, die kos, ek wil jou vra oor die een spesifieke dis, jy sal weet wat die een dit is, met die swart en wit, en die feit dat jy daai dis 'n Plymouth in die boek, né? As ek my nie mis.
Fury, die een wat in
Is 'n-
Christine, Stephen King se Christine is.
Yes, dis hy. So wil jy vir ons 'n bietjie oor daai sin van die reis in die boek vertel en dan daai gevoel van plek en hoe 'n mens dit geloofwaardig vasvang vir jou in die boek.
Weet jy Jonathan, ek dink ek het twee voordele gehad deur oor Cuba te skryf. Een is anders as wanneer jy 'n storie oor 'n Europese land skryf, Suid-Afrikaanse lesers deesdae in elk geval baie van die Suid-Afrikaanse boeklesers het al gereis, ken al Europa so bietjie. Dis nie soos in die ou dae wat jy 'n reisverhaal oor Europa kan skryf en dan lees al die Afrikaanse mense wat ons was nog nooit daar nie. Jy moet nou so Cuba het daai voordeel dat baie Suid-Afrikaners nog nie daar was nie. So jy weet dit is half makliker om daaroor te skryf. En dan die ander voordeel is dit is 'n plek wat sensueel is. Dis warm, daar's musiek, die mense is essensieel. Die dans en alles. Jy weet ek het dit al vir ander mense gesê, dit is die enigste plek op aarde seker wat kommunisme nog seksie is. Dat daar's net so 'n seksie sensualiteit daaraan wat jy nie anders mense nie anders kan as om deur oorweldig te word nie. Die ram, die sigare, so al daai dinge saam en ek dink dis net iets daarvan waarskynlik die meeste reisigers na Cuba sal vasgevang word daardeur. So dit was nie so moeilik nie. Ek was fisiek natuurlik in Cuba gewees en ek het notas gemaak en ek het baie van die gevoel baie van die dinge wat daar die plekke wat in die boek afspeel was ek by gewees. Ek het baie van die disse geproe en die More in Christene is die dis wat jy na verwys. Is 'n dis van 'n swart boontjie wat die wit rys wat hulle op 'n tipiese amper spottende Kubaanse manier dan noem. Die swart en die wit is die More, die Arabiere, die mense wat die swart mense en die wit die Christene is die wit rys. En dit is dis wat jy oral kry. Daar's nie 'n vreeslike keuse van kos nie, want dis 'n land wat maar swak het, tropiese vrugte en vis en so en is daar, maar jy weet as jy byvoorbeeld Franse kaas daar's kan jy dit nie kry nie. En wyn is onbekostigbaar duur, jy moet maar rum drink. Ek het vir die eerste keer in my lewe rum gedrink. Ek hou nie van sulke goed nie, maar dit was nogal lekker daar.
Ek seker dit was 'n baie interessante aand gewees toe jy die rum gedrink het.
Ek het meer as een aand rum gedrink, ek het elke aand rum. Ek sê mos ons niks anders nie.
Terwyl ons nou van hierdie rum drink en kuier gesels, Teresa het 'n lieflike verhouding wat baie onverwags eintlik vir haar ontwikkel. En ek het in 'n Litnet resensie gelees wat my nogal 'n klein bietjie moerig gemaak het toe die skrywer, ek sal hom nou nie op die naam noem nie, 'n bietjie krities was van hierdie verhouding en amper wou maak asof dit amper 'n bietjie flafferig is. Jy weet, asof hierdie idee van romanse in die tyd van oorlog en ontdekkingsreise nou nie heeltemal in pas is met hierdie swaar verhaal wat jy vertel nie. En ek het gedink dis 'n wonderlike, baie oortuigende, mooi verhaal wat jy nie vir die leser alles gaan uitspel het nie. En daar's 'n sekere deel wat ten spyte van ons verwagtinge wat nie realiseer nie. Ja. En ek het nogal gedink dit was interessant. Wil jy bietjie oor hierdie hierdie teerliefdesverhaal vir ons 'n bietjie meer vertel?
Ja, jy weet nou moet jy want daar's mense wat my kwaad is oor die deel wat nie realiseer nie, want dis nie wat hulle verwag nie, veral nie van my nie, want ek kan mos seksionele skryf en so. Maar dit was glad nie my plan gewees om 'n soort van 'n ek sal nie eers 'n romans noem nie, maar aantrekkingskrag, 'n baie aantrekkingskrag wat al hoe sterker word in te bring nie. So toe ek die karakter Ruben geskep het, wat hierdie groot, ek het hom amper so 'n Hemingway-agtige figuur gesien, groot, sterk, stil, hy praat baie min. Het ek hom nie beskryf as enigiemand wat vir my, en ek het, en daar was 'n taxi-bestuurder gewees, wat een van die slapsmotors gery het, wat ek in 'n taxi ingery het in Havana, wat die begin van daai karakter was. Maar ek het hom glad nie seksie gevind nie. Ek het hom so beeragtig, so, jy weet, so comfortable tipe van 'n ou gesien. 'n bietjie oorgewig eintlik en En so, dit was glad nie in my kop dat daar nou, dat Teresa gaan aangetrokke raak tot hom nie, maar dat hulle wel 'n vriendskap gehad het, want ek wou hê sy moet iemand van min of meer haar ouderdom ontmoet, wat vir haar die Kubaanse kant van die oorlog kan laat verstaan, sy vriende en so. Maar toe beland hulle nou saam in 'n Plymouth Fury met 'n oop dak en hulle ry nou daar na ander dele van die land toe en hulle begin gesels en dan as skrywer vir my moes ek seker maar 'n klein bietjie verlief begin raak het op hierdie karakter, want verskeie vroue het dan na my gesê, maar hulle het hom so seksie gevind. Ek het hom glad nie as 'n seksie karakter gesien nie. Dis eers as sy hom na die een deel van hulle reis, as sy hom sien trompet speel, dat dit die musiek vir haar, dan sien sy die groot hande op 'n musiekinstrument en dan begin sy wonder.
Ja. En hy's half, as ek nou 'n guess kan gee, hy's half seksie omdat hy so ordentlik is. Jy weet, hy's nooit iemand wat enigiets behalwe opreg en ordentlik is, en hy behandel haar so mooi. En ek dink dit was vir my 'n lieflike korrektief teen die konflik wat sy met Theo gehad het, dat hulle nooit mekaar heeltemal kon verstaan. Hulle was altyd so half op die grens, en dan dat sy hierdie groot Kibaan, hierdie sagte, hierdie gentle giant op 'n manier ontmoet, en dat daar iets is, sonder dat dit haar lewe heeltemal oorweldig. Erna, ek wil vir jou vra oor die romanse in jou boek, en hierdie idee van moerdijk wat op Bumble gaan. Jy weet, nou gaan ek nooit weer aan Bumble kan dink sonder hierdie gebysteek in die tuin nie. Maar vertel ons 'n bietjie meer van daai pret wat jy daar met moerdijk gehad het.
Ja, moerdijk, jy weet, soos ek vroeër gesê het, moerdijk hierdie is absoluut verliefdheid op Storm, jy weet, en dan in Bloedsteen besluit hy, maar hy moet nou ontslae raak daarvan, hy moet iemand anders kry, en dan, weet, gaan hy nou op die internet, maar hy probeer nou die rol speel van 'n soort van 'n metro man, jy weet, en so hy gaan op Bumble waar, jy weet, die beheer nie by die man lê nie, maar by die vrouens wat hom aanvaar of nie. En dan ontmoet hy vir Hester, jy weet, en Hester is dan 'n vriendin van die modeontwerper wat vroeg in die boek doodgaan, jy weet, Bibi Bukelwa Babu. Hulle was saam op mode college gewees, en nou moeilik is dan, jy weet, hy is nou, of weet, dink dan nou, okay, hier is nou sy antwoord, jy weet, maar dit is alles 'n bietjie, ek steek 'n bietjie die draak daarmee, so dis nou nie so mooi en so sensitief soos in Marita se boek nie, waar, ek moet sê, ek was een van daai lesers in Marita se boek wat gewonder het, nou wanneer gaan daar nou iets gebeur, jy weet, tussen Teresa en Ruben, maar ek kan ook verstaan dat 'n mens dit nie noodwendig tot volvoering wil bring nie, jy weet, maar ja, so met moeilik, jy weet, word dan ongelukkig weer teleurgestel, jy weet, met die Hester situasie, maar laat ons nou nie te veel daaroor ingaan nie. Ek het allerlei planne vir Moerdijk vir die volgende Stormboek, en wat hy kan doen met sy verliefdheid met Storm. Want ek twyfel of dit ooit ergens heen sal gaan. Ek dink, ek weet, mens weet nooit nie, laat ek nou nie die game weggee nie.
Ja, Shem, dis 'n geval van extreme unrequited love daai, nee.
Ja.
Ek wil julle albei bietjie vra oor die titels van die boeke. Jy hou by die eenwoord titels, Erna. Gaan dit iets wees wat jy vorentoe nog verder vat, en hoekom spesifiek Bloedsteen? Was daar oorspronklik 'n ander titel, of het jy net van die begin af geweet Bloedsteen all the way, en jy het die intrige daaroor ontwikkel?
Nee, jy weet, ek het nogal rondgespeel met titels en 'n bietjie gesukkel. Met Gifbeker weet ek van die begin af die titel gehad, omdat dit verwys na 'n spesifieke soort sampioen, so dit was 'n makliker keuse geweest. Bloedsteen het ek 'n sagter titel gehad wat meer te doen het met ek kan nou nie die spesifieke naam onthou nie, maar dit het te doen met in Engels, jy weet, as jy op 'n treasure hunt gaan, daai tipe van ding, En dit was eintlik te sag, jy weet, het 'n bietjie gevoel soos 'n kinderspeletjie of 'n kinderboek. So toe ons nou weet nader aan die einde van die werk aan die boek kom, toe ek en my uitgewer daaroor gepraat en hy het gesê, "Wel, wat is daar nog?" Jy weet, en ek het toe gaan dink daaroor. En dan het jy natuurlik Blood Diamond, jy weet wat speel op die agtergrond, maar Bloedsteen was vir my op die ou end die antwoord, omdat dit spesifiek oor 'n rooi diamant gaan. Jy weet, en omdat die rol van die rooi diamant so belangrik is. Een van, wel, die skaarsste so diamant, daar's omtrent net 30 in die wêreld gevind, weet, van rooi diamante, en hulle het amper elkeen 'n naam en sit iewers in 'n museum of so iets, omdat hulle so skaars is en so ongelooflik waardevol is. So dit is waar die bloedsteen vandaan kom, en dan natuurlik nou die konnotasies van bloed wat gegiet word, jy weet, en wat verspil word in die soeke na die rooi diamant wat weggeraak het, en dit is eintlik wat gebeur in bloedsteen.
Marita, joune is natuurlik ook baie interessant. Jy het 'n baie letterlike betekenis van die grens en karakters wat op die grens geveg het. Maar dan vir my twee ander betekenisse. Eerstens die idee van 'n mens wat 'n grens geval is. Jy weet, wat dalk getraumatiseerd is, gefolterd is, 'n trauma leier is, of met die Engelse vertaling dan daai idee van die borderline. Jy weet, mense met persoonlikheidsafwykings en trauma daar. En ook baie gedink aan die idee van hoe vrouens ook trauma hanteer. Jy weet, 'n vrou is iemand wat dalk aan die grens gaan en moontlik hysteries kan wees en ontsteld kan wees en met trauma moet saamleef. Hoe het daai titel vir jou bymekaar gekom? Was dit net die eerste beste een, want dit pas wonderlik, of moes jy lank en hard gesukkel het om aan die regte titel te kom daar?
Dit was nogal, titels is my fascinerend, want party boeke is dit daarvoor jy die eerste sin geskryf het, en party boeke is die hele boek klaar geskryf, en jy sukkel dan brainstorm die uitgewers en so om die titel te kry. Toe Irna nou gepraat het, toe dink ek, Irna, was jou ander titel Skattejag geweest?
Ja, dit was Skattejag. Ek kon dit nie onthou nie.
Ja, ek weet nie, maar ek is 'n gewese blokkiesraadsel. Jy praat van, sorry, ek het seker Skattejag gewees het, maar ek dink Bloedsteen is 'n beter titel, né, want dit sê meer as jy sê. Skattejag is bietjie sag en so. Nee, ek het dit was een van die boeke wat ek dink die titel nou nie voor die eerste woord daar was nie, maar ek het geweet daar moet somehow grens moet iets in die titel wees, en soos ek sê, dit was ook 'n bietjie van 'n reaksie teen die macho grensverhaal genre. So ek wou grensverhaal skryf. So dit was toe, ja, en dit het taamlik vinnig gekom, en die grens, die idee van huil wat nie net vroue is nie, nee, Jonathan, jy moet oppas.
Ja.
Ek jou nou maar. Ja, want ek meen, grens is baie keer ook 'n woord wat mans sal gebruik omdat hulle so skaam wees om te sê ek huil, jy weet, so is ek
Ja.
Jy weet, of chunk nou, of weet ek, daai tipe van dinge. Dis 'n harder woord ook op 'n manier as ek snik of ek huil of ek ween. So daai grens was ook vir my goed geweest. Ek hou van van 'n titel wat op meer as een vlak werk. Soos ook met haar bloedsteen, want dis die bloed, dis die diamant, en dit roep die bloed op van 'n moordverhaal. Vir my is dit, die titel moet iets sê van die verhaal, en verkieslik miskien op 'n ander vlak ook gelees kan word.
Ja, ek dink albei van julle kry dit baie lekker reg. Ons het nou van die Afrikaanse weergawe spesifiek gevra, maar ek moet julle oor die vertalings vra. Dis vir my baie belangrik, want ons spreek tot 'n internasionale gehoor hopelik hierso. Maar dit kom ons begin by jou.
Okay,
tell us about your various experiences of a translation. And many people often say that there's something which goes lost in translation, but I'd like to swap that around. What do you think can be gained by translation and the production of a text that is original in its own way, that it's not just a copy? How do you feel about the whole process of translation?
Yes, translation is, thank heavens there's translation, because some of my favorite books in the whole world, I wouldn't have been able to read if it wasn't for translation. So of course, what you gain is just, obviously you gain in an audience, you gain in people who can read your books. I live in France. My French husband can't understand anything I write in Afrikaans. So he has to wait until my books are translated. So yes, you gain enormously. You do lose, but you also, sometimes you win in small, you know, I like sometimes wordplay, or which you sometimes lose in translation, but then if you have a good translator, they do something else with a wordplay, and then they turn it into something else and it works. And because we can speak English quite well, I think Erna will tell you herself, she translated her own book. So with me, I don't have the time or the energy to translate myself. So, but I've been working with a translator, Annelies Visser, and I think it's now, this was the 5th book of mine that she translated. And wow, it worked very well for us, because I always get the idea that she writes it the way I would have written it if I wrote it in English, if you know what I mean. So that works. And then I would sometimes say, no, I would prefer this word or that sentence. Small changes, because as you know, English vocabulary is so rich. Often there's one Afrikaans word and then you can translate it with 10 English words. And I'm like a specific one because of the sound or whatever. And so, you know, then you change like that. But yes, I'm extremely grateful, borderline, show the book. So if anybody else can read it in English too.
And Erna?
Yes, so my last book, Bloodstone, shall I show the cover as well? Yeah. Was translated by Maya Fowler, who is a well-known novelist herself and lives in Canada. But it was really a very good experience. Maya is what I find with the English, the process of the translation and the editing in English is that it's another net, almost a fung net, you know, that covers you, that protects you from mistakes. So it's somebody else that actually works quite closely with the words, because they're translating literally every word. And sometimes they pick up things that they then query, which is very valuable. In this case, it was very valuable with Maya. I translated Gifbeker, Death Cup, myself, and I was almost dead by the end of it. You know, it really is very, very tough. And I wouldn't like to do it again, because it's just exhausting. You know, you can't actually then write creatively after that for a while. So also because it's almost the translation always happens under pressure, because it's at the end of the process, because it appears simultaneously at Penguin in both like Marita's in Afrikaans and in English. The English, the Afrikaans gets edited, so till it's almost print ready, and then only then does the translation start in English, and then the two goes to print simultaneously at the end. So, you know, so then there's pressure on the translator to do it in 2 or 3 months, and then it has to still go through the editing for another month. So obviously it delays our books to a certain extent, you know, because of that. But I think that it's more valuable to actually for the two to appear together, because it's one lot of publicity and marketing that happens, and the two feed on each other. The South African English market is still very small. Possibly because we compete with the rest of the world, although Afrikaans people also read the rest of the world's literature, so that's not really an excuse, but it still is the case. But as Marita says, a translation actually opens up a wider world for you, and also, you know, we have friends and family now all over the world, and it's fantastic that they can read and understand, you know, what the book is about. I find it quite quite a pity that my partner, who does understand Afrikaans but doesn't read it very well, would have to wait for the translation, because I would like her input and at the earlier stage. You know, at that point in time, it's quite late in the day. So we spend a lot of time to actually talk about the book at different stages. At some stages, I don't talk about the book at all because it's just in my head. But sometimes I like to bounce certain things off her. And yeah, so that's, luckily there is translations for our books, and I'm yeah, very happy about that.
I don't know if you agree, Erna, but it's also, I find it quite an advantage that I don't have a partner reading over my shoulder, as it were, while I'm writing, because he can't understand. He has to wait, because that would make me very nervous. I'm one of those writers, I want to have the whole thing before I give it to anyone to read.
Yes, no, I agree with you, absolutely. But sometimes when I'm developing characters, then it's quite nice to talk about certain aspects of the characters, to almost bounce it off somebody. And then, but definitely whilst the writing is in progress, you can't, I can't remember who it is that talk about the, I think Stephen King, about the open door or the shut door kind of policy. You know, are you a shut door person or a open door person? And I'm definitely a shut door
person.
Locked,
not only shut, locked.
That's a bit extreme.
Until it's third draft, I will give it to somebody to read.
Yeah,
I think Daryl is signing to us.
I think we've still got a little bit of time because the next session is only at 2:30. So I'd like to ask you 1/2 more questions. If translation is an act which makes your writing global and it opens things up, then, and I have to ask this question, then COVID-19 was something which very much put a lot of pressure on writers and really makes the world and your life world very, very small. Particularly, I want to ask you about your experience of the pandemic as a writer and where that allows you to go in terms of your imagination. Does it fuel your imagination? Do you think of alternatives to the present? And or is it very much a pressure situation that constricts your lines of thought? How do you see it?
Shall I go? Okay, for me, because I have an answer ready, I write about this issue in my new book, which is non-fiction, coming out early next year. The English title is A Long Letter to My Daughter, Afrikaans, 'n baie lang brief aan my dogter. Because COVID forced me, I actually started writing before COVID. I wanted to explain my South African weird childhood in apartheid South Africa as a white child to my French daughter. And I thought at some stage I'll do that. So then COVID happened. And then I was forced inside. And it helped me in many ways because I felt as if the whole world was suddenly in the situation that us writers go through whenever we have to finish a book. I don't know about Anna, but you have to isolate yourself. You get anxious, you get weird dreams, and the insecurity, and you don't know about the future, and all these things that's part of being a writer. Suddenly the whole world was suffering from that. And so for me, in a way, I just kept on writing, and thank heavens I could, because a lot of people had a writer's block and reader's block. And a lot of people said they couldn't read. Oh, yeah. But because I was writing non-fiction, I also wrote a lot of read a lot of non-fiction, especially writers' autobiographies, because I wanted to bring in other writers and not just write about me, myself. So I used all the autobiographical readings I did to bring into the account of what I was writing. And that was my way of getting over it. But we're in our second lockdown in France, as I'm talking to you, so it's not over. Yes. Erna?
Yeah, so I was very brave in the beginning. I think I said in an essay that I wrote for LitNet, I made a list of everything that I planned to do, in that initial lockdown period. I thought, this is, exactly what I wanted. And, I'm going to have peace and quiet and no interruptions, etc. But unfortunately, it didn't work out like that at all, So I was very anxious at times. Although I tried to keep myself calm, I meditated a lot and I, cooked a lot and all kinds of things. But we were, I couldn't stay away from the news and from social media and the news feeds and to understand what's happening in the world and that kind of thing. So I did write. I have finished a book in that time that I was busy with. It's not a storm book. It is still it's not quite a mystery, but it is suspense, and it's more a psychological thriller, domestic noir type book, and with other characters, and that will be coming out next year, but more towards the second half of next year. But it was an extremely difficult process. I have found that I couldn't concentrate for longer than half an hour at a time. And I need to concentrate longer than half an hour when I'm writing a book, otherwise I don't get the continuity that I want. So after a while, I think after the initial 5 weeks, I happened to be able to force myself. I also forced myself to read. I absolutely made myself read fiction. Although it was difficult, and I was very glad for it because I read quite a lot of books, in that time that I wouldn't otherwise have had time for necessarily. But I think I did the one thing I did, which I'm very glad about, was I have a notebook that I absolutely kept on doing every day. That was the first thing I did. And I wrote poems, I read short stories, I wrote short stories, I wrote poems, and I wrote the beginning of a youth novel. Nothing of that has been touched again, and certainly the poems are not for any consumption of any kind. But it was more like finger exercises, than anything else. And probably I probably did such a lot of different things because I was so anxious, so there was gryp hier and gryp daar and that kind of thing. But yes, so valuable in a certain sense and excruciating in a very difficult period, in another sense. And I think it's the uncertainty, the absolute uncertainty, and we're still in that uncertainty. I mean, you have it now, you're in a second lockdown. We don't know what's going to happen in South Africa. We're lucky that it's summer, so we can see people outdoors, which helps. But nobody knows when the vaccine will be found, how long it, etc. I don't have to, tell you what you all know.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to add a last thought there with I think us writers, we need, you need solitude to write. It's a one art form you cannot do in a group like a band or playing or acting or whatever. But there's a difference, and I write about that in my non-fiction book that's being published. There's a difference between solitude and loneliness. And for me, in this whole lockdown thing, there's a kind of a extreme loneliness that's becoming out, even for somebody like me who's sometimes close to a hermit. I don't like people all that much, but there's a loneliness when you can't see your children anymore, when you can't, and I don't know when I can go to South Africa. Usually I go 2-3 times a year. I don't know when I can see anybody. Everything is so insecure. And yes, so we just have to, like Erna, I just tell myself I have to keep writing and keep reading because that's the only thing that's going to keep me sane.
It's almost deprivation, you're deprived of things that happens in your life, like regular contact with your children or traveling or all those kind of things, which does play in. But the thing is just with the solitude is that I need a centeredness as a writer to be able to write. You know, I need to be centered and to feel that I'm in touch with my inner being almost, and that it's quiet there. You know, so if I can't have that quietude, then I have a problem.
Well, I think you've certainly made everyone very curious about your future works that we can hopefully expect very soon. And for those of the readers that have not yet read your books, I think a lot of people will be very keen to go out and hopefully not physically go to stores, but online order your books and find some comfort and solace in these very tricky times. Thank you, Marita. Thank you for your lovely contribution, and thank you, Erna. I really, really enjoyed talking to you both.
Thank you. Thank you,
Marita, and Jonathan. You have now officially set the record for the longest talk at the Madibaland World Literary Festival. I had to rein you in. I'm sure you could have gone for another 20 minutes. You would have broken all records. It would never have been equaled ever again. So I can see that you all are novelists. You know, like maybe you can write so much that we really can expect many more books from the two of you. And just one question, and then I'll let you all go. So you said the both of you were friends from very long. I want to know, is the basis of that friendship food? Because both of you are also great sort of food book authors. At that stage of your life, did you ever think life would go in that direction? Both of you quickly, and then we'll call it a day.
I can say no. When we got to know each other, we were smoking and eating junk food.
And drinking too much.
Okay. Well, that sounds just like most writers. So now we know the diet of most writers at this stage. Jonathan, thank you so much. Erna, go well. And Marita, everyone is commenting on that lovely hairpiece that you've got. The next time you come to South Africa, bring me one, because people are saying my hair is looking a bit too wild these days. You know, it's the wind in Simonstown, you know, but what can you do? What can you do? Jonathan, thank you for a lovely interview. Really.
Thanks so much, Daryl.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Daryl.
Go well, everyone. Okay. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Marita.
Bye.
13 years ago in 1986, South Africa was in a state of emergency, and there was a very intense cultural struggle that was being waged. And we were part of that, and this is a song that we wrote for truly one of the greatest South Africans in history, Nelson Mandela, and we'd like to open the show tonight with a tribute to him.
The burning water.
Thank you. God bless you. Thank you.
Want to say anything? You want to say anything?
Well, it is music and dancing that makes me at peace with the world. and at peace with myself. But I don't see much movement at the back there, you know? I would like us to join. Let's just repeat. Let's just repeat it.
Okay.
Let's just repeat it. Let's all join.
I see Bonanga. I see Bonanga. Manteras. La pego. La pego. I see Bonanga. I see Bonanga. Manteras. La pego. La pego. I see Bonanga. I see Bonanga. Manteras. La pego.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Goedemiddag aan allemaal. Welkom weer eens terug naar die Madibaland Wereldletterkundefeest. En ons zien uit naar die volgende uur samen die gezelschap van Paul Weinberg en Carla van der Spey. First up, we have Paul Weinberg, who we met a few days ago. And as I said then, Paul is one of the most respected photographers in South Africa. And I've paired him in a session that's going to be all about ground. Whether it's common ground is left to be seen. But Paul, welcome. And we look forward to your session on an exhibition of Peter Magubani's work coupled with David Goldblatt, some of the most well-known names in South African photography. So welcome once again, and we look forward to the next half an hour in your company.
Thank you very much, Daryl. And I'm just gonna get this right, hopefully, get the screen. Okay, and that should be shared, if I'm right.
Yes, we can see everything.
Okay, great. Thanks so much. And thanks for this opportunity. I was asked in late 2017 if I would put an exhibition together of David Goldblatt and Peter Magubani, two iconic photographers from our country. And it was a great pleasure and a privilege to do this. And I did it with the Goodman Gallery. So when I kind of cobbled this together, I was very aware that David and Peter had commonalities, but were different in many ways. So the concept was called On Common Ground, but it's not entirely accurate because they also worked in different ways in and around South Africa. They're arguably two of the country's most internationally acclaimed photographers who lived contemporaneously, spending most of their lives in the greater Johannesburg area. Goldblatt was born and grew up in Randfontein, a small mining town on the western outskirts of Johannesburg, and Magubani was born in Fitas, or Pageview, as it is also known. Goldblatt's father, a Jewish immigrant, ran a clothing shop in the town, while Magubani's parents were Zulu-speaking migrants who settled in Johannesburg. His father was a vegetable hawker and his mother a domestic worker. The essence of their common ground is that for over 6 decades, they have used their respective cameras to tell stories, share experiences, and critically ask questions about our society. But their approaches have been quite different. Goldblatt has worked for most of his life, reflecting on the world around him using mostly medium and large format cameras. Magubani worked mainly in 35mm, covering news assignments and events at the coalface and on the front line. He once said, "A struggle without being recorded is no struggle. Whether you win or lose, a struggle without documentation is not a struggle." So when I put this exhibition together, it was challenging because it didn't fit as a juxtaposition. So on the left, you see David Goldblatt, on the right, you see Peter Magubani, and that's how the journey went. They kind of told their stories, their visual narratives, took these two divergent paths. This photograph I took of David at the first rally that Nelson Mandela gave in Soweto. And there's only one person in the world who will pitch up to a rally like that with a 4x5 camera, and that was David Goldblatt. But this is what he said, which is, you know, very, very reflective of his oeuvre. During those years, my prime concern was with values. What did we value in South Africa, and how did we get those values? And in particular, how did we express those values? And once you start on that line of thinking, then there's a continuation, there's no break. After apartheid, I'm now concerned with how we are expressing our values now and what are our values. I'm as disgusted by some of the values we have now as I was with some of the values we had under apartheid. So this very much reflects David's approach to photography and his approach to the country. There's Peter Magabane, and I photographed this at a rally in Leandra, a funeral in Leandra after a chief who was sort of part of the UDF was murdered, and people in the audience identified this dead person there as a sellout or an Mpimpi, and he was murdered. And Peter Magabane is in the background. After this photograph, the comrades went to the house where this person lived and threatened to kill the family. And I witnessed Peter Magabane bravely stepping in and saying, no, absolutely no, and stopped more death and killing. So this is what Peter said. I was able to carry my gun. The camera was my gun. I was able to kill apartheid with my gun. I was prepared to die to liberate this country with the pictures that came through my lens, because I was liberating myself. I was dealing with issues that were affecting me. I could show the world how apartheid functioned and how oppressed people lived. David, also just reflecting on his work, said, something in reality takes me, it arouses, irritates, beguiles. I want to approach, explore it with all the intensity and clarity I can, not to purchase, colonize, or appropriate, but to experience its isness and distill this in photographs. Peter said, some of us had to use our pens. Some of us had to use cameras to tell our story. My camera is my mouthpiece for liberation of the people. I wanted to expose the system of apartheid, and the world heard my cry. They both intersected in Soweto, and Peter Magabane is obviously very well known for his work in Soweto, not just of the Soweto uprisings. These are two images that were kind of facing each other in the exhibition, and they appear in the catalogue as such. This is a photograph of Peter's at a baptism ceremony. And here are photographs of David, where he took, obviously, portraits, mainly portraits. And here's a very interesting quote from David Goldblatt. He said about his work in Soweto, with a camera, I was for the first time able to expand my experience of other people's lives. Making portraits of people in Soweto in 1972 was in this regard a significant moment for me. This is more kind of on-the-fly documentary photography that Peter did in Soweto of the township that he lived in. And again, quite an intimate image of Goldblatt, an unusual intimate image. Another Goldblatt image at a bodybuilding competition, and a kind of social realist position, image of Peter Magabane at a tribal court where this young person is being whipped. So their photographs kind of look back and forth at each other. David Goldblatt is very well known for his work on Johannesburg, the city, which he found he had an uncomfortable relationship with. But at the same time, it proved the kind of tableau for much of his work. So he said, amongst other things, I can't easily bring a vision or a coherent bundle of ideas to my mind and say, that's Joburg for me. He did go on to do a book called TJ with other people, and it won an award. It won the Henry Cartier-Bresson Award. So Peter Magabane photographed Joburg mainly from the perspective of Soweto. And this is a very famous essay of his about the young coal workers. And this is what he said: "We accused whites of exploiting child labor, but this is also in the townships. For every finger pointing forward, 4 are pointing back at you." Here are more images of Peter's coal, young coal workers on the left, and more images of David Goldblatt's cityscapes of the city, Johannesburg. More vistas of Soweto from Peter and David. And you can see that they work in different ways. David is working on a tripod in 2¼ square medium, and Peter is working 35mm kind of reportage style. Peter Magabane is obviously very famous for his work on 1976. He was brave, courageous, risked his life to bring the world these images. And here are some of the images that appeared in the exhibition. And I'm sure you are quite familiar with these images, those of you who followed events in South Africa. But he was right inside, and he just brought out the humanity and the inhumanity at the same time. David Goldblatt was never considered himself a news photographer, and was always quite far from the front line. But this photograph in 1976 was quite telling. If you read the billboard, it says, "This our new world. Read the morning newspaper for the new generation." But it's a picture of Henry Kissinger, and it kind of speaks in a kind of different way to the moment of 1976. As a photographer, I remember in the mid-1980s, David confessed to me that he was he felt his work was redundant, and he had no role as a photographer. He felt that the work that some of us were doing, on the front line was more important. But how, over time, how wrong he was, and his work has, become iconic and reflected the situation in South Africa, and our news photographs came and went. More images from Peter and David. This on the right is of Boksburg. It was another famous collection of David's. This is the TJ project, and he worked with Ivan Vlad, as we used to call him, and to produce this book. He also photographed in fetus page view at the time of the removals. This is going to be a new book of David Goldblatt's that's going to come out. It's some of his lesser known work. And here are images from that essay. Peter photographed a lot of events. He photographed the funeral of Luthuli, amongst others, in the early stages, and also the Sharpeville massacre. And the picture on the right is possibly, one of David's that does, in a way, become a kind of a news moment, although it's also got a very strong documentary sensibility. And it's about, it's of a young person, conscriptee, who was killed on the border in South Africa. Here is Luthuli after he received his Nobel Peace Prize, and Mandela during the treason trial in the 1950s. These are two moments which I find incredibly strong of David Goldblatt's on New Year's Day in 1965. David's first book was on the mines, and he grew up in Randfontein, as I've said, and he grew up in a mine town. And, you know, what he said about his experience then was we were white children, enjoyed almost unfettered freedom to explore the installations of the gold mines around Randfontein. Stopping at Headgear, we watched in awe as a team of men moved as one, swung a steel railway line off the ground into the air, caught it on the shoulders, and then walked it, chanting to its place. But we didn't wonder about their lives, hundreds of miles from their homes, 42 a room in a compound of 6,000 men. For a pittance, whites were their bosses. They lived in the married quarters and with their families. I had no clients when I started off as a professional in 1963, and having grown up in town surrounded by gold mines and acknowledging mining people, I wanted to look at the mines more closely. So I started photographing the dying gold mines. On the left is Peter's photograph, very different in its resonance and its approach. These are two more of David Goldblatt's photographs from the mines. And this is a photograph of Peter's, which is really to the kind of core of the mine worker experience and being strip searched on their way into the mines. These two photographs again show the different way that Goldblatt looked at the mines and how Peter experienced it. One of the very important and incredible essays that David Goldblatt did was called The Transported. It was about people coming from Kwandabeli into Pretoria to work every day. They were mainly migrant workers, and it was part of the Carnegie inquiry into poverty and development. He also photographed, and this is an unusual photograph on the left, culture, as we could call it. It's a kind of ethnographic photograph. And the right is, again, his connection to mining culture and the mines. Peter actually did photograph culture after the 1990s. And this is what he said about his work around culture. And he produced a number of books. With political, social, and economic changes transforming South Africa, the age-old ways of life bound to ethnic cultures of the region are slowly fading. These images reveal the ways of indigenous groups recording their roots of South Africa, of South African cultural identity. Amazingly, Peter also photographed Afrikaners after all that had happened to him. And for those of you who don't know, Peter was detained for 582 days in 1970, and then was subsequently banned. He was tortured. And so you would think that he would have a different relationship to the people who generally did that to him, but he didn't. So this is what he says about his work on the Afrikaners. I never asked for names. It made them nervous. So I just took the picture, said thank you, and left. They are my people too. We are all South Africans, and we've got to try to be closer. You are openly accepted by the Afrikaner of today. You don't have to be a well-known person for them to accept you. They like me. They called me the Zulu Boer. Very interesting. David's second book was on the Afrikaners, and it was a little controversial. I think some people felt it was a little patronizing to Afrikaners because the book was called Some Afrikaners Photographed. And it again is a kind of iconic book about South Africa and essentially the Afrikaners. Again, this is a take on David and Peter's work. David working here in black and white, Peter working in color. And then finally, we come to the end of the photographs, and then I want to share a film with you. So this is what Peter said, and these two images were the kind of bookends of the exhibition. These long years that I had spent, 586 days in solitary, 6 months in an ordinary jail, and 5 years as a ghost banned. I'd never been convicted of any crime. When I was banned in 1970 for 5 years, a banning order leaves you naked. Unless you make up your mind to fight it with all your might, you will become a lunatic. Some of us have to use pens, some of us use our cameras to tell the story. My camera is my mouthpiece for liberation of the people. But then he goes on to say, if you don't forgive, you'll never be able to portray your subject properly because you would be walking around with that hatred. It's quite a remarkable moment, quite remarkable insight for someone who's been so abused and so maltreated by the government of this country. And David, who is quite often acknowledged or understood as not a political photographer, says this about his work. My work was political, there's no question of this, but I wasn't on the scene at the riots and focal points of political life. And I realized that events themselves were to me much less interesting than the conditions that led to the events. I was looking obliquely at things. Photography has been to me a vehicle or a justification or a license for doing things that were otherwise impermissible or not easy in our society. And so just to sort of understand the front line and the front line of David Goldblatt, while Peter is on the front line on the left, David photographed this young boy at the Detainee Support Committee organization at Khotsa House, and he had his hands broken. And you have to ask yourself, is it really about being on the front line to take a poignant photograph that reflects society? And that's, in a sense, where I'd like to leave this conversation. And in summing up the journeys collectively and individually of David Goldblatt and Peter Magabane. I'd like to now play you a film, and this was also in the exhibition. And actually, it's the last interview that David Goldblatt gave before he passed on. When the exhibition happened at the end of July, David had just passed away. And so this is, in a sense, a tribute to him.
Seen you for a long time. It is a long time, yeah. You okay? Give me your arm. Up these steps. I'm not sure who's weaker, you or me. Okay. Sit in the armchair. Meeting with you was when we were chasing Robert Kennedy.
That's a long time ago.
1968, I think.
A long time ago.
Yeah, I think we were in Soweto.
This was in the 70s.
It was in the early 70s, eh?
Mm.
Well, you didn't know it, but I had a lot to do with you then.
Mm.
Vita, do you remember Vita Palestrant from the Rendell Mail?
Yeah.
Well, she and I got together and we got Joe Lelyveld to take your contact prints out of the country.
Out of the country?
Yeah. Do you know that?
No.
Because it seemed that the security police would take anything that they could.
Where are those contact prints now?
As far as I know, they were brought back here, I don't know.
Mm.
And then I made an appointment with senior editors at the National Geographic.
Mm.
Do you remember you spent 6 months working as an assistant to one of their photographers?
Mm.
And I went to see these guys, to plead with them to get their ambassador, the American ambassador in South Africa, to talk to our authorities about taking you out of solitary confinement. They weren't prepared to lift a finger.
Mm.
I came in as an outsider in 1970 and then again in 1972. And I realized that I had no approach whatever until August 1972 when I woke up one day and I realized what I've got to do. I've just got to go into Soweto, put my camera on a tripod and photograph what was in front of me. And basically that's what I did. It was like a pot on the boil. It had to explode. But the children in particular they were organizing for an uprising, and they did.
I went to the Johannesburg prison. Yeah, the guy concealed it in the half a loaf of bread. And for other stories that involved policemen.
I mean, I admired greatly his courage and his dedication to telling stories. It's the enormous strength of Magabani's photograph. You know, he was there right on the spot. You've got to take lots of pictures, make lots of mistakes, and gradually learn the trade. There are no shortcuts, there are no easy ways of doing it.
Working hard. If you have a camera, wherever you go, you see a picture.
I mean, Peter and I worked in different ways, but at the end of the day, it amounted to the same sort of thing. You had to get to grips with the reality of South African society. Put your arm into this.
Right, Paul. Thank you for sharing that with us. It was a powerful documentary that you did put together. I didn't have a chance to just look at the chat. Okay. I just wanted to ask you, Umesh says, thank you, Paul, beautiful, moving and powerful. Paul, I wanted to ask, it was Peter Magubane who took all the photographs of mainly of Winnie Mandela. It wasn't Alf Kumalo.
No, they both did.
They both did.
Yes, they both did. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. But who was it that that did that book? I think the house of it was some house
8115, the prisoner's home.
Yeah,
that's Alf Kumalo. Alf Kumalo did that.
Is that Alf Kumalo?
So they crossed over quite a lot. They did very similar things, but that's Alf's picture. That's Alf's book. Yes.
Right. Okay. Okay. And since there's not many questions, if I could just worry you, who was the person then between Alf and Peter who sort of looked after Winnie Mandela and the family? Was it Alf or was it Peter when Mandela was in prison?
I think they were both close to Winnie. It's known that Peter was a lover of Winnie, and that's probably why he was tortured and beaten up so badly. But they were both, very close to Winnie. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just trying to see if there's anything else. Okay. Okay. And was that Peter's sort of signature way of getting in with the half loaf of bread and the can?
Yeah, I mean, look, both Alf and Peter come from the sort of drum era, and they were doing these stories, for Mr. Drum, and they'd learned, from a very early age to try and beat the authorities at every way they could. So that's one of the ways Peter did it. I mean, he also at other times hid, in 1976, there are courageous stories of him doing that. But those were hard times, very hard times, and you had to be very smart to kind of get the images before the security police or the police got you.
Okay, one more question from Umesh. He says, what is your favorite pick of the two of them?
Such a hard one. Well, my favorite photograph of David's is, and I didn't show it. Sorry, I don't know why, but it's from the Afrikaner series, and it's the young boy with the maid, and the maid's got her hand on his foot. It's just one of those moments. It's just so South Africa. It's just so touching and telling, and it's intimate, that there's this beautiful relationship between the young Afrikaner boy and the maid. And then Peter's, while his photographs of 1976 are so poignant, I think that the coal mining photographs are, for me, the strongest. Those resonate for me. You know, they really get to the heart of it and touching. And just to say to Umesh, you know, I'm so pleased that David photographed in such a detailed way about, you know, Pedro and Fitas, because this is going to be a test, you know, a project that speaks to that part of history that quite often has been underrepresented and underspoken about.
Okay, Paul, thank you so much. Really,
Thank you.
you know, you feel a sense of sadness when you see that, you know. And Peter is also late. Am I right? Or
No,
is he-
Peter's still going. I mean, he's not terribly well, but he's still going. Yeah, he's going.
Yeah, I remember I saw him in Soweto, and he gave a talk at one of the festival. And when he showed those photographs, he was crying. You know,
Wow.
yeah.
Wow.
I think I've actually got that photograph. I must dig it out.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah.
No, it's
But,
very touching, and I mean
yeah.
that sort of, it was so delicate, you know, the two of them meeting. You know, when I think about it, I also want to just tear up, you know, and cry.
Yeah,
It was very, very special.
Okay, Paul, thank you so much.
Thanks,
Thank you for
Daryl.
contributing in such a big way to our festival. We really appreciate it, and I
Only
hope
a
you'll join
pleasure.
us for a day or so, at least the closing day, to see your face on the screen would be lovely.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Thanks so much. I'm
Okay.
sorry we never made it to Richmond.
Yeah.
Looking forward to that.
Yeah. No. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you,
Okay.
Daryl. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Okay, volgende aan die beurt is Carla van der Spey. En het is eintlik 'n sessie van Carla's, want sy gaan in gesprek wees met Carla Botha. En hulle gaan praat oor Carla van der Spey se boek oor plaasmoorde. So Carla, baie welkom aan die Madibaland Wêreld Letterkundefees. En ons sien uit na jou gesprek met Carla Botha. Baie dankie. En ek weet nie hoe laat dit is, maar ek sal na die horlosie gaan kyk en julle die halfuur gee. Baie dankie.
Dankie, Daryl.
Kan julle my hoor? Dankie Daryl hoor. En hallo Carla en hom genoot. So ver. Jy's in Saudi hoor ek.
Abu Dhabi, ja.
Abu Dhabi. Ek het net geweet dit is verskriklik ver. Ja.
Ja, so baie dankie. Ja, dankie vir die voorreg, Daryl. Carla, ek gaan sommer dadelik met die vrae begin en met die deur in die huis val.
Dis reg.
Kan jy ons vertel hoe dit gebeur het dat jy 'n boek oor plaasmoorde geskryf het? Was dit 'n opdragwerk of was dit 'n storie wat jy bloot gevoel het jy moet vertel?
Dit was 'n opdragwerk geweest. Ek het 'n hele paar boeke geskryf vir Lapa Uitgewers en professor Marita Snyman het later, sy was die groot baas geweest van die boeke afdeling en sy het later haar eie publishing maatskappy begin. Toe bel sy my een oggend vroeg, sy sê vir my, Carla, voel jy lus vir 'n boek oor plaasmoorde? En ek skrik toe, ek sê toe, kan ek jou laat weet vanaand? Maar ek het binne 5 minute besluit, want dis nodig. Dis nie 'n gewilde onderwerp om oor te skryf nie, dis 'n onderwerp wat baie vermy word in die media, want daar word baie politieke konnotasies aan geheg. As jy ontsteld is oor plaasmoorde, word jy beskou as regs. Wat glad nie die geval is nie. Plaasmoorde raak almal. En en ek besluit toe ek moet daai mense se verhale vertel, want ons het almal in Suid-Afrika een of ander band met die grond of met boere, of jy het 'n oupa gehad wat geboer het, of jy ken iemand wat 'n slagoffer was van plaasmoorde, en ek het toevallig gesê ek's in. Ek doen dit.
Dit is baie. Dankie. Is daar 'n echo aan jou kant of is die lyn skoon?
Nee, ek kan jou mooi hoor. Ek weet nie of jy my, het ek net sien of ek hom bietjie harder kan maak. Hy's nie mute nie.
O nee, dan se doodreg. Ek het net so halwe echo gehoor, so ek wou net seker maak.
Okay, maar jy kan my daarom hoor. Okay,
Ja.
nee, dis reg. Okay.
Ja, dankie, Carla. Ja, ek dink is korrek. Almal van ons ken 'n boer of het goeie vriende op 'n stadium gehad wat boere was. Is almal geconnect op een of ander manier. So dis wanneer mense die boek lees, is dit duidelik dat jy met baie sensitiewe inligting gewerk het. Hoe het jy die verskeie boere genader?
Weet jy, ek het gewerk deur landbouorganisasies en vir hulle gevra, is daar boere in julle omgewing wat bereid sal wees om te praat? Want dit is 'n geweldige sensitiewe saak en partykeer was daar familielede van die boere gewees. En snaaks genoeg, nie een van hulle het my 'n onderhoud geweier nie. Hulle wou praat daaroor. Ek dink op 'n manier was dit terapeuties. Hulle wou vertel wat het gebeur en hulle wou 'n boodskap oorbring, in die meeste gevalle nogal van hoop, wat vir my baie interessant was. So ek het nie net die boere tromp opgebel en gesê, wil jy praat oor plaasmode en die verskriklike tragedie op jou plaas nie. Ek het maar eers die pad bietjie oopgemaak, maar hulle was almal te vind daarvoor. En toe het ek besluit dit moet verteenwoordigend wees van die land en ek het na verskillende provinsies in die land gegaan. En ek was in Limpopo, ek was in Gauteng, ek was in die Wes-Kaap, ek was in KwaZulu-Natal, sodat dit verteenwoordigend was. Dit het my 8 maande gevat om die inligting bymekaar te maak.
Sjoe, dis omtrent 'n reis oor die land heen.
Ja, dit is eintlik redelik vinnig vir 'n boek. Party boeke vat 7 of 8 jaar.
Ja, en dis nog een van die vrae waar ek by gaan uitkom. So
Ja.
So 'n bietjie meer van 'n tegniese vraag. Kan jy ons meer vertel van jou skryfproses? Hoe dit gelyk het? Het jy as skrywer sekere rotines of motiverings en oor hoe lank tydperk is Plaasmoorde geskryf?
Okay, ek het dit so oor 8 maande geskryf. Wat ek gedoen het, kyk, ek is eintlik 'n joernalis al 45 jaar en ek dink dit help verskriklik baie met hierdie tipe goed, harde nuus. Ons begin almal in die howe. Dit is nou maar jou vuurdoop en so aan. En ek het elke hoofstuk afsonderlik geskryf, amper as 'n klein boek of 'n storie op sy eie. So ek het 'n hoofstuk geskryf en dan gestuur vir die uitgewer, gevra, is jy gelukkig daarmee, kan ek aangaan. En dit is hoe ek het aangepak het, hoofstuk vir hoofstuk vir hoofstuk. En partykeer het 'n boer my vertel weer van 'n ander boer, familielede of iemand, jy weet, van wie hulle weet. So almal is maar bewus van die plaasaanvalle in hulle omgewing.
Ja, ek het nou die boek gelees en ek meen dis gruwelooslik wat party van hierdie boere deurgegaan het.
Dit is verskriklik wat hulle deurgemaak het en ek het juis probeer om nie, ek hou nie van die bloed en derms stories nie. Ek skryf baie misdaadboeke, maar ek bly weg van bloed en derms. Vir my is dit erg genoeg om te sê iemand is vermoor of hy is met 'n mes in die nek gesteek. Ek gaan meer in op die emosies, hoe het hulle gevoel, hoe het hulle daaroor gekom en kyk na die sielkundige aspekte en het hulle daarna aangehou boer, was hulle getraumatiseer, het hulle berading ontvang, wat gebeur het op daai dag, hoe die bure opgetree, hoe die polisie opgetree, hoe die werkers opgetree. Jy weet, vir my het dit meer gegaan oor wat ons altyd by koerante noem human interest.
Ja, en dit deur in die teks. En dit maak dit op 'n manier makliker om te lees, maar dit is nog steeds baie moeilik om van hierdie stories te lees.
Dis baie persoonlike stories wat die mense gedeel het. En ek het groot frisboere sien huil. Jy weet, dit is hartseer. Is hierdie macho ouens wat boer en wat sterk is en wat kos produseer en as hulle praat oor hoe die pa vermoor is of jy weet hoe die vrou met wie die een boer 35 jaar getroud was, hy het op haar afgekom, haar keel was afgesny, dan kon die ou nie verder praat nie. Jy weet, dan uit die kamer, dan het ek gevra, wil jy 'n kort breek hê, dan sy uit die kamer uit en sy dogter het hom getroos en dan na ruk het hy teruggekom toe sê ek, wil jy ophou? Toe sê hy nee, hy moet die storie vertel. As hy een mens kan help, hy moet die storie vertel. Hulle wil hê mense moet weet wat in Suid-Afrika gebeur. En baie boere voel dit word nou maar net eenvoudig verswyg en baie van die plaasmoordenaars word ook nooit gevang nie.
Ja. So, hoe het die skryf van Plaasmoorde jou persoonlik en emosioneel geraak?
Weet jy, dit was seker nou al my dink dit was my tweede of derde misdaadboek gewees en jy benader dit is jou werk, jy moet dit skryf, maar dit laat jou nie onaangeraak nie. Daar was regtig knop in die keel oomblikke, maar jy's voorberei daarop, want jy bly in Suid-Afrika, jy weet hoe gruwelik en hoe brutaal is plaasmoorde, maar ek het hulle die details, wou ek hulle laat gespaar bly, jy weet, en ja, jy volg nou maar die gesprek en kyk wanneer dit te erg raak, en dan drink jy 'n koppie tee, of jy vat 'n breek, of wat ook al, maar ja, dit ontstel 'n mens, en dit is snaaks dat sulke goed jou jare later, dis asof dit opbou, want ek het nou gesê, ek is nou klaar met misdaad, my volgende boek is Gangster, dit gaan oor die bendes, veral op die Kaapse vlaktes, en dit het my gevang, en ek dink is opbou, van plaasmoorde, na vroue agter tralies wat hulle mans vermoor het, na kinders wat vermoor word op die Kaapse vlaktes, dis vir my net so ontstellend soos die boere wat vermoor word. Dit is gruwelooslik, jy kan nie dink deur wat 'n hel gaan daai ouers nie, my harte gaan uit na hulle, maar dis baie keer moet jy jou eie emosies op sy sit, jy moet oor hierdie goed skryf, want hopelik kom daar 'n oplossing, of hopelik gebeur daar iets, jy weet, om dit te beveg.
Ja, dis wat rol boere en hulle eienskappe het vir jou uitgestaan?
Weet jy wat, die boere, ek het hulle oor die algemeen, hulle is verskriklik hardwerkende mense, né? Hulle wil eintlik net boer. Dis al wat hulle wil doen, hulle wil net boer. Nou sit hulle met plaasmoorde, hulle sit met droogtes, hulle sit met 'n regering wat nie altyd baie vriendelik is nie, hulle sit met natuurelemente, en hulle moet verskriklik baie geld uithaal vir beveiliging wat almal nie het nie, en hulle is taaf, hulle is taai, hulle is regtig taai, want die meeste van daai boere met wie ek gepraat het aangehou boer. Hulle het aangehou boer, en party van hulle het gesê, na die aanval het hulle gedink, ag, ons verkoop die plaas, ons gebly lekker rustig langs die see. Maar hulle is ook, baie van die boere is ook baie gelowige mense, en hulle voel ook, jy moet blom waar jy geplant is, daar's 'n rede hoekom jy hier aan die suidpunt van Afrika is, en daar's 'n rede hoekom jy moet boer, en hulle wil ook eintlik niks anders doen nie, dis heeltemal in hulle bloed. En wat baie keer ook gebeur het, is dat die meeste boere het baie goeie verhoudings met hulle werkers. Daaroor lees mens natuurlik nou nie soveel nie. Jy sal eerder lees oor wraakaanvalle en daai tipe goed. Maar oor die algemeen is daar baie goeie verhoudings. En baie keer geslagte lank het boere sê maar skole bou vir die kinders, en hulle sal 'n vroue kraam in die middel van die nag hospitaal toe vat. So daar's goeie gemoedelike verhoudings tussen hulle, en die plaaswerkers is net so ontstel oor die moorde en die aanvalle, en baie keer kom hulle self in die spervuur. Die een vrou met wie ek gepraat het, sy beeswagter is koelbloedig doodgeskiet. Sy was erg getraumatiseer, want sy wou gehad het hy moet opgradeer van 'n plaaswerker af. Sy was besig om te help om sy bestuurslisensie te kry, sodat hy later beter job kan kry. Dis die tipe verhoudings wat daar is. En ook op Ficksburg was daar twee baie traumatiese plaasaanvalle gewees, en daai mense ook, hulle het 'n lieflike plaas daar, die plek is so idillies mooi, en hulle het gevoel, miskien moet hulle maar die plaas verkoop. Toe kom die plaaswerkers na hulle toe met trane in die oë en sê, wat gaan vir ons word? Wat gaan vir ons word? En hulle sê, hulle dadelik besluit, hulle bly. Die verhouding was van so 'n aard, die vrou was in 'n koma gewees, sy was in die hospitaal, sy is geskiet, sy moes eintlik dood gewees het. Toe sy wakker word, toe staan die vroue wat op die plaas werk om haar bed en bid en sing vir haar. En nadat sy geskiet is, het die polisie het nie vinnig opgedaag nie, die ambulans het nie vinnig opgedaag nie. Sy is deur plaaswerkers gedra na die bakkie toe om hospitaal, en sy sê, dit sal sy nooit vergeet nie. Dit is daai tipe emosies wat ek wil uitbring, die goodwill en die goeie verhoudings.
Ja, en dit stem sterk deur, veral as 'n mens kyk na die individuele stories, daar's elke keer die tema van wonderwerk en die tema van ondersteuning tussen werkers en werkgewer en werknemer.
Dit is.
Gee mens hoop vir vir die toekoms en dit wat nog voor lê vir ons.
Dit is.
So dink jy die regering doen genoeg wanneer dit by plaas
glad nie. Nee, hulle doen nie genoeg nie. Maar ja, jy weet, die boere moet nou maar hulle self beskerm. Maar dit is 'n verskriklike groot werk. As jy 'n groot plaas het, wat gaan dit jou kos om na 'n hele plaas elektries te omheind? Jy weet, een van die redes hoekom ek dink daar baie plaasaanvalle is, daar's baie verskillende redes daarvoor en ek word dikwels gevra wat is die redes? Is dat plase is maklik bekombaar, hulle is afgeleë. Jy weet, dis nie soos wanneer jy in die stad bly en jou bure kan jou hoor skree en alles nie. So, plase is baie maklik, dis 'n besigheid, dit moet oop wees, mense kom en gaan. En ja, dis net baie moeilik om 'n plaas heeltemal te beveilig. Maar wat ek opgelet het, is dat na 'n plaasaanval was die hele boeregemeenskap daar. Hulle sê na plaasaanvalle wemel dit van bakkies daar, almal kom help. Daar was selfs gevalle gewees van mense wat daai bloederige gemors skoongemaak het. Ek bedoel, dit is nou uit 'n liefdesdaad waar iemand geskiet is, want hulle het gesê die slagoffers in die familie was reeds genoeg getraumatiseer, so hulle gaan skoonmaak. Jy weet, dit is die tipe staal waarvan boere gemaak is.
Dis interessant taal. In die stories kom dit oor dat baie van die boere of die boervrouens sal sê die berading was nie noodwendig nodig nie, of hulle voel nie dat dit wou gaan nie, of dink jy dit is 'n Suid-Afrikaanse mentaliteit dat ons net voel, nee, ons is sterk genoeg, ons kan hierdeur worstel en ons kan dit vasvat?
Weet jy wat? Ja, dit is 'n baie belangrike vraag wat jy vra. Van die boere is mos hierdie macho manne. Nee, hulle gaan nou nie, jy weet, hulle doen nie hierdie berading ding nie. Hulle is nie mal nie. Hulle gaan nie na sielkundiges toe nie. En ander het net gesê hulle geloof wat hulle deursien. Jy weet, gaan miskien na 'n Christelike beraader toe of iets. Party het glad nie berading gekry en het gesê hulle werk op hulle eie daardeur. Maar daar was 'n paar wat wel berading gekry het. Die boer wat 4 keer in sy kop geskiet is, wat die 4 kopskote oorleef het wel na 'n sielkundige toe gegaan en hy het gesê dit hom baie goed gedoen. En ek was nogal verbaas geweest want hy, as jy sien na sy voorkoms kyk, die groot frissterk boer en hy sê jy skiet nie 'n boer in die kop nie. Jy weet, 'n boer se koppe is te hard. Jy skiet 'n boer in die hart en hy het gegaan vir berading. En hy's redelik okay vandag, baie beraad. Mense is skrikkerig, kyk altyd oor hulle skouers.
Ja, dit is ongelukkig die realiteit waarin ons Suid-Afrikaners tans leef. En daarmee kom nog 'n tambeletjie vraag wat ek wil vra is, ons weet gereeld dat plaasaanvalle rassisties gemotiveerd is. Wat is jou mening hieroor na afloop van al die navorsing en tyd wat jy spandeer het op hierdie stories?
Daar is gevalle van rasisme, daar's definitief gevalle van rasisme waar mense gesê het ek haat Afrikaners en dit en dat en dat. Maar daar's verskeie redes vir plaasmoorde en dit kom van die boere self ook. Baie van daai mense is net, dis 'n geval van dis 'n opportunistiese geval. Dis maklik om toegang te kry tot 'n plaas. Dis maar soos 'n rooftog in die stad, maar net baie erger. Die wreedheid is baie erger, die marteling is baie erger. Wat 'n mens laat dink tog haat en wraak by betrokke is. En daar was gevalle van loongeskille gewees waar die mense teruggekom het om die boer se familie te kom uitwis. Dit gebeur wel, maar ek dink wat vir my uitgestaan het en wat nie altyd genoeg beklemtoon word nie, is dat dwelms het 'n verskriklik groot rol vertolk. Al daai aanvalle het mense vir my vertel, dwelms was betrokke. Jy kan nie sulke wrede dade pleeg as jy nugter is, tensy jy absolute psigopaat is, jy weet. So dwelms het 'n groot rol vertolk. En ook is dit nie altyd ons eie mense nie. Baie van die plaasmoorde word gepleeg deur mense van buurlande. Dis eintlik 'n baie verwikkelde ding, maar ek sou sê daar is baie redes vir plaasmoorde. Ek het in 'n stadium het ek 'n agent ontmoet van 'n groot uitgewer in Amerika wat belang gestel het om plaasmoorde in Amerika uit te gee. Maar hy het vir my gesê ek moet dan die boek se angle verander. Dit moet dan of wees dat dit 'n volksmoord is, of dit moet wees 'n waarskuwing teenoor Amerikaanse boere dat hulle moet hulle werkers goed behandel. En ek het gesê jammer, ek kan dit nie doen nie, ek sal my gewete verkrag, want dit is nie een van die twee nie. Jy weet, daar is mense wat praat van 'n volksmoord en daar is definitief haat en wraak betrokke by party gevalle. Maar en ek kan ook nie 'n boek gaan skryf en sê o die boere mishandel hulle werkers so en dis hoekom hulle so uitgemoor word nie. Want dit is ook nie waar nie. Ek wou juist so objektief as moontlik wees. Ek wou eintlik wegbly van die politiek af en net mense verhale vertel.
Ja, dis moeilik as 'n mens so moeilik werk het.
Ja, maar hulle probeer dit te verpolitiseer. En as jy ontsteld is oor plaasmoorde, dan is jy nou 'n rasis. Jy weet, jy mag nie ontsteld raak oor plaasmoorde nie. Hoekom nie? Ek is baie ontsteld oor die geweld op die Kaapse vlaktes. Ek het nou baie tyd daardeur gebring, met ma's gepraat, wie se kinders koelbloedig doodgeskiet is, met ex-gangsters gepraat, met leiers in die gemeenskap gepraat. En moord is moord.
Ja, dis baie waar. So dan het ek nog een laaste vraag vir jou en dan kan ons kyk of die gehoor enige vrae vir ons gestuur het.
Gehoor. Ek sien net fotootjies.
Ja, blykbaar is daar gehoor.
Ja.
So, Carla, my laaste vraag is, wat kan ons volgende verwag uit jou pen? Wat lê voor vir jou?
Okay, ek het nou, na al my misdaadboeke, ek het 'n ouma geword so 4 jaar terug en nou weer so 'n paar maande terug. En hulle sê nou ja, dit het my nou sag gemaak. Toe ek 'n kinderboek geskryf op 'n donsie. Wat Zalman ook uitgegee het. Hy het nou van vandag af op die rakke en dit gaan nou oor 'n ouma, maar die ouma's glad nie voorbeeldig nie. Sy jaag net verskriklik aan. En ek weet nie opvoedkundig is die boek nie, maar ja, dis vir 'n kind lekker as die ouma die ertjies meng met jelly tots en Smarties. En sulke tipe goed is wat die ouma doen. En dan op 4 Februarie land Gangster. Dis nou die boek waaraan ek nou ook 'n jaar aan en af gewerk het en dit het my baie getraumatiseer. Want as jy die boek klaar geskryf het, is jy nog nie klaar met die gangsters nie. En die probleem is, lyk my ek het in 'n stadium nou gesê, dit lyk vir my daar's 2 jobs op die Kaapse vlakte, is gangster en pastoor en party is sommer al 2. En hulle het vir my vertel ook. So dit het my nogal getraumatiseer, maar ek dink ek was moeg en ek moes die boek in 'n rekordtyd klaar maak. So ek gaan nou so 'n bietjie wegbeweeg van misdaad en my volgende boek gaan ek doen saam met 'n vriend van my wat 'n sielkundige is. Hy's nou afgetrede sielkundige en dit gaan oor alles wat in 'n sielkundige se spreekkamer gebeur. Snaakse goed, ernstige goed. Jy weet, en ek wil 'n groot boks tissues op die voorblad hê, want die eerste ding wat 'n shrink doen is gee vir jou tissue. Ek dink hulle het aandele in die fabrieke. En hy het vir my gesê, aan die manier wat iemand 'n tissue vou, kan jy sien wat is hulle probleem, of hulle obsessief kompulsief is. En jy kan baie leer van hulle persoonlikheid, jy weet, en ook van die pasiënte wat op hom verlief geraak het, en hy's 'n totally confirmed bachelor, hy later trouring gedra het. Weet sulke tipe goed, maar ook ernstige goed. En hy het ook 'n rubriek waargeneem vir 'n vrouetydskrif vir 20 jaar, die tipe vrae wat hy gevra het. So dit gaan vir my lekker wees, dit gaan ligter wees. Ek moet nou na die ligte kant van die lewe beweeg.
Ja, dit klink. Ons moet wegbly van die tissues af.
Ja.
En ja, kom ons kyk wat is in die chat gedeelte. Darryl, is daar vrae?
Ek sal kyk, maar ek het 'n vraag.
Ja.
En kan ek dit in Engels vra?
Yeah,
asseblief?
of course, you can do it in
Okay.
English.
Just for the benefit of some people, who may
I
not
can
understand
answer it in
Afrikaans.
English.
Yeah.
Yes.
Carla, I wanted to ask, I've heard you using the word, traumatized, like a lot in your conversation.
Yes.
But why? You must be a very strong person, because you you do a lot of books that would traumatize people, and yet you're quite bubbly and you can laugh easily, etc. Is this a facade? Do you think it has emotionally scarred you in any way, or are you able to move on?
Daryl, I always said, no, I'm tough, you know, and mense vra, people ask me, how do you sleep at night? Nee, ek slaap lekker in die nag, you know. But with this last book, I actually burned out and I was traumatized and I took a rest for I couldn't sleep. It was, no, those children on a Cape Flats. What struck me most was there's a museum, a new museum now called the Cape Flats Museum. And we went there for a preview. The official opening will be on the 16th of December. And it was fascinating. And we were welcomed there by the community leaders. And there's a room there that they're putting up with photographs, a remembrance, a memorial room of photographs of kids who were shot on the Cape Flats. That to me was the last straw, you know, that upset me. So I thought I'll take a break from crime. But you know, yes, I burned out twice with crime books. But then you come back again. You try and lead a normal life, you know, play with your grandchildren and swim and watch soapies, Turkish soapies specifically. And just do, you know, stay fit and that type of thing. And then you just carry on again.
Okay.
But I don't think an author is stronger than, for instance, a doctor or a paramedic or a psychiatrist. I mean, those people deal with this all day. Oh, yes, and the other thing, I've got two very good friends who are shrinks, and they're online. So I can vent and talk to them, and they can give me advice and all that, you know. So I'm very, very lucky.
Yeah, you know, because I remember seeing it this year, you know, you were supposed to come to Book Badonnet, and then, you know, no one could come and things like that. I mean, few
I
came.
wish I could come.
Yeah.
I love the Karoo.
But we watched the movie Alan Pucky's.
Yes.
And I mean, you know, we love the nightlife in Richmond. You know, we love to go out, eat, drink, everything. But it was like after you saw that movie, you just couldn't. You know, it took like a whole day to sort of get it off you.
Very upsetting.
You know,
very upsetting. And a friend of mine is actually friends with Alan Buckies. He's got his own charity. He actually took me around a lot on the Cape Flats, and he says she's doing wonderful work with children, uplifting and all that. Yeah.
And one more question, and then I think we'll leave you. I wanted to ask. So I heard you talking about farmers and things like that. I wanted to ask. I always am fascinated. I always have a debate with people. I ask, can you train teachers? Can you educate teachers, or are teachers born? And so I want to ask you, do you think farmers are born, or can they get a degree and become a farmer?
It's in your blood. They don't want to do anything else. They want to farm. They pick up the pieces and they carry on. And they don't want to be on any other place than on their farm. And that's what's so sad, you know. But they just carry on, traumatized or not traumatized. But some of them have actually really forgiven the farm killers. In the one family's case, they went over the border. They're from Vicksburg, but very, very religious people. And they actually took Bibles to the killers and forgave them. Amazing. But the other farmer who was shot 4 times in the head and who survived it, it looked like hail, Halsskade, you know. I felt on the shots went in and out of his head, 4, and he survived it. He said, no, you won't forgive. No, you won't forgive. But many of them, it's interesting to see who forgives. And I found that those who are willing to forgive are more lighthearted and more, they just seem to carry on. They seem to be less scarred. That to me was very interesting.
Yeah, even on the back of severe torture and mutilation, even those people are
Not
willing
all.
to forgive. Not all.
Not all.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
some
yeah.
say they find it difficult to forgive, but they have to forgive because of their values, you know. They have to forgive. They have to work on it. But some find it very, very difficult. And some have actually said to me they have forgiven, but you can see they haven't forgiven. They're bitter. But I mean, if your husband gets shot, he was a strong, strong farmer. He gets shot and now he can hardly move. You know, he's an invalid and he's got brain damage and all that. You're going to be bitter. And if your wife's throat is slit and you've been married to her for 35 years and she was your right hand and you build up the farm with her and you get to view that scene, I think it's very, very difficult to get by.
Anyway, Carla and Carla.
Yeah, Carla's.
Bye, donkey. Yeah, we hope that, you know, our country will move past this phase, you know. And ja, laat ons maar so hoop. En ja, ek persoonlik, jy weet, toe ek na die Kaap gekom het, ek was verstom om die stories te hoor van my studente nou. Jy weet, want in KwaZulu-Natal, jy weet, by die universiteit het ons nie sulke gevalle van gangsterisme gehad.
Dis die ergste op die Kaapse vlaktes. Ek het probeer om ander dele van die land ook te betrek, maar elke keer het my travels my teruggevat na die Kaapse vlaktes toe. Dis 'n verskriklike groot probleem. En ek dink baie mense besef nie in watter vrees daai mense moet leef nie. Jy kan nie eers jou kind kafee toe stuur nie, dan word die kind dalk geskiet, jy weet. And still they're happy people, they're good natured, they laugh and it's amazing.
Yeah. Well, anyway, thank you so much to the both of you. And thank you for presenting your talk at the festival. And I think, you know, it shows the open-mindedness of the festival. That is what there's nothing that is what's the phrase? Sort of like that can't be discussed here. You know, it must be an open platform.
It has to be open.
Yeah.
Mustn't be scared to discuss difficult subjects, but you must always be objective and try and see the whole picture and different reasons for things happening. Yeah.
Okay. But thank you so much. And we will return at 4 o'clock. So I don't know what's the time now, but let's go and have a small rest. Thank you, everyone.
You look like you must be tired, Daryl.
Yeah, I'm tired, but I'm going strong.
But you're going strong.
Yeah. You know, surprisingly kept well. Okay. Thank you so much, Carla. Okay,
thanks so much. Carla, baie dankie. Op die laaste oomblik het jy ingestem en jy daai boek baie vinnig gelees. Ek sê vir jou ook dankie, hoor.
Okay. Baie dankie, mense.
Sterkte met die res van dit en volgende jaar.
Baie dankie.
Volgende jaar lewende lywe daar.
Ja, asseblief. Definitely. Okay. Dankie dan.
Okay, Daryl. Thanks so much. Appreciate.
South Africa was in a state of emergency, and there was a very intense cultural struggle that was being waged. And we were part of that, and this is a song that we wrote for truly one of the greatest South Africans in history, Nelson Mandela, and we'd like to open the show tonight with a tribute to him.
La pelikula Hasimbonanga Hasimbonanga Mandela La pelikula behleli khona.
Thank you. God bless you. Thank you.
You want to say anything? You want to say anything?
Well, it is music and dancing that makes me at peace with the world. and at peace with myself. But I don't see much movement at the back there, you know. I would like us to join. Let's just repeat. Let's just repeat it.
Okay.
Let's just repeat it. That's all. Sorry.
I see Bonanga. I see Bonanga Mandela. La Pego, La Pego. I see Bonanga. I see Bonanga Mandela. La Pego, La Pego. I see Bonanga. I see Bonanga.
Good afternoon, colleagues, and welcome to the afternoon session of day 7 of the Madiba World Literary Festival. That has been a lovely success. It's also been a wonderfully moving space for conversations on poetry, on issues of change, great new books, as well as photography and art. So it's lovely that you're able to be here. Just thanks to Daryl Davids, who is the organizer and, as one would say, the main cockador of the festival. And we have a real treat in the next hour. We have two presenters who will be talking about their books and their work. And the first is Hassan Tabada. Hassan Tabada is how we can describe him so he doesn't feel shy, because he's very self-effacing. Hassan is an author, writer. He's also the media head at the University of West Cape, and is the editor of the Cape Argus, a renowned journalist with poor taste in soccer teams, but very good taste in journalism. So it's a real pleasure to welcome Hassan. And then we have in the second session Ghulam Vahed, who's talking about his book Chota Motala and Madiba, and Daryl will do the introductions there, Ghulam. So welcome to you also in this session, which we'll do at 4:30. So Hassan, let me hand over to you to lead us through and share with us this real pleasure of this book that you have just written, and just some of your thoughts on the book, why, and more importantly for us, is where we can get everyone to buy it so that it would help with paying the rent at your house. So, Kasanta, over to you.
Thanks, Umesh, for that very generous introduction. As you know, I'm Hassan Tabada. I'm a former newspaper editor from both the Cape Argus and the Cape Times, and I've served on the National Editors Forum, been a working journalist for about 22 years. But I think one of the proudest moments in my career is The Hack with a Grenade. It's my new book by Best Read, which is an imprint of HSRC. I'll show you more about the cover later. And the idea behind the book really is to look at the whole notion of storytelling, but how the characters that I came across over more than a decade as an editor of two of the leading newspapers in South Africa really gave me an insight to the type of South Africans we have, you know, and it made me realize that we have all the answers. It's just that we have a lot of self-doubt as South Africans. So I wanted to tap into the psyche of South Africans. And that's really what Hack with a Grenade is about. Now, the title is about Hack with a Grenade. A hack, as you know, is not a term of endearment for a journalist. It actually is like a reckless ambulance chaser. It's a derogatory term for a journalist. And the grenade is really is the responsibility, or that sense of responsibility you feel when you're sitting there as the editor with the news agenda of the day, you know. And you can either be the voice of reason, or you can be completely reckless and turn things on its head and actually make a very charged situation even more charged. So through these stories, I wanted to emphasize the common humanity of South Africans, you know, and just what makes them tick. But I want to ask Graham, who's been doing a marathon with this book festival. He's been incredible. He's been amazing, this guy. My colleague Graham Julius has a video lined up that he's going to play for us very shortly. One of the guy interviewing me in this video clip is a chap by the name of Lance Witten. He is also quite a well-known former TV journalist who now works in print and online. And Lance was was kind of like my wingman in many of these misadventures. So without further ado, Graham, if you can please play that clip for us.
This is the Disruptive Native Takeover with me, Lance Witten. Of course, the man behind Disruptive Native, Gesant Abada, is right next to me. We are talking about his new book, Hack with a Grenade. The author is sitting right next to me. Gesant, what is up with that title?
With the title, not a reference to my nose. It is something that's very dear to me in the journalism sense. And I guess over a period of about 15 years, when I first assumed a position on the news desk, a position of responsibility, and I was told by the editor of the time, right, you the guy with the grenade, don't stuff it up, you know? If you pull the plug, all kinds of damages can happen. So it's about being responsible in a media space where we have the power in the media, and it's about keeping that pin firmly intact.
Is it like that though? I mean, in a real sense, you've been a newspaper editor for a number of titles across the country, some of the most respected and oldest newspaper titles in the country. Is it really like that? Do you get the sense of danger, I want to say, when you're putting together a paper?
I don't think it's the newspapers per se that are the kind of charge that you have to light. But I think if you look at society these days, if you look at things like Black Lives Matter and race issues and race baiting and clickbait, there is a fair bit of responsibility on the shoulders of editors to keep things tidy and to bring down the temperature and to be the voice of reason. So whatever we do, we need to do so responsibly. So when you write that story, you need to be up at night sweating over it. You don't want that phone call in the middle of the night from your news editor if you're the editor saying, boss, we stuffed up. We're going to have to do damage control in the morning. So in that sense, the burden of responsibility has always stayed with me over my career. And that spans 21 years, but more so over the last 15 years as an editor, you know?
I want to talk about that responsibility a little bit more, but a little bit later. First, I want to talk about this cover.
Yeah.
It's very interesting. There's some parts of it that reminds me of your old office at the Cape Argus. We've got a Cape Argus front page over here. We've got another fantastic bit of storytelling that we did on Ashley Creel as well. Nadine's documentary was phenomenal. But tell me a little bit about this cover. It seems to have a bit of input from everywhere in your history.
So the style was borrowed from, the inspiration was drawn from Mad magazine, and it's a magazine that we loved growing up, my brother and I. And I mentioned my brother because we also had a childhood pact that if I were to ever write a book, my brother, who was a graphic designer, would be the cover designer, and the illustration was created by his son, Diana Bader, and cover design by Malika Bader. So my dad has been proved wrong because he used to tell us, my one son wants to draw poppenches, you know, like little figures, and my other son tells stories, what's going on in the world, you know, and our multimedia has come full circle now. You know, he's busy filming this episode now as we speak. But he's also been able to design the cover for me, and something that I wanted. So it's packed with Easter eggs of things that's very personal to me. Chicken Licken's there. Yeah. You know I've wanted to be a brand ambassador for a long time.
Chicken Licken, if you're listening. It's right there.
All the titles I worked on and edited, the Cape Argus, I worked at ETV. Jesus lives in my toilet.
Tell me about this. I'm very interested in this because I'm sure you ruffled some feathers with this.
And I think it's going to ruffle a few feathers if people walk past bookshops and they see that little Easter egg in there, Jesus lives in my toilet. That's based on a real headline that was in the Daily Voice. And the first chapter is about religion. Using that story as the vehicle to talk about the media's relationship with religion and how we need to use it as a catalyst to bring people together, you know. Interfaith is something that's very close to my heart, and I believe that the media plays a role in bringing people of different belief systems together towards a common good. So don't be fooled by that headline there. It's a very real headline that happened in the Daily Voice, but it's not about that. It's used as a little device to get into the topic of religion.
You are going to explain that Jesus lives in my toilet.
In the book.
Okay, we'll leave it
I don't want to give it away because the book's full of miracles. I'll just leave it at that, you know?
Fantastic. I want to come back to this issue of responsibility, and we as the media that we have, you know, this weight of responsibility. And you mentioned interfaith and bringing that, you know, that kind of story to the fore. We've worked on some pretty incredible stories in the past, particularly in bringing issues to the fore that may not have gotten the attention that it deserved.
Yeah.
Can you touch on some of those?
Okay, so again, I don't want to give too much away in the book, but one of the things I remember doing is coming back from a dining hall where homeless people are fed a meal and there are job opportunities. And I remember coming back from this dining hall with a big idea. And when I came back, I was a little bit disappointed that my team virtually like rolled their eyes, like, what are we going to say about homeless people? You know, how is that news? And then there was a certain Lance Witten who took this to heart and decided to spend time on the streets. So the book covers, a significant part of the book covers that storytelling behind a project involving homeless people, a collaboration between a newspaper and homeless people, and opening the eyes of Cape Townians to these invisible people we ignore on a daily basis. We don't look at them, we don't speak to them, we don't engage them. What is their story, and how do we change our own common humanity in the telling of that story about homeless people?
I want to come back again to this grenade scenario, because now you've talked about the role of a newspaper. Does it feel like that? Do you feel that weight when you're putting together a newspaper? I don't think people understand what goes into. You pick up the newspaper in the morning and you read through it, but you don't know what's the psyche of what goes into putting something on the front page. What decisions get made to what gets put on the third page, what gets put on the inside page. Do you touch on some of that, and how important is it?
I do, particularly in the preface and the introduction of the book, because I think we're in a very tough environment as the media. We've just had COVID-19 as a major disruptor, probably the biggest in the 21st century, and the media and newspapers are constantly under pressure. How do we do things? We need to compete with the stories going viral, but we need to keep our credibility intact at the same time. So how do you reconcile those two things? You know, you need to get the eyeballs, but at the same time you need to be responsible. So when I first started at the Argus, I played it straight up and down. I did it by the book. I was one of the lucky few people who was able to edit a newspaper twice. So the second time I thought, okay, newspapers are in trouble. We need to do something completely different. Throw the formula book out of the window, stick to the rules though, but at the same time, how can we make it innovative? How can we incorporate video, audio, graphics, all kinds of storytelling into newspapering? And that's where a lot of the fun was had, you know. So yes, I made peace with the idea that we need to break stories elsewhere. But at the end of the day, people need to come back to the newspaper for the depth, the analysis, to be entertained, and to reimagine this fine newspaper that's more than 160 years old, the Cape Argus, because the bulk of the book is based on my time at the Cape Argus as a paper that was at home in the merchant's home when Cape Town was a port city, not that kind of merchant, a shipping merchant. When Cape Town was a shipping port, you know, but also welcome in the merchant's office, but as well as the family home, you know, bringing values together, talking about what makes us tick as a city, but also as a country, the older the paper got, you know. But I think the genesis of this book started as a manuscript about tabloid journalism, because 15 years ago, 2005, I found myself as part of the founding team of the Daily Voice. And it was the best fun I ever had as a journalist. You know, we were wild, we did all kinds of things, and we made a lot of people angry at the time. But it was a real education for me as a journalist, you know. And I started writing a manuscript called Tabloid Junkie, which was a working title for this book, but it didn't quite fit in. And there's a funny story, because the first draft of that manuscript was located on a MacBook that bombed. So I found these amazing guys at Simplified IT Services who were able to retrieve that old manuscript from the book, which is incredible, you know? And it became the draft manuscript for this book, you know?
Without getting into too much that's in the book itself, your scariest moment as a newspaper editor, you've put the paper to bed. You're sitting up in your bed at night going, tomorrow, that's it for me. I'm done. Yeah. My career is over.
Yeah. Look, it's not in this book, but it was quite a scary moment. it involved, the consequences were massive. It shut down in a whole newspaper, the story that I did, because of corruption claims against police officers and gang members. There was a time when I couldn't go to Kensington for almost 4 years because of the story I wrote. But I exposed a gang leader who had been in cahoots with senior police officers, and it was all caught on camera. They were at a karaoke party, and the story in the Daily Voice was headlined "Bandit Camera." And this thing just got out of control, where the guy who had leaked the videotape to me disclosed that in court, that he leaked it to me. So then that made me a witness.
Yeah.
And it was very, very difficult and scary times for me, you know. So it gets heated out there in Tarapa.
So I think something that's very important that we have to mention, Hack with a Grenade is available on pre-order. How do people go about getting it?
So available on pre-order at loot.co.za, very easy to find. And the book itself is going to be available in the second week of December. However, there will be a 4-city launch: Cape Town, Durban, Pretoria, Johannesburg.
Cannot wait for that.
Lance is the host of the Cape Town launch. And so there will be books available in early December, but all good bookstores, and pre-order at loot.co.za.
Fantastic. Gesant Bada, author of Hack with a Grenade. How does that sound? That sounds lekker. That
sounds good, eh? I must tell you, I can't lie.
Available on pre-order. This has been Disruptive Native, a takeover by me, Lance Witten. Of course, you can visit loudhousemedia.co.za for more excellent content and more tips about the media. Thank you.
Such a thanks, Gesant and Lance. Such a lovely interview. Absolutely.
Thanks, man.
Lockdown family, I understand.
Yeah.
So it's a lovely interview. It raises all sorts of important things, and several of them are about how to balance your own intuition as a journalist, and integrate that with sort of cutting edge, breaking information that comes within communities. What's been your experience around this, and what can you share with our group?
You know, Mish, when I walked into the Argus newsroom as the editor in 2009, I was 31 years old. That's very young. You'll have to agree with me. I had very limited life experience. I was just married for a few years and knew very little about the world, you know. And the senior people in the newsroom there, the John Yalls and the Michael Morrises of this world, were double my age. I'm not even joking, you know. And I was very fortunate because they were so generous with their time. They took me into their confidence and assisted me in those very early days where I produced quite a few clangers, you know, as a young editor who wanted to make his mark. But to be honest, I always found that the younger crowd were a lot more impatient, you know, and we find this with our students as well. We saw that in 2015 with Fees Must Fall. They're a lot more woke, if I can borrow that word. They want to do things differently. They're very dynamic. And we talk about the juniorization of newsrooms, and I beg to differ, actually. I think that the younger guys are far more skilled than we used to be. They have a lot more to contend with. They have less resources, and they have to do more. But I think the problem comes in that we are missing the grey beards in the newsrooms, you know, the guys who bring depth and analysis and reason to the madness. And you know, the reason why newspapers are struggling at the moment is that somebody like Michael Morris can write a story about yesterday's news and still make it engaging because you can pour over that interview the next day. But if you're going to tell me what I heard on radio yesterday and on Twitter yesterday, you've lost me as a reader. And so what we need is an investment into journalism again. The reason why the New York Times, for example, is selling newspapers again and they're showing a profit is because they're busy investing in journalism, in quality journalism, you know? So
it's a very nice way you put it, that, you know, one wants that sort of vibrance and agility of the young, those who are woke, and who don't long for the galaxy and the space odyssey days, space odyssey days. But they
Showing our age.
yeah, but you want the depth. You want the depth and the richness and the, I suppose, the memory that comes from a long time of being immersed in journalism and having sort of the feel of being able to be on point for picking up the large, important issues in the world.
Yeah. So that's an important segue because, like I mentioned in the interview there, I had a second bite at the cherry of editing the Cape Argus, and by then, some of the grey beards were gone. You know, some of those senior people, and I say that as a term of endearment. It's not a disparaging way of talking about somebody if a senior or whatever the case might be. That's just the term that we use for the people who can hit it out of the park, you know, as journalists. But the second time around, I knew the rules, so I knew how to bend the rules to make the journalism more engaging. So this time around, we would break the stories digitally, but we would use the newspaper to bring a new narrative into journalism, a new way of storytelling. And so what we introduced was first-person storytelling, where the newsmaker had a voice in the paper. So with the students involved with Fees Must Fall, for example, there's a whole chapter about it. I took on a challenge by a guy called Gus Silber, who challenged newspaper editors to hand over their edition of a paper to the students. And I was the first guy to put up his hand. And I thought I was going to get fired the next day, but it turned out to be the risk was worth the reward. And it was a tremendous success. We also collaborated with the homeless people of Cape Town, called the Dignity Project, and it was the first time, I think, in newspaper history where we had a homeless man write the front page lead of the Cape Argus. So the idea was that we would have, I see somebody's talking about the twin track, and that's exactly what we did. So
Yes, Betty,
alongside
Betty is asking about it, and Betty is an accomplished writer as well.
Yeah, so Betty, the idea was that alongside the news, you know, the 5 W's and the H, we would have the actual storytellers giving the account of what's going on. So we had this homeless guy, Danny Oosthuizen, come into the newsroom. There's an entire chapter about him, Danny and the Invisible People, it's called. And he started with a column of his, changing the perceptions of Cape Townians towards homeless people. There was a softening of hearts and minds from the city authorities to ordinary people. I mean, I'll be honest, I didn't see homeless people before I met Danny, you know, and he changed the way I look at the most vulnerable in our society, you know. And so I write about this, also giving people insights into these people that they're part of the fabric of our city, and we seem to have othered them, you know, we seem to have made them invisible people, you know. But the journey that led me to the homeless people also, there's another story about the guy who introduced me to the homeless people. So the book is full of these gems about ordinary people doing extraordinary things, you know.
It's a very nice way that you put it, ordinary people doing extraordinary things, because by you in your work, and it really sounds like it's a paradigm shift. And we've heard this a lot in this week in the very beautiful ways in the book festival, that, you know, it's a way that one gives voice to the marginalized and vulnerable, so that their story is the story that is foregrounded and is from the perspective of the vulnerable rather than from those who are researching the vulnerable. It's something that we have lots of. We always see that in academia, and Daryl, as you know, he's from Natal, and so he would like to throw in a chili grenade now. Daryl, over to you.
Yeah. No. I just wanted to say I'm finding this absolutely fascinating, and you know, one of my favorite news. I didn't know that you were in charge of the Argus, and I say this as a neutral person. The reason I was drawn to the Argus was because of its finest books page. You know, your books page your literature page was probably, together with the Witness and the Argus, in my humble opinion, they were the best in the country. And I want you to firstly comment on what has happened in the newspaper space, because it seems now that that has disappeared across virtually all newspapers. And secondly, I want you to comment about what I call the incestuous relationship of newspapers with certain book festivals. So certain newspapers sponsor certain book festivals, and therefore they will never publicize another rival who they see as a rival book festival, because they only have eyes to the one they are sponsoring. So that was my grenade to you, the second one.
Look, I think the two very important issues that you raised, Daryl, and I think the two go hand in hand. So newspapers, the business side of newspapers is not unlike any other business. You know, there is a commercial imperative, and with that, the first things that are cut are the resources. So you'll find that things get centralized. The Cape Argus independent media, back when the Irish owned it, had a fantastic supplement called Tonight. You would have them in the Argus in Cape Town, the Daily News in Durban, and you would have them in the Star in Johannesburg. And it was an amazing supplement to the arts, where theatre people, the theatre impresarios, the directors, the theatre owners, they used to love this because it really celebrated the arts and culture, you know, in South Africa. But as resources started dwindling, the owners kind of had one eye on the prize and not on the insights. And we found that by cutting these supplements and centralizing it rather than making them regionally strong, because you'll know, Daryl, that in KZN, there's a big market for Bollywood, for example. In Joburg, it's Kwaito. In Cape Town, it's a very different flavor. So you can't centralize a product like this because the regions are very different. So the readers immediately reacted to this, and it had a negative downfall. In the same way, I think newspaper people weren't brave enough to invest in classifieds. They laughed when Gumtree came along, 15 years ago, and now it's Gumtree that's laughing all the way to the bank. When newspapers, you used to be able to kill somebody with a classified section of a newspaper. To touch on, and I'm just conscious of your time, but to touch on book festivals, it's the same thing, you know. There's a commercial imperative that's unfortunately drowning out the independence of media and newspapers. And it's a real pity. Owners should stay away from newsrooms, full stop. You have to have church, it needs to be like church and state, you know. Let editors carry on with the business of newspapering and leave the commercial interests for the owners and the advertising people. The two must never meet. But because of the pressures in terms of the bottom line, you're seeing that creep more and more. And that's why I admire a guy like John Matham, for example, who he calls a spade a spade. If it's a good book, he'll say so. You know, he doesn't really align himself. And I mean, if he tells me to read a book, for example, I will 9 times out of 10 I'll follow the recommendation. You know. So I'm hoping I'm answering that question, Daryl.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's absolutely fine. Thank you so much.
I think part of what you're also asking is about the independence and the autonomy. You know, you want to be able to have journalists follow principle, do the work that they do, be strong enough to criticize Rupert Murdoch, even if he owns a paper, and the kind of things that he says. And I imagine the same is here. You know, UWC is through Daryl and Daryl's kindness is partnered with supporting the Madibaland Book Festival. But there's nothing that the institution has a say on in anything that is being done here. I suppose there's, you know, two things still remain. For you, having now done this book and it's bouncy and it's flying, what's your next projects after this, without giving too much away?
Okay, so Umesh, I wrote a manuscript during lockdown, and it took me 32 days on the trot, 32 consecutive days. It's with a publisher at the moment, and they were very suspicious. The commissioning editor hadn't come across anybody who had written a manuscript in 32 days. It's about my midlife crisis. So last year and into early this year, I had a bona fide midlife crisis, a combination of anxiety and depression. And I write a very important book, I think, from a South African male perspective. You know, we don't talk about this thing often enough, but I write it from a sense of humor, you know, with a sense of humor, with a good dose of humility, and just how it affects me.
And
So that's
self-deprecation to be able
absolutely
to,
yeah, and a lot of honesty. And I think it's important for men to stand up because it's part of the reason we're in trouble with gender-based violence and that kind of thing. So that's coming out in September next year, God willing. And then I'm also working on a media textbook with my good friend and former colleague, the editor of The Star. His name is Kevin Ritchie. We're working on a journalism 101 going back to basics for tertiary use and for newsrooms. So that's coming out in 2021 as well. So I'm quite busy on the book and literary scene, Umesh.
I can hear, and it's just it's wonderful to hear that you're able to do that during lockdown. The most a fair amount of productivity was in raising family for some during lockdown, and
Making
for
families.
and for others it was creating these gems or finding a way to think thoughtfully about the issues in the world. Just finally, if a comment on your side before I ask Daryl to and look at the our questions in the panel. If there was one thing, you know, like Jack Palance said in one of the movies, if there's one thing that's most important for you that you want our writers here, and I suppose the community at large, because you have a big, you're a very good spokesman and have an important voice. What would you want us to know?
I think, you know, what I always experience when I write a work, you know, and I write nonfiction. I don't dabble in fiction, but I always find this weird thing, you know, that there is almost a burden on Black writers to write about struggle. And I can't kind of get out of that because it's where I come from. You know, I come from a working class background. I grew up in Mitchell's Plain. We played in the hills where the station strangler was running riot, even though our mom said stay away. And, you know, that's my point of reference. So I always marvel, I kind of admire, and I'm envious of white writers, you know, who can write about simple things in life and make it so engaging, you know. And I hope one day I can get to that point where I can write a piece of nonfiction that isn't so charged, you know, and it's just something that I always, even when I go through this book now that I've written, I always think about, you know, I want to write free of the burden of my upbringing, just for once, you know. Just
a very nice way you're putting it, because it sort of links to something that was said in the previous in the session just earlier, and that was around by Paul Weinberg, who's a photographer, and he was talking about the exhibition of Peter Mabubane, who was largely known for the struggle photography, and David Goldblatt, whose view is always about the marginalized and the ordinary, but without it being clearly political, and yet that link was so intense between the two of them. And so Daryl says, also say hi to Kevin Ritchie, who was a brave man who sponsored my Soweto Literary Festival. So,
my partner in crime.
Yeah. So Ghassan, it's been absolutely lovely to chat with you. Won't you just plug your book one more time, and then
okay. Hack with a Grenade is available at all good bookstores from, I think the official launch date is Monday, the 30th of November. So it should be in bookstores in the days after that. And then it's also available on pre-order. I know it's available on Loot at the moment, but it should start becoming more and more available. Otherwise, look me up at Loud House Media ZA on Twitter. and I'll point you in the right direction, you know, of where to find the book.
That's great, Hassan. Thank you very much. Given the focus on state capture, the choice of loot is absolutely appropriate. So thank you very much, Daryl.
It's just been very good to me.
Thanks, Daryl. Over to you, Daryl.
Okay, Umesh, thank you for a wonderful interview. Hassan, really, but remember when that book does well, remember the world premiere of your book was at the Madibaland World Literary Festival. You go tell your people that.
I'm really privileged to be here and in the company of such amazing writers. You know, it's a real honor and a privilege. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Okay, no, Hassan, thank you so much, and we wish you well on your writing journey as now a writer of books rather than an editor of newspapers. Okay, thank you so much, and thank you to the people for their comments. Peter Baker, Betty Govenden, thank you so much for your comments during the chat. Next up, we have Ghulam Wahed, and Ghulam is a colleague, ex-colleague of mine from UKZN, a professor at UKZN in history. I think it's history. Ghulam, I hope I've got it right. He's involved in one of the most successful partnerships with Ashwin Desai. They write all the great books together and they take away all the great ideas from everyone else. And but I think in this book, if I'm not mistaken, Ghulam went solo, and he did a biography on a man called Chota Matala. And I am sure that, like me, you have never heard that name before. And one of the main streets in Pietermaritzburg, that when you get off the highway, the N3 highway, for years it used to be called Chota Matala. I never knew what that name meant. I was too afraid to ask people what it meant. And thankfully, Ghulam did a book on it. And I think you're going to be fascinated by this book that Ghulam has put together. I think it's about a year or 2 years old. But Ghulam Wahed, one of the great authors who's put out some of the best books to emerge in the last 10 years in South Africa. We bring him to you to the Madibaland World Literary Festival, all the way from Durban, KwaZulu-Natal. Ghulam, welcome, and we look forward to the next half an hour in your company.
Thanks, Daryl. After listening to all the great authors that have spoken, I'm not sure that a boring historian is the right person here, but yeah. So the book, I'm not sure whether you're going to be asking me questions, but I'll just introduce what the book was about. So the project actually started about in 2000, and he passed on in 2005, and it was at his funeral that Ahmed Katrada mentioned that there's so much of history being lost, and it's time that we got together and recovered most of those histories. So the family then formed a small committee to take this project forward, and amongst those on the committee were Dr. Motala's daughter Shireen, who's a professor of education at the University of Johannesburg, as well as Yunus Karim, the minister. And so they worked on the book for a while. With the person who was tasked to do this was Nalini Naidu, a journalist, with an outstanding journalist with the Natal Witness, but she herself was an activist in the Pietermaritzburg area in the 1980s. And so they worked together on this. I mean, she sort of worked with the committee on trying to put this book together. So she knew Motala personally, but I think because of her activism and she would have been the ideal person to write this book. But her work as a journalist meant that she did not have enough time. So around 2013, I got involved in writing this book. Mrs. Motala, Rabia Motala, contacted me and asked if I could help the committee. So initially I was a bit reluctant because of time, but I had also written a book with Ashwin on Dr. Monty Naika, who was sort of Motala's counterpart in based in Durban. And, you know, we knew very little about the history of politics outside of Durban in the KwaZulu-Natal region. So I thought it would be a challenge. It would be interesting to get involved. And, you know, I don't regret that, because I myself knew very little about Dr. Mothala until I got involved. And in terms of, you know, the sources, I was actually quite astounded to find that, you know, he was an archivist himself, because he kept lots of articles, but he also wrote a lot. So he had, you know, his own thoughts on a host of subjects, from, you know, the Soweto uprising, the workers' strikes in the 1970s, the treason trials. So all of that, he had kept his notes. So those were very valuable. Mrs. Rabia Mothala was outstanding in keeping all of this in meticulous order. He also had an absolutely brilliant collection of photographs. And another valuable source was the Alan Paton Center at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, which in the late 1990s had undertaken a lot of interviews with activists in the Pietermaritzburg region. So, you know, all of this together was quite useful. And then I also did interviews with people who knew Dr. Mothala. So that basically formed the, you know, the basis of the material that I had. So Dr. Mothala, for those who don't know, was born in 1921 in Dundee. He lost his father at the age of 13. And in fact, he had walked in to find his father lying dead. And, you know, that was quite a traumatic experience. The family at the time was experiencing, you know, a difficult time economically. And, you know, he would have sort of had to go out and seek work. But fortunately for him, a relative of his, and that was, you know, Professor Fatima Mir's father, M.I. Mir, actually, you know, came up, brought him to Durban and, you know, raised him at his home in Ritson Road in Durban, and he attended Sastry College. And when he completed the matric, at that time there was a program that allowed some South African students to go and study in India. And so he was one of those who was able to go to India, and he studied medicine at Grant College in Mumbai. And he went with, you know, another doctor from Peter, who was also, you know, quite involved. You probably know Kader Hashim. So this was his brother who went with, and they had to work on the ship to earn their you know, to pay for their trip. And so in India, they were very, you know, directly involved in the Indian nationalist struggle. And amongst the things that happened was that when Yusuf Dadu and Monty Naika visited Gandhi and Nehru in 1947, they were there to welcome them. So Mothala then returns to South Africa in Daryl, you can just tell me when to stop, you know, if people have questions, because I'm just going to speak until you tell me to stop. So they returned to Pietermaritzburg. I mean, he returned to South Africa and established his practice in Pietermaritzburg. He immediately got involved in trade with the local trade unionists, and like C.D. Moodley was a well-known individual, and he became the chairperson of the branch in Pietermaritzburg of the Natal Indian Congress. But he was also the vice president of the Natal Indian Congress, you know, to Monty Naika. So through the 1950s, he was involved then in the Defiance campaign, and he was one of our treason trialists in 1956. And, you know, although Mandela was a frequent visitor to Pietermaritzburg, he's really close, in fact, all of the people in Pietermaritzburg that I spoke to, their real sort of inspiration and icon for them was actually Walter Sisulu, who would visit very often and spend extensive time there. And in fact, in the Mothala family, And it's also written in the Sisulu's biography that the families would exchange, visit each other during holidays. So they had a very intimate relationship, close relationship. So Mothala himself then was arrested, in 1960, shortly after the banning of the ANC and PAC. We had the state of emergency. And so Mothala was one of the people who was arrested, and most of them spent 5 months in prison without charge before they were released. And they were released just before. I mean, this is quite interesting because in 1960 was when Indians sort of commemorated 100 years of their arrival in South Africa. And so prior to this, they had, made some grandiose plans on how to commemorate the event. But because of all of these arrests, they decided to keep it very low key. And the two things that they did was, one was, focus on the struggle itself, but also they decided to focus on education and set up lots of funds to promote education. So through the 1960s, then Mothala is banned for considerable periods of time. And in the 1970s, when the NIC was revived, he's not really in the forefront of the organization, because by then it's a younger group that emerges, the Jerry Kuvadias and Mewa Ram Gobinds, Farooq Mirs, people like that. But then Mothala again emerges in the 1980s, as when the government with the proposed tri-camp parliament, the SAIC election. So in all of these times, he features quite prominently in the debates. And in 1986, again, he was arrested with A.S. Chetty. I mean, there's someone who's really not known, but gave virtually his entire life to the struggle was A.S. Chetty, who was a worker. And so, together in 1986, both of them were arrested, and A.S. Chetty spent, I think, almost 3 months in prison. But Mothala is really appreciated because in the 1980s, you had this struggle between the, ANC and the UDF and the IFP in Pietermaritzburg, and the local hospitals would often refuse to or treat or not give proper treatment, or were afraid to treat all of the victims who were from the ANC UDF side. So it is estimated that in the period 1986 to about 1990, the surgery in which Mothala operated, and his partner was, one of the partners was a Dr. Vasu Chetty, that in that period they treated over 2,000 patients free. There was no charge for it. And the local Black Sash was involved in arranging that, and Ruth Lundi was one of the members of the Black Sash. So all of this is really not given due accord, but they did that. So in the post-apartheid period, then he is involved in the talks around CODESA, but he then has a sort of heart health failure, and he does not get involved in going to parliament. But eventually in 1996, he was offered the ambassadorship to Morocco, and he went for, it's a 3-year term, but he served 2 years, and then due to ill health, he returned. But he continued his work in the city. By then he had retired, but he passed on in 2005. And what is really stands out about Pietermaritzburg as quite distinct from Durban, and is that there was quite a close relationship between the African and Indian activists in that city. So the ANC, UDF, and the NIC activists work very closely. People like Yusuf Bamji, Yunus Karim, A.S. Chetty, Chota Mothala, they work closely with people like Moses Mabhida, but especially Harry Gwala. So that's one feature that stands out. And I think this was also reflected in 1994 when, the elections, the sort of substantial number of Indians tended to vote for the old DA party, National Party, which then, and later for the DA. But in Pietermaritzburg, the majority of the population, Indians, did vote for the ANC. And so that is seen as as a reflection of the kind of dedication and hard work that people like Motala did. And so some of the issues that he, one of the remarkable things in his writings, I still remember it's in the book, but his handwritten notes in 1990 is what he stated there that, we are talking about expanding education to the majority African population. But remember that this does not mean creating spaces at university. With that comes a whole lot of obligations like housing, language, providing a means for them to sustain themselves. So all of the issues that came to light in the Fees Must Fall movement, he actually sort of wrote about that in 1990, that, the government must be warned. So his great emphasis on economic redress, and he constantly spoke about the fact that, there would be no liberation until there was economic redress. He spoke a lot about, sort of nationalizing medicine, the health service, so that all people would have access to education. And he, placed great emphasis on relationships across the color line, but especially as well, and I think this is very significant in the present context, about relationships across the religious lines as well. So in all of these ways, I think he was quite, an individual that I was quite honored to get to know through my research on him. So I'll stop there if anybody's got any question, but I should just mention then that, we see this, even though Daryl may have been disappointed that I didn't have my co-author on board with me on this book, but it's actually part of a trilogy that we've worked on in the past 2 years, and one of them, it sort of covers then the period from 1940 to the present. So we published that book in late 2018. In 2019, we published a book called A History of the Present, Indians in Post-Apartheid South Africa by Oxford University Press. And believe it or not, we still don't have a copy in South Africa. But and now we have a book forthcoming on the Natal Indian Congress from 1971 to 1994. So in some ways, I think what becomes important there is that when you look at the period from 1994 to 2019, that's what we look at, the 25-year assessment, then I think going back, it seems like we did it the wrong way around, but then going back and looking at 1971 to 1994 becomes a very, very, it allows us to look at the issues in a different light as well. So I think that is quite important, because that period, then the whole issue of a cabal dominating the Natal Indian Congress becomes one of the key issues. And so that happened in the 1980s, but today in 2020, it's something that the EFF is constantly bringing up in relation to Praveen Gordhan, who was seen as one of the key figures in that so-called cabal. So I think that looking back with the perspective of time does help in looking at things in a slightly different way. So the book on the history of the present does deal with issues around transformations in religion, the rise of Pentecostal Christianity, division, Modi's visit to South Africa, education, the issues of BEE, and of course you cannot miss the Guptas in the story. So that's what that deals with. And the book that's coming out with Wits University Press early in the new year will deal from 1971 to 1994, because that's a period in which the old areas were demolished by group areas. And so people were moving into the townships, and how, the impact that this had on fracturing an organization like the Natal Indian Congress, the attempts that were made to resuscitate the organization, the high point of civic activism from 1980 to 1985, and then due to state repression, the gradual decline in the NIC presence in the townships, which then allows someone like Raj Bansi to come to prominence in sort of in the Indian hearts and minds, particularly in a place like Chatsworth. I think I'll stop there, Daryl.
Okay. Ghulam, thank you for the, I don't know why you wanted me to interview you, because you spoke so beautifully. No interview could have done justice to what you've just given us. I'll look at the chat, but I'll just throw a question your way, more a comment. But you know, my parents, we go back to Pietermaritzburg before the 1900s. And the one thing that they always tell us is this name, Dr. I didn't know Chota Motala and Dr. Motala were the same people, but they would always say this Dr. Motala in Maritzburg is the kindest man, because even before what you're saying about treating people for free, apparently he would treat people for free from, I would imagine, the 1960s, you know, and he has a reputation in the community in Pietermaritzburg as one of the most kind doctors around. And I don't know whether you picked that up, you know, from that far back or only with regards to politics.
No, actually, okay, so Chota means, his name was Mohammed, but Chota means youngest. So he was the youngest in his family. So that's where Chota comes in. So it just stuck as his name. But his name was Mohammed Motala. Actually, you know, I have on record some of the interviews I did, and where people would tell me that, you know, so he was there from the 1950s, and particularly in the 1950s and 60s, you know, they would sometimes call him at 9, 10, 11 at night, and he would get, you know, in those days, he would get in his car and go and see them and treat the patients even at that hour. And sometimes, you know, even one person told me, and I have it on record, that, you know, if he found like this person's father, I think it was Mr. Beju who told me, who's alive in Pietermaritzburg, that they were so poor that he would actually, after treating them, instead of charging them, he'd give them some money and then leave, because, you know, to get food or whatever for the next day. So he, in fact, this practice as a whole, there were always 3 or 4 or 5 doctors there. They had this reputation of, you know, of taking care of people who didn't have money, you know, not charging them. So they had that reputation, but also something we don't have today was that they would make house visits at all hours of the night. So that's why he's a person that's even to this day spoken of in awe. And I don't know if you know Qadar Hashim, but his brother was Dr. Isak. And he unfortunately died at the age of 40, but he was also, you know, well, Qadar was a very strong unity movement man. So, you know, he and Chota Motala would really have it be at odds with each other politically. But Qadar himself told me that when he was sort of out of work because of his activism, Motala took him in and took care of him for a while until he got back on his feet. But yet politically, they'd be at odds with each other. So that was a kind of, I think, respect also that people had for each other. Can't hear you. You are muted, Daryl.
Yeah. Sorry, I put it on now. Betty says, thank you, Ghulam, for reminding us of a great South African stalwart. The role of personal archives is important in this story, and it's linked to history. Phyllis Naidu and others, Kathrada and Mayat letters. Okay, if you can just respond to that, I got to just...
Yeah, I think that's a very significant factor, because if you look at, for example, you know, the archives, I mean, our full history will never be known, because one of the important sources of information are the documents held at the National Archives. But because of the regulations, you know, so for example, there were tons of documents that the state security services kept on someone like Monty Nyker, right? They had, you know, because the police would go around and take down notes on everything that people were saying. So if you go to the National Archives in Pretoria, there's tons of police files on each of these activists. But what has happened now is that it's very difficult for you to access this material. So when we were doing our book on on Monty Nyker, and we requested this information. We had to get his family to ask for the information. So it took over a year to get the documents, because what they would do is, there were a lot of police informants who were giving information, and some of them are actually quite iconic anti-apartheid heroes today, but their names are there as police spies, right? So we're not going to judge them, but I'm just saying that's a fact, because you don't know under what conditions they were giving that information. So I don't think that it's our job to cast aspersions on them, right? But what the archives did, they spent a year taking a marker and blacking out every single name that was not Dr. Nyker's name, so that you would have absolutely you're not supposed to know anyone else in those documents. So yet when we came to Motala, you find that, we were not able to get the documents. It was much more difficult. So I think that the point is that the history will never be known. But what Betty is saying is absolutely correct, that the people who did keep their archives, then it becomes a very valuable source of information. So Zuleika Mayat is somebody, and that's a book, in fact, would have been more appropriate for something like this, but it's a very old book. So there was a woman in Durban, Mrs. Mayat, who Ahmed Katrada was her brother's friend. And when this woman lost her husband, he wrote a letter to her of condolence. She replied, and between them, from 1979 to 1989, they exchanged, I think, 73 or 74 letters. So when we came across this archive of letters, she kept a copy of every letter she wrote to him, and she kept a copy of every letter she received from him. So if you read that 10-year period, it is, I'm sure Betty would agree, it's one of the most fascinating reads you can make, both on that history, but also on the sort of Gujarati community and all of the things that were going on. So like that, Chota Motala's private archives also become extremely important. And now when we're doing other research, we also find, for example, the Voices of Liberation interviews that were done in 2002 by the UKZN Documentation Center is extremely valuable. And I only wish that more people had done this. So Gail Gerhard, when she did her interviews in the 1980s, Julie Fredericks did her interviews. These are at Wits University. And the most fascinating part of all is when you read the same person being interviewed in 1976, 1986, 1996, and 2002, how their perspective on an incident changes. So I think that's also very interesting in itself.
Ghulam, I'm going to leave you there. It's been a fascinating, I'm sure for many people in the Cape, I know this because, I do feel a bit out of place in the Cape over here. There's not many Indians here, but so I'm sure it's a history that they don't know, and it would have been fascinating for many people listening. And yeah, I think next you and Ashwin must do a book on food or something, and all the foods shared between politicians and activists, because I've heard some wonderful stories around that. But yeah, because you guys have such a prolific work rate, I think a book like that you all can definitely do, but something lighthearted.
Thanks.
Something lighthearted, Okay. Ghulam, thank you so
We'll
much
keep
for
that in
the
mind.
lovely talk on a subject that I'm sure many people did not know. And I think that, in years to come, your work and Ashwin's work is going to be some of the most important work done in this field, and it's going to form an archive for a new generation of scholars to come. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We go on a 1-hour break, and then we come back for Anton Harbour.
"13 years ago, in 1986, South Africa was in a state of emergency, and there was a very intense cultural struggle that was being waged. And we were part of that, and this is a song that we wrote for truly one of the greatest South Africans in history, Nelson Mandela, and we'd like to open the show tonight with a tribute.
Tina lape kuna lape hleli kuna asimbonanga Mandela Tina lape kuna lape hleli kuna. The burning water.
Thank you. God bless you. Thank you.
You want to say anything? You want to say anything?
Well, it is music and dancing that makes me at peace with the world. and at peace with myself. But I don't see much movement at the back there, you know? I would like us to join. Let's just repeat. Let's just repeat it.
Okay.
Let's just repeat it. Let's all join.
Hey, hi, Anton. It's Darren again. Okay, we're going to start. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the evening session of the Madibaland World Literary Festival. It's day 7. We've had great 6 days before us, and the 7th day has been no exception. Next up, it gives me great pleasure to welcome Anton Harber. Anton Harber is a well-known name in South African journalism, a former editor, and if memory serves me correct, former editor of Mail and Guardian. Set me right if I'm wrong. An investigative journalist, a thorn in the side, I suppose, of the apartheid government, and hopefully a thorn in the side of all regimes. But Anton is here today in his capacity, I suppose, blending those two as investigative journalist and as author. And today he's going to be speaking on his book, So for the Record, which I suppose is a bit about the era of state capture, but I wonder whether he's going to take us back through the eras and also cover the apartheid era and their information scandals. Anton, it gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the festival, and it's nice to see you. You haven't aged at all.
Well, thank you. Kind of you to say so. Should I proceed and talk about my book?
Yeah. You go ahead, Anton.
Okay. Well, my book is a deep dive into the role the media played in the era of state capture, really the last decade. It's a case of me investigating the investigators, because I use what happened under state capture to examine the state, the role of our media, both in where it played an enormously positive and important and valuable role in exposing and helping end state capture and bring down a president involved in the project of state capture. But also I give a great deal of the book to analyze particular examples of where the journalists, newspapers, investigative reporters assisted state capture whether willingly or unwillingly. In particular, I pay very close attention to 3 very prominent, very important stories, which the Sunday Times eventually had to retract, apologize for, and try and put behind them, because there were stories which enabled state capture, and the paper allowed itself to be used by various forces to attack those who were blocking state capture. The 3 stories I look at in detail are the Cato Manor death squad story, a story that a Cato Manor unit, police unit, was killing an extraordinary amount of people. And it was used, and the story was manipulated to attack a Colonel Johan Boysen, who in fact was investigating corruption against a number of key figures. The second story was one of illegal renditions, where again the story and the newspaper were manipulated to attack key people in the Hawks who were getting in the way of the state capture project. But the biggest story of all, the one that drew most attention, was the SARS rogue unit story. And that was a story that was almost entirely fabricated in order to stop the state revenue, the tax man, going after certain key figures, particularly in organized crime and particularly state capture players. And what I do is I look quite closely at how this happened, how you had one of the country's most eminent and respected investigative teams at the country's biggest and wealthiest newspaper, and how they allowed themselves to be played in this way and do so much damage, not just to themselves, but to journalism. And I do this because I think it's very important that we confront what happened in our profession. Because if we're going to deal with the problems in our profession, and I don't think anyone doubts that we live in a time when journalism is under pressure, its credibility, its authenticity are under pressure from all sides, we have to confront the root of this problem, understand what happened in order to try and start fixing it. My book really, I think, tries to demonstrate both the importance of journalism at a time like this, but also its limitations. My hope is that people will understand what journalism and journalists can or cannot do at this difficult time for the news media, when it's under enormous financial pressure from all sides, in all ways, and all news media and all media. I do also take an extended look at the Gupta leaks story, which was an extraordinary feat of journalism, where a set of leaked emails exposed the Gupta family at the heart of state capture, and really look at the journalists who did so well in contrast to what happened at the Sunday Times. It's quite a hard thing to do, because in many ways I was taking on my colleagues, my peers, my friends, and had to be quite tough on some of the things that happened. I try and explain what happened at a number of levels, the individuals involved and what motivated them. What was it in the Sunday Times that enabled them to be used in this way, that set them off course? But look at that very much within what is happening in the news media as a whole, because I think a root of the problem is the financial pressures, the pressure, and why that meant an enormous demand for them to produce the front pages, the big stories that would help sell the newspaper, and why that led them to cut corners that got them into serious trouble. And I don't think one can overestimate how serious that trouble was. because the Sunday Times is the biggest and most popular newspaper in the country, for it to make such terrible series of mistakes, and not just make a mistake, but continue playing out these erroneous and damaging stories for month after month after month, avoiding admitting that they were on the wrong path, sticking with one narrative, refusing to hear that there were problems with the stories they were carrying and carrying time after time. So it was an extraordinary time in South African journalism, and I think we have to confront it, work out what we have to do to rebuild our credibility, to rebuild our profession, and to make sure that kind of thing never happens again. Daryl, with those opening remarks, I wonder if I should take some questions or some discussion from you or others.
Yeah, okay. Let's, I think people were just settling in, but anyway, let's just see.
Sorry.
I wanted to ask specifically, it's two difficult questions, but the first one is, I forget the first name of the journalist, but I remember the surname, Wa Africa.
Mzilikazi Wa Africa.
Yeah, and he was one of the top journalists, you know. I think he was on the right side of the law on, you know, in the early days, and then he was responsible together with others for a lot of the problems at the Sunday Times. And I wanted to find out, why is it that all other journalists have been sanctioned, and it seems as though he got off lightly compared to, I'm speaking under correction, but this is, if I had to read between the lines, it seems as though he got off very lightly, and a journalist like Ranjini Munsami, for instance, is sort of a pariah now, whereas he's still working. Could you comment on that?
Certainly. Well, let me first just make clear what in fact happened. So in the stories I write about, there were 3 or 4 key journalists. Mzilikazi Wa Africa, Stefan Hofstadter, Piet Rampedi, and Rob Rose. Piet Rampedi resigned when the Sunday Times started to look into the material and started to doubt these stories and set out on the course of correction. While Africa and Hofstadter were let go by the Sunday Times when they retracted the stories. And Rob Rose, in fact, stayed, and he's now editor of the Financial Mail. Now, this happens in a context where there's been some controversy over the years in South Africa with journalists who have broken the rules, broken the ethical codes. And Mzilikazi Wa Africa was one of them. Mzilikazi was fired 3 or 4 years earlier from the Sunday Times because he failed to declare properly a conflict of interest, a side business that conflicted with his reporting. And it was an extraordinary thing because Africa was one of the most respected, one of the most successful investigative reporters who broke some extraordinary stories and tackled the rich and powerful in every way. And Hofstadter was much the same, also as journalist with an excellent record. But they brought back Mzilikazi after a period, mainly because they really needed to strengthen their investigative operation. And of course, he again went down the wrong path and had to be let go a second time. You compare that to the case of Ranjini Munsami. Ranjini broke the rules some years ago, was fired from the Sunday Times. She worked her way back, but controversially in the interim, she went to work for the campaign, Jacob Zuma's campaign for the presidency. So it was some surprise when she came and was let back into journalism. But then last year, she was accused of another ethical problem in taking the gift of a car from the State Security Agency and was pushed out once again. So there is a pattern, there has been in the past a pattern of forgiving and bringing journalists back. I think perhaps a little hastily before they'd actually fully accounted for what they did. But I think a lesson has been learned that we have to be firm and strict about journalists who break the ethical guidelines. But the extraordinary thing is that there is another newspaper group which has employed Wa Africa and Ramperi, and they are pursuing in some ways the same stories and the same agendas. So we have a problem in our newspaper world in that we have rogue newspapers that fall outside of our codes and practices of ethical control of the profession. Daryl, I think you're muted.
Yeah, I'm actually quite shocked that there's not many more questions, but never fear, I have many up my sleeve. I wanted to find out, so at the moment, the Daily Maverick is one of those newspapers that I think has broken quite a few stories, and I think they've been emboldened and they've come out with a print version of their newspaper recently, etc. And they've got, you know, some of the big names in South African journalism on their side. But there was also an article, and I think it may have been by the EFF, that questioned where their funding is coming from. And I mean, because it's the EFF, so people just said, oh, you know what, who cares where it's coming from? You know, you questioning it because they're exposing you and other people like you, etc. You know, but I think maybe it's a question worth asking. Is it pretty much like South African politics where you can't ask where funding comes from newspapers, or is it public knowledge and people like myself just don't know where it's coming from? Would you care to comment on funding of newspapers?
So you ask a very important question, Daryl. As usual, you get to the nub of it. And you're quite right. The Daily Maverick gets, you know, it's partially self-funding in that they sell memberships and they have some advertising and they do some events, but they also get quite a lot of funding from various business interests, as I understand it, but they are not public about who their investors are. And I think you're quite right to say that it's a problem. And let me just put that in perspective. First of all, let me say it stands in contrast to Amamungani, which worked with Daily Maverick. Amamungani is the standalone non-profit investigative journalism unit that worked with Daily Maverick to expose the Gupta leaks. Amamungani publishes on their website every contribution they get. And they get money from foundations, from individuals, from the public, and above a certain size of donation, they publish it on their website with their full annual report. Now, I think that's in keeping with the contemporary ethic of journalism. I think that one of the lessons of this period has been that we need greater transparency in journalism. We have to apply the demands of transparency to ourselves in the same way we demand it of public figures and others who wield public power. We as journalists and media outlets, we wield public power, and I think we must be held accountable and we must be transparent about how and what we do. And clearly, if there's financial interests backing us, I think we should be open about it. I think it's hard for Daily Maverick because I would imagine that some of their funders don't want it to be known. So I'm not being judgmental, but I do think a very important principle of modern journalism is transparency. Transparency in how you fund what you do, transparency in how you investigate, transparency in what you do. We have to be much more accountable to journalists, not accountable to politicians, not accountable to the state, but to our readers and our profession and ourselves in a self-regulatory way. So you are seeing a lot more investigative stories where the journalist will tell you how they did the story and what they know and they don't know and how they verified. And that's a major trend in the last decade or so in journalism around the world. And I think it's extremely important that journalists learn a greater transparency in their everyday work. Daryl, you muted.
Yeah. I keep it muted because the dogs go off every now and again. But people are finding their voice. So Emma Neal from New Zealand is asking, does rehiring the corrupt journalists still help to sell these papers because of their notoriety as well as their investigative skills?
Well, what an interesting question. I think people are tempted to rehire them because they do have long-standing reputations and have done much good work. But the truth is that the sale of newspapers is dropping everywhere, particularly during the COVID period. And rehiring them has not turned that around. I think the reality is that those who rehire them now, I mean, the Sunday Times rehired Ranjeni Munusamy and Mzilikazi Africa because they were really under pressure to improve their investigative journalism and re-establish their investigative team, and worked on the assumption that they'd learned their lesson and they could be rehabilitated. You know, in South Africa, we rehabilitate all sorts of people, as we know from the apartheid era. Murderers and killers and crooks and thieves. We have a propensity to forgive and bring people back in. And that was applied to these journalists. But I think we've learned since then, with the fact that they repeated their misdemeanors, not their misdemeanors, their misbehavior, their ethical misconduct, and embarrassed the newspapers again. And as I say, the newspaper group that has rehired at least some of them is a rogue group that's doing it for political reasons rather than I don't think it's doing much for newspaper sales, but I think they're doing it for political reasons. And because they're behaving in many ways as a kind of rogue operation outside of our press council, our code of conduct, the rules by which we try and manage journalism in this country, like many other countries.
Hugh Bland has a question. He says, please comment on the independent group and the extent of state advertising and PIC involvement. I suppose independent and PIC is one, and then maybe state advertising is maybe a separate issue, but I could be wrong.
So this is a very pertinent question. The independent group was one of those newspapers that worked on this model that if we're good to the ANC as the ruling party, then we will get state and government advertising. But it doesn't quite work out like that because we know the ANC is divided. We know government, there's deep divisions in government. So supporting one faction doesn't necessarily get you the support of another faction. And so that model hasn't really worked where people have tried to apply it in this country. Never mind the fact that it's a model that produces bad journalism. The PIC involvement is something else. So the PIC, for those who don't know, is the Public Investment Corporation, the body that holds state the country's biggest investor of pension money, of state pension money. And they backed the purchase of independent newspapers by the man who bought it, Iqbal Survey, and the man who, in a sense, has gone rogue. And questions were raised when they backed it because it appeared to be a political decision of dubious financial sanity, and that's proved to be correct. But the PIC have grappled with how to rein in Iqbal Survey. I think they're in an extremely embarrassing position. They've lent him billions, and they've lost billions as a result of public money. And the new management in PIC has tried to stop the outflow and try and recover some of the money, but so far they have failed. And it's a source of great concern, I think, not just because it's the loss of public money, pensioners' money, but because the PIC has supported a rogue newspaper unit that has become a toxic element of our political debate and discussion.
Betty Govenden is asking, she says the New York Review of Books is excellent. How can we have some similar voices in South Africa?
Well, that's a question we all ask ourselves, Betty. Don't we hunger for a quality, thoughtful, literary magazine of some along those lines? There's no question we need it, we want it. The problem is this: it's financially extremely difficult because the market in this country is small. And that is what has blocked attempts to produce publications like the New York Review of Books in this country. I think it's a great pity. I would have expected that the internet would enable such publications to be produced much more cheaply. But you know, there's a very important shift happening in how, and in the business model for all these print publications and news publications. And that is that we as consumers are going to have to pay more for them. The old model where advertising paid for it and in a sense subsidized the journalism has collapsed under the pressure of the internet. The advertising has all moved to the internet, and when moving to the internet, it's all moved to the big social media giants. So even on the internet, news publications are struggling to get the income they need. So we all have to start paying more, I think, as consumers of news. We are used to getting it free or near free. But we're seeing around the world that consumers are having to pay for journalism of quality, journalism they can trust, journalism of credibility. In South Africa, it's been particularly hard to make that shift. So those who are charging and increasingly have to charge for their product are struggling to convert their readers and their members and their subscribers to paying consumers. So I would urge you, if you see the need, as I'm sure you do, for good quality, investigative and other journalism, whether it's literary journalism like the New York Review of Books or other more hard news and investigative reporting, then as a society, we have to be prepared to find a way to pay for it. There's many ways in which that can be done. And that's an important debate we have to have about how we find new models to sustain journalism in an increasingly difficult environment.
Okay, Anton, another question, this time from me again. I wanted to find out, I was never a journalism student, but I think I've got a good feel for newspaper reporting. And I've seen lately a trend that I didn't see for many years. And that is, forgive my dog, he gets excited at a certain time and then he has to bark. But you see an
The guy when
entire...
you're talking about journalism.
Yeah, he gets excited. Yeah. Anyway, you'll see an entire article saying insiders said this. Another insider, someone close to the story, said that. And the whole story is just insiders, no names, no quoting of sources, etc. Is this allowed in journalism?
Look, anonymous sources are sometimes very important to getting a story out, because sometimes you have a story that would only come out. It's an important story, the public needs to know it, you verified it, and but the person will not put their name to the fact that they have given you the information, and therefore you have to use anonymous sources. But the rules are that it should be very sparingly used. It should be very carefully used, and definitely you're pointing to abuses of the too loose use of anonymous sources, which has been an increasing problem in our journalism in recent years. And it's fed a kind of factional leaking in our political reporting, which I think has damaged our political reporting. But we have rules. And editors should be keeping to those rules. If you make sure that a journalist only uses anonymous source if they have no choice, if there's no other way to get the information out, for a start. Second of all, you make sure it is verified from a second source or by documentary evidence, that you're not just taking a leak and putting it out there. But unfortunately, under pressure to get the big story, under financial pressure, under political pressure, in a very competitive atmosphere where newsrooms have shrunk considerably and newspapers are struggling, there is abuse of anonymous sources, and it's most unfortunate. But the rule, Daryl, is that all of us, and I think this is the rule in an era of malicious disinformation. The rule is that we just have to be skeptical. We have to question as readers. We take nothing at face value. We must always go for a diversity of sources and not rely on one outlet or one journalist or one source on a story. And I think we've got to think about giving more education in schools, in universities, in the corporate world, all over, to a media literacy that creates a more critical media consumer.
Okay, there's a question from Mike Hardesty, hope I'm pronouncing it right. He says there is a trend today for opinion pieces. Should we care?
Well, look, opinion has its place. There's no question opinion has its place, but I think what Mike is pointing to is an increasing tendency not to differentiate between reporting and opinion. There used to be a much more clearer distinction, where in the newspaper it would be reporting and there would be a page or two, the lead of the op-ed pages, for opinion, and it was clearly marked as opinion. There's more of a crossover now. There's less of a differentiation between the two. And frankly, part of what's happening is that because our newsrooms are much smaller than they were because of financial considerations, there's less reporting, more opinion, more analysis, because it's cheaper to do. Should we care? We should. There's a real need for better, more in-depth, more thorough reporting. And we definitely want to find ways to get and support more reporting. If somebody is writing opinion, we want to know it's their opinion, and that's what it is, as opposed to a kind of more factual traditional reporting. But opinion is important. There may be too much of it. There may be too much boring, dull opinion. But provocative, thoughtful pieces are a very important part of the news media mix. So while we want them to be better and perhaps fewer, and we want them based on good, solid, rich reporting, the truth is that we need opinion as well.
Okay, Anton, thank you so much for all those wonderful comments. And I think we could carry on for an hour, but sadly I didn't schedule an hour. Sorry, it's getting a bit rowdy over here. I did warn people. It's a bit mad here. But anyway, thank you so much for your time and your insights into this matter. And I hope that you will be keeping tabs on people and exposing the wrong in the industry, because we need people like this, to comment on these things and not let it go by. I would even say, like the Price Waterhouse Cooper, the Sunday Times of the world, maybe it's time that legislation is enacted to, if the crime is so severe, that you close them down. And even if they open up under a new name, it will take them years to build up another brand. And I think that is what is maybe needed in this era. But thank you for your time, and we look forward to your next book, whenever that may appear, and all the best.
Thank you very much, and thank you for this extraordinary event you've put together.
Thank you so much, Anton. Okay, next up we go into a poetry session, and we've got quite a few poets lined up for this session. And after the poetry session, we'll have a small break, and then we go into more poetry and music, live music. And I think it's going to be our first live music performance of the festival. So there's lots to look forward to. But for now, I hope that all the poets are here. I haven't checked, but our poets are Chris Abani, Kobus Moelman, Adila Aku, Vernon Head. I know that those four should be here, and Emma Neal was here, and she said she had to run, and she'll be back in 5 to 10 minutes. So could I hopefully see all of you to put me out of my suffering, and just to let me know that you are here. I can see Adila. I can see Kobus Moelman's name. Kobus, good to see you. I can see Emma Neal's name there. And, oh, let me just see. Okay, that's that. And right, let's go with what we have. Kobus, if you can unblock your mic, all three of you, Adila, Emma, and Kobus. And if we have time, we'll look at who's on the but the attendees cannot speak because I see quite a few poets on the attendee list, but not to worry. Welcome to the three of you. Kobus Moelman is a well-known writer from South Africa, predominantly known as a poet, but also short stories. Adila Aku is an up-and-coming poet from Pietermaritzburg, and Emma Neal is a poet from New Zealand. And Emma spoke, I think about 2 days ago, on her novel, Billy Bird, and Kobus will speak, I think, tomorrow on his new book. So welcome to the three of you thus far, and hopefully others will join us who were supposed to be on the program. But if I can say, maybe let's say ladies first, and Emma will give you the opportunity to start off with a poem or two. And if you want to introduce yourself further, feel free to do so.
Oh, thank you very much. It's wonderful to see the others, those who I can see so far. And thanks again for the invitation. I thought that because it's only about 5:30 in the morning here in New Zealand, that the most suitable poem to start with would be one called Obad. Through the wall, we hear the baby try out vowels and notes, an oboist practicing arpeggios and scales, or a very small orchestra testing acoustics. We can hear him hearing. We can hear him trying to watch the tones drift against the walls and ceiling, rebound slowly like small orbs propelled by miniature flames, dissolve as smoke does, leave a small trickle of water where they have hit the floor and disappeared. Oh, oh, oh. So that was from my one of my collections called Spark, and I will move on to another collection, which is called Tender Machines. And like with Billy Bird, the novel, actually, the illustration for the cover of this book was actually done by that baby that I mentioned in that poem. When he was a teenager, he went through a stage of being really interested in the fine arts. And this next poem is actually also about life with small children. It's based on my second son, and I guess the fact that I've chosen those two poems to start with probably shows that I do tend to draw from events I've witnessed or things from family life. But I have started to move more away from that into work that looks at, I guess, more global or political themes as my children have got older and as I've been less kind of all consumed by that very early stage of parenthood. But anyway, this one, I guess, is one that fuses the personal and the larger, I would hope. It's called Natural Justice. This small boy with buttery curls, soft as bantam feathers, cheeks and limbs that make old folk want to hold a festival of pinch and squeeze. He's got an arsenal. He has alien blam blam space guns. He says, if there are wild animals starved outside, he will stab them with his stabbers. And if there are baddies, he will slice them with his slicers. How will you know they're baddies? He's shocked. Because they've got guns to shoot us. But if you've got space guns and slicers, won't they think you're a baddie too? Well, baddies want to steal our things. They want to dead us and take our stuff. What if the baddies are just scared, hungry, don't have a home, they're cold and lonely, only about to shoot because we seem angry and as if we might fire first? Well then, they might not be baddies, just dumb goodies, but they still shouldn't shoot us, so blam, blam, blam. Wait, let's go back over this. They've got guns, but you do too. If they see your guns first, no. He drops the Nerf blaster, refuses water, stories, turns his back, finds his cuddle cloth, at its soft, sweet body musk, bows his head like a man just read his rights to silence.
Emma, I think we'll go around a bit, so give you time to look up your next few poems. I think let's go to Adila next. If you can read a poem, please, a poem or two, and then we'll go to Quervus.
Good evening. It's evening here, and good morning to you, Emma. I will be starting off with a poem called Within from my collection, Lost in a Quatrain. It says, dare I awaken dreams long forgotten? Dare I even touch? Dare I say words long comatose? Dare I erupt? Dare I resuscitate asleep within the bard I used to love? And this one, I think everybody would relate to. It's called Empty Chairs with COVID. I'm sitting at the table across empty chairs, thinking of the ones who once sat here. Laughter echoes through the air, conversations, connections, then slowly disappear. And I'm left sitting at the table, staring at empty chairs, missing the ones who once sat there.
Thank you so much, Adila. Corvus, are you there, my friend?
Daryl, I am here, but the video seems to be off.
Next to mute, can you see a video button that says stop video? Maybe there's a red.
Yeah, there we go.
There you go. You look like you're in a torture chamber with the globe above your head. You know, in those movies, they show how they torture people. But anyway, carry on, Corvus.
Thanks, Daryl. And unfortunately, the light is probably gleaming off the top of my bald head, but let that be as it is. Anyway, Daryl, thanks very much. It's really great to be here. Thank you. I'll just start off, I'll just read two poems from the new collection, and we'll see where we go from there. Okay, so this poem is called Blue Door. All is still. Sky bangs a blue door in the face of burning rock. Barely birds move. Small, high stones through air dry as sunlight. I am shadow sheltered in the stoop of a small tree. I'm salt that tastes of seeing, old bone cracked beneath the weight of insects. And Emma read a poem. Emma, thank you very much for your poem, Obeyed. So I wasn't going to read this poem, but seeing as you have charted the territory before us, I shall follow. Obeyed. The sky is burned ahead of them. All the trees have fallen flat. The moon is late and is said to be losing. Wind is predicted for the streetlights. They might be lying together, catching their breath. They might be dressing silently, filling their eyes for the long drought ahead. Or none of these, really. Only birds keening amongst the leaves. The road is empty ahead of them. The sidewalks are solitary again. Silence has the shock of skin sliced through the middle.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Corvus. Round one. Okay, Emma, we'll start again with you. Let's go back around the table.
Okay. Beautiful readings from the other two poets. I kind of need to sit with all those works for a while, but on we go. I'll read one that's actually a kind of prose poem, and it's from Tender Machines. And just one piece of social context that might help listeners is that I wrote it in 2014, which wasn't long after the National Party was elected in New Zealand, achieving, I think, the highest majority that they had under mixed member parliament, which is our system of voting. The highest number that they had under that system. So we had a swing to the right at that stage in our political history. And that should help you with just one or two lines in the poem. It's called Stoic. We couldn't cry about love because you just have to get on with it. And of course there were the children. We couldn't cry about desire unrequited because it's all a lot of water turned away from under the bridge. It might as well not be there. And of course, there were the children. We couldn't cry about a lot of things, the cancer and the soldiers and the repressive laws and the children, because of the supermarket, the surgeon, the car, the work, the appointments, the decimation of natural habitats, the finances and the decisions, the extracurricular activities for everyone, the aspirations, the deadlines and the dishes, which sounds silly, but you know how it is. You have to get on with it. We couldn't cry about the dishes, the driving, or the shopping still being there, even with the cancer and the love and the lust and the children, because after all, you have to get it in perspective. We couldn't cry about the house and the sale and the loss of profit because of the children and the chores and the cancer and voting the right way when everyone else voted the wrong way, and protesting with placards, emails, and Facebook petitions, and of course, above all, again, because of the children. We couldn't cry about it because we weren't, after all, children, and the children were crying about something else altogether, and they didn't understand. Of course they didn't. They were only children. We couldn't cry, and there were reasons we couldn't cry, and they became metaphors, vessels that both carried our tears and concealed them, because you can't, there's no point. The number of times we could have cried, you just wouldn't read about it. And should I do just one more in this round, or?
Yeah, go for one more. And Emma, can I apologize once more? The last time I kept you up about 1 in the morning, and now I hear I've got you up 5 o'clock in the morning. But that's just payback for all the rugby matches I had to watch at obscene hours against New Zealand, and most probably we caught a hiding as well.
Well, actually, it's been really interesting getting up at different hours of the day from my norm. Like this morning, I could hear the most amazing bird song, so thank you.
Okay.
So this one sort of grew out of my day job. I work as an editor, and I was working on a really large novel about New Zealand's participation in both world wars. And at one point, I was making what probably you call a global change in a manuscript, and I was thinking about how easy it was to make that kind of change in my job, and how, well, I had a fantasy of being able to effect that sort of change on a wider level. So the poem's called Global. Search for counterattack, replace with hold. Search for attack, replace with attach. Search for murdered, replace with heard. Search for killed, replace with serenaded. Search for ambushed, replace with invited. Search for missile launches, replace with, red silk fans. Search for front line, replace with lamplit threshold. Search for grenades, replace with iris bulbs. Search for smart bombs, replace with crayoned paper, folded into lilies, swans. Search for generals, replace with farmers, orchardists, gardeners, mechanics, doctors, veterinarians, school teachers, artists, painters, housekeepers, marine biologists, zoologists, nurses, musicians. Search for combatants, replace with counsellors, conductors, bus drivers, ecologists, train drivers, sailors, firefighters, ambulance drivers, historians, solar engineers, designers, seamstresses, artesian well drillers, builders. Search for prophets, replace with prophets, save as, new world, ...
Thank you, Emma. Okay, Adila, we'll go to you.
This next poem is called Coupling, and I'm sure all the writers would relate to this one. Tossing and turning, words won't let me sleep. Rhyming and coupling, emotions running deep. I contemplate waking to write it all down, but don't want to disturb you, don't want you to frown. I try very hard to remember each word over and over, silently, unheard. I plan by the morning to record it afresh, but duty takes precedence, so it remains just a wish. When I finally find time to ink it all in, my mind has already recycled the thing. So I stare at the paper, trying hard to recall that great wonder that would have impressed you all. But the words refuse to come like they did in my bed. So it may very well be said that my very best work remained in my head.
Are you going to read another one, Adila? Or are you holding it back for the next?
Okay. The next one is called Wrapped Up. What is this life that wraps us up in tests? that has us fleeing the demons of yesterday, only to find them further down the path, waiting to trip us up again. And I look at you so wrapped up in old wounds that your demons dance dizzily around you, so cocooned in the pains of your past that you're afraid to let go, afraid to heal. For healing means removing that crutch onto which you cling far too much. And you fear that healing may snatch away memories, those very same memories that sustain your suffering, keeping your wounds raw. And I'm tired, but you remain wrapped up. So you didn't notice that moment. I let go.
Thank you, Adila. Kobus, over to you.
Before I read, I just want to thank Adila and Emma for their poems this evening. And yeah. Okay, this poem is called The House. At the bottom of his, sorry, I'll start again. At the bottom of his glass is a small house with a small mother inside. The house has green walls and a green roof too, and there are buckets inside the ceiling for loneliness. The small mother is heavy and bent of an aluminium walker that goes ahead of her everywhere she goes. The small house and the small mother get smaller the further he moves his glass away. The small house and the small mother have water inside every part of them that is not sealed with packing tape. At the bottom of his glass is a sealed cardboard box with the scent of orange blossom and jasmine. But he is unable to swallow anything anymore. Neither birds with long beaks, nor salt, neither the seed pod of a plane tree, nor the scent of regret. For the small house is dissolving. Now he feels something irrefutable scar the back of his throat. And this poem is called Little Girl. It's a kind of a list poem, so it's built out of a series of entries, can I call them? Entries that are attached to particular people who you will meet in the poem. Little Girl. Her grandmother sits on the green plastic chair with the broken back. Her mother sits on an upturned black label crate. Her sister sits and sleeps on her mother's lap. Her auntie, on her mother's side, sits on the stump used for chopping wood and for chopping off the heads of chickens. Her mother's disabled cousin sits in her wheelchair, the one with the stupid front wheel. Her father hasn't been seen for years, since he left to find work on the citrus farms near Clan William. She sits on the bare earth with her legs crossed and her blue school skirt tucked tight beneath her legs, in case her father should ever come back.
Oh, that was powerful, Kobus, powerful. Okay, I'm going to give each one of you your last poem each. Adila, we'll start with you this time.
Okay. This one is called You Are a Woman. You Must Learn to Live with Being Sore. I wasn't going to go with this one, but going with Kobus's poem. A grandmother's advice. You are a woman. You must learn to live with being sore, giving all you have to give, even when you have nothing more. Why worry about degrees? You'll end up with the pots and pans anyway. So learn them well. Learn to run a home. Learn to be the perfect wife. Learn to sacrifice. But what about me? What about you? You are a woman. You must learn to live with being sore. Perfect your pies, samosas, chutneys, and palau. Even when you want to cry, learn to smile somehow. This world will test you. Learn to be strong. Say you're sorry, even when you've done nothing wrong. But what about me? What about you? You are a woman. You must learn to live with being sore. What does it matter if you are intelligent, vibrant, vital yet soft, with a peppering of beauty, charm, and grace? Still, you must learn your place. Don't look for more. But what about me? What about you? You are a woman. You must learn to live with being sore. Prepare to be invisible and follow where you're led. You know you complete half your faith the day that you are wed. Don't refuse your husband. Take care of your marital bed. But what about me? What about you? You are a woman. You must learn to live with being sore. You will be taken for granted. You may be hurt to your very core and still be asked to give a little more. That is why I stress you must learn to live with being sore. But what about me? What about you? You are a woman. You must learn to live with being sore. Raise your children well, even though they may one day leave and never look back. In Allah's hands, you must leave the rest. Do your best. But what about me? What about you? I am a woman. I have learned to live with being sore, and I have leaked my soreness into my prayers pure. For I have carried the soreness of this ancient dirge, but my soreness has formed a chrysalis, and a tiger butterfly is about to emerge.
Thanks, Adila.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Emma, we'll ask you and then we'll end with Kobus.
Thank you. I really like the way that last poem, the constraints of form echoed the restrictions that the content was talking about. I thought that was really effective. Thank you. The next piece I'll read kind of walks that thin beam between prose poetry and flash fiction maybe. And it grew out of a childhood memory or a teenage memory, but it sort of flies off into fiction towards the end. It's called The Local Pool. Turn a corner into air tangy with chlorine. The smell removes memory's stopper and an anxious genie swims out. What about the turquoise of a small town pool? What about concrete, dark with Rorschach marks that wet bodies left behind after boys egged on and watched? Police, phoned by a passerby. The next day, when their own girls cried, "See ya," over pop radio falsetto, did the cops saloon door from their bathrooms, half scented with soap, then gruff up quick hugs, foam chins hooked over their daughters' shoulders to hide the fuel lines of dread in their eyes? The mothers of the pool girls' friends, did they slash open packets, shove cupboards shut, slam on about hemlines and torn black tights, peep showing lucky pennies of skin, because grown women can't just wish link pinkies to ward off a suburb's sons? The girl's friends, asked by social workers to tell when she skipped classes because she had to get back on track, mustn't let one summer dusk haunt her with that boy crisping her open, peeling her back like the winding key on a tin of imported sweets. Did those friends stop reporting because tears scurred free as she begged, "Please don't"? Or because they learned she'd agreed to meet the boy again at a bus shelter's cold bunker, and the red folded mystery of how a wound could drag her back to its own start was too confusing. As disorienting as the acrid smoke they heard about later, when a school bag, school books, stockings, wasp-striped school tie were soaked in art room terps and set alight as a girl prayed for flames to leap a pine plantation's firebreak, hive for the new subdivision and one blue house, its yard junked with bikes, and a boy's outgrown clobber slung into trash bags, slumped limp as drunks.
Thank you so much, Emma, for sharing that. Kobus, over to you.
Thanks, Daryl. I think as a way of closing, I'm going to read a love poem, if I'm allowed to read love poetry.
Absolutely.
So in I think about 2010, I spent a couple of months, about 3 months in Canada, in Calgary, doing research as part of my PhD. I was doing research into the long poem, the tradition of the long poem, and there's a particularly very powerful tradition of the long poem in Canadian literature, and I just learned so much. So this is a poem written for my wife Julia, who you know, Daryl. And the poem is called I Carry a Geography. I carry a geography of the dark with me across oceans, frozen lakes, mountains whiter than ice, where wind contours a need urgent as flesh. This dark, the dark I know, that does not ever, even in the glare of dreaming, leave me. This recognition, familiar and strange as any echo returning white across a frozen sea. This dark is you. As long as you, like the dark, carry absence in the shape I carry with me everywhere. The geography of a heart in two halves.
Okay, Kobus, thank you so much. Before I close, since two poets let us down, I'm going to read the poem that I launched this festival with. And it's a poem by Breyten Breitenbach, and I'll read the Afrikaans and then I'll read the English, and then I'll come back. Seisoen in die paradijs. Mag daar altyd 'n lig brand in julle huis. Mag die paddas julle onthou. Mag die appels aljaar soeter word en die druiwe preel groener. Mag julle vriende wyn saambring vir die kuier. Mag die huis wat julle betrek deurtrek bly van die geur van sederhout en malvablare. Mag die walle van julle slote nie te gou inkalwe en instort nie, sodat die water nog helderder daarin kan vloei. Mag die sterre en die berg en die stilte oor julle en julle gesin bly waak, nou en môre se aand en elke van daardie dae se nag. And then the English version. May there always be a light in your house. May the frogs remember you. May your apples grow sweeter every year and your grape arbor greener. May your friends always bring over some wine. May the house you have built be redolent of the fragrance of cedar wood and geranium leaves. May the walls of your ditches not collapse and fall apart too quickly, so that the water can flow even more brightly in them. May the stars and the mountains and the silence stand guard over you and your family, now and tomorrow and every morning and evening and every day's night. And that was the poem that I included in the write-up in my invitation to all writers and that was the dream for the festival. But I want to say to Kobus and to Emma and to Adila, thank you for such beautiful poetry today. I always get worried when people let me down, but it worked out beautifully, and we got to hear poems that most probably we wouldn't have. And I wish you well. I wish you lots of creative journeys, and may the ink never dry in your pens. So thank you so much, Kobus. I shall see you hopefully sometime soon. Emma, hopefully sometime in South Africa, and Adila, hopefully sometime in Richmond. You said you wanted to come. We'll see what happens whenever people can meet. So thank you to everyone. We'll have a short break, and then we'll come back for the last session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. Take care.
Okay, thank you, Emma. Thanks, then, Kobus. Bye.
Bye.
"13 years ago in 1986, South Africa was in a state of emergency, and there was a very intense cultural struggle that was being waged. And we were part of that, and this is a song that we wrote for truly one of the greatest South Africans in history, Nelson Mandela, and we'd like to open the show tonight with a tribute to him. Thank you. God bless you. Thank you.
You want to say anything? You want to say anything?
Well, it is music and dancing that makes me at peace with the world. and at peace with myself. But I don't see much movement at the back there, you know. I would like us to join. Let's just repeat. Let's just repeat it.
Okay.
Let's just repeat it. Let's all join.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the last session of Day 7 of the Madibaland World Literary Festival. Next up, we have our third husband and wife combo, Rax and Sindiswa. Now, I'm going to take a chance. I've had so many difficult names. I've never asked people their names, but I'm going to take a chance and say Siakoa. Would I be right or would I be wrong? So welcome to the two of you. Both of them instrumental. I'm sure many people see the South African Literary Awards. These are the two people behind it. And they do excellent work, starting book clubs in places where you need book clubs. And many years ago, when I bought a book in a secondhand bookstore, I saw the name Rax on the cover, and I saw collection of Madiba poems, and I was so jealous. I said, you know, I just came onto the scene and this man already beat me to it. And for years, I tried to track him down, get him to festivals, etc. Now is the perfect time. It was really a visionary collection at the time. So over to the two of you. I'm so happy to see people with guitars, saxophone, drums. It's our first live performance. You take over the floor. You structure the event as you want to start with it, whichever way you want to do. We look forward to the next hour in your company.
Thank you.